because you didn't endorse that note. If you endorse it now, they can go back and get the currency on your buck, apply it to the liability they've got, zeroing it out, and then their claim is toast. But if you can't get that original instrument under 3-501 subpart A, subpart I, it's got your remedy under 3501 subpart A, subpart II, which says that all you got to do is make a new note and tender it to the bank, and the new note discharges the original note without having to get your blue ink endorsement on the original note. So whether or not they produce the original note is immaterial or irrelevant. Just create another one and give them the second one.
Now what's interesting is we're floating through different scenarios here. We've just floated from criminal to mortgage, right? But it's all the same thing. It's all commercial. Where's the original instrument? Without an original instrument, there is no claim. So if the court cannot produce an original charging instrument, there's no claim. And we've had clients who have been successful in saying, well, if there is no original charging instrument here for my inspection, then my business here is concluded. Thank you very much. And walk out.
Yeah, but what I've seen before, I getting into the court before, and I, look at the cases many times, especially on a criminal case. And what I've seen is, if it's somebody challenged the judge saying, hey, I need to have the original document, the judge is going to say, hey, you know what? It's like
you never say that. Did you hear me say I need it and you need to give it to me? It is very much about how you are being in the transaction as to what kind of a remedy and results you're going to create. Okay? Really what's happening there is an argument. Okay? You don't want to argue with the judge. Okay? What you're doing is you're going to make an offer. Okay? Because we can't force anything upon anyone. If that were the case, this would be a very miserable world. It's all by consent, both ways. It's not just it works for you, but not for everyone else. So it's by his consent too. It's a contract. But I'm going to spell out the terms that if you can't produce an original charging instrument, then you have no claim. My business here is complete. I'm out. Or if you're incarcerated at the time, I demand to be set free. If there's no claim here for me to inspect, I demand to be set free immediately and that this case be closed.
Can you do that?
Yes. And we've had people have success with it. We've had people who have had success with it who've been charged with felony crimes. And they've been escorted from the premises.
Well, that's kind of like new.
Now, again, it's all about how you're being in the scenario. What's the judge doing? Because you could have all the paperwork perfect. You've done all the perfect paperwork. Or you don't have to have a single piece of paper. You can get your remedy either way. But it's going to take that test in the open market of the court to get you what your remedy. So it's all about how you're being. If you're being confrontational, argumentative, angry, righteous, you're not going to get your remedy.
Think of your paperwork as a resume and you're out looking for a job. It doesn't mean that if you didn't have a resume, you're never going to get a job.
Right.
The purpose of the resume is like your calling card. It's like your invitation to come to the party. And if it's unique and interesting, your likelihood of getting an interview goes up. But the interview is the test. And you can have a perfect resume, but if in the interview you really suck.
Yeah, if you show to be that you're totally incompetent, because your resume could say, yeah, I've got all the skills of an electrical engineer, and I've got 30 years of history as an electrical engineer, and yet they start asking you very basic questions about electrical engineering, and you have no idea you've shown yourself to be incompetent. Are we going to hire you based on the resume? Hell no. Because in the practical examination, in the interview, you showed to be incompetent. Now, what I've noticed with my paperwork when I get in front of a judge is judges are very interested to see where I go. They're paying attention. Okay? So that's what I've noticed. What my resume gets me is an interested interviewer. But it doesn't get me the remedy. The paperwork doesn't ever get you the remedy. If it did, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Think about it. Do we really want a document to get people their remedy? Like Jack said, you'd have people pillaging and murdering all over the place, and, oh, well, I got the magic piece of paper. It's going to get me out of jail for free every time. Right? We don't want that.
That's why Brandon and Gordon and I keep saying to the people that come to us with assistance, we'll help you get a contract if you can keep it. And we have to spend a lot of time with the people we're helping to show them how to keep that contract, because it's on our clients to win their case. It's not up to us to win their case. We're just helping them understand the factors that are involved. We may help them prepare some really neat resumes to work their way through their case, but they've got to go in and they got to work the paperwork, or else it's not going to happen.
And we've seen it. We've seen people who really take on the studying and learning from our coaching, and they get the success. People with the perfect paperwork who don't take the time and the coaching and the studying and keeping the contract don't get anything. We've seen two people in the same case. One had believed it. For one, you have to believe you are the author of your life and you are the authority. If you don't believe that, there's no reason for you to be there. You're a subject. Do what a good subject does. Obeys, right? But if you do know in your heart that you are the authority, then this can work for you. If you don't know that in your heart, you're not going to get the success. And what's funny is we've even seen people get the success who didn't have that in their heart and still doubt it. They've got the success. Over and over and over again they've had successes. And yet they still don't believe in their authority. They still don't see it.
But sometimes those people 3 and 6 months later are brought back into the trial again, and then they fail.
Yeah, no, but that's why it happens over and over and over again. These are people who don't have it in their heart. So, and somebody on the other side knows this, whether it's the prosecutor, somebody knows that it's that there's Jack and Gordon in the background, right? They know someone's in the background. We know if we keep testing this guy, we're going to get it.
In fact,
because eventually
we know that so well that if you're in a criminal case and you're in jail and you're calling us, aren't they recording the calls?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
They know.
And do Gordon and I care? Absolutely not, because we're there to help the client. And like we consistently keep saying, these people in this court system are here to help you. And we've had some of our clients that we prepared for a hearing. They go into the hearing, they come out of the hearing, they're still in custody, and they go, well, that didn't work, that sucks. And we said, well, what happens? And we've had 1 or 2 instances where even the judge in the open court hearing made comment about what we were talking about on the telephone and kind of fatherly saying to the client, well, why didn't you do this? And it's exactly what we told them to do on the phone. These guys are waiting to see if you can understand it and get it.
I'm telling you, the way I see it now, because what we've seen happening in the courts is evidence for me that this is a partnership. That myself, Jack, and Gordon are in partnership with the judges. We're in no way adversaries to them. It's a full-on partnership. We may assist people with the preparation of the documents, and we may coach them on how to be in the courtroom, but ultimately it's the judge who's stepping in for us to test, is this truly a responsible person?
We are the mirror image to the legal system in public. they will torn them back into the public if they can't understand their private rights and remedies. But the judge is not. You know how on the telephone calls for prisons they say, oh, we have the right to cut off this call if. And they got all kinds of reasons. Most of the time, they never cut off the calls to us. You know, they've got this rule, well, no third-party calls are permitted. And they got Gordon on the line, they got me on the line, they got the family members on the line, they got the priest on the line, and Satan and everybody else, and they're just letting us talk. So it's not what is happening, it's the way it's happening. We're trying to put common sense into these people's minds so they can go in there and solve their problem and the state problem. And sometimes they get it, and sometimes they don't.
And the judges are the perfect gatekeepers. The way I see it, I don't think we've ever seen a judge do it wrong.
No.
They never do it wrong. So for us, it's perfect. And I feel like we're at the dawn of something big. That if people really get this in their hearts, their responsibility and their authority, that we can radically transform the world. And the judges want that. They don't want a democracy that ends in anarchy. They want to see people being responsible and stepping up into the republic. And so they're cheering us on. And at the same time being the gatekeepers to make sure no one who is being irresponsible debtors gets through.
I was just going to let you know that her ex was a judge, and so I've been trying to introduce her into this world. Unfortunately, he's passed away, so she can't go to him and confirm it.
Right.
So I'm here this weekend. Hopefully, you'll validate it for her.
Oh, yeah. Well, judges are our best friends. That's how I see it. Because the judges are the gatekeepers. They're the ones standing there making sure that the contract is upheld and enforced. And they're always going to step in for the incompetence, and especially when it's on the attorney's side. Because I've seen attorneys and they're completely incompetent, but the judge isn't there. He's there to protect the public. So even if you've got the best argument in the world and you're beating the hell out of the other attorney, he's not going to necessarily give you the win. He'll step in for that other attorney and make sure that what's in the best interest for the public happens. So what's in the best interest for the public is for you to be responsible, is for you to settle your own problems, is for you to be graceful, humble, kind, compassionate, understanding. So that's what he's looking for. Are you a contribution? Or are you a liability? If you're a contribution, perfect. That's the kind of people we need in this world. It's for you to be responsible. So it's never going to be the paperwork. Very rarely have I seen paperwork get somebody a remedy, especially in a court case kind of situation. In civil cases, I've seen it happen, but never in a criminal case. I've never seen it happen in a criminal case. There's always going to be the test. Any other questions? Ron? Oh.
When you go into a court and what's the test exactly? Your interaction to see your capacity in the court?
It's open contracting. So it's going to depend on, first of all, when you're in a hearing, what was the last thing filed in the case? That's what we're here on today. Okay? So that's one part of the contract. So it's either an offer that has been made by the other side, or it's a counteroffer that you've put in, but it's something. Okay? So there's already a contract we're here to negotiate. Okay. Now,
so even if you go the first time and you have the capacity to settle it and disclose it right then and there,
right,
the judge might still postpone it for another time.
Well, and there's a show to put on. Okay?
I'm sorry?
There's a show.
They have to entertain the public.
There's a show to put on. So for instance, you're not going to get a remedy by walking into open court and saying, oh, well, I'm here to pay the criminal charges off. Not going to get you your remedy. It's not very.
He's just going to keep
It's not
pounding
very
you.
colorable. Well, for one, they call it criminal. So as far as they're concerned, nobody can pay off criminal charges, right? That'd be bribery, right? So they're not going to, in open court, you have a conversation where you're talking about, I'm setting off the debt of the charges in this case. Okay? That happens in the background. That happens behind the scenes. Okay? The original charging instrument conversation, that can happen in the courtroom, but in reality, you're always moving it colorably. If there is no claim here, then I demand to be set free. Whatever your situation or scenario is, you're going to be moving the contract. Because if you're there in a criminal matter and we're at an arraignment, plead guilty to the facts. If you're pleading guilty to the facts under conditions, under the condition there's no jail time, under the condition that there's no probation or supervised release.
There's no complete public fines or fees due by the defendant.
Or that all fines and fees
So it's not what you
are
say,
paid
it's
in
what you
private
do.
asset funds.
So it's, if I'm here, let's say you're the judge and I'm the defendant, my person's the defendant, and we're having the
conversation.
interaction to see the capacity, and you're saying, do you plead guilty? And then I say, sure, I plead guilty, but I'd like to be.
I plead guilty to the facts under these conditions.
You're making a counter offer.
Now, he may say something else to test your competency. Is this just something you heard from Jack on the phone? You see what I'm
Sure.
saying? He may test you because, again, just like a piece of paper, if everyone could get the remedy from a piece of paper, our society would be a mess. Well, same thing that if everyone could get the remedy by just parroting a statement. This is what we mean by keeping your contract. The judge may say something like, no, you can't do that. You can't set conditions to your plea. Then what? If you stand there silent, what just happened?
I accept your offer.
You accepted his counteroffer.
If you could show me that it's not the truth. If it's
I
not,
conditionally accept.
I cannot set conditions on proof of claim that you have the right to refuse me unalienable right to contract.
now, do I have to talk in this fashion? Because
No.
I can't always come up
No,
like that.
it's about the principles and the concepts. Again, if it were about parroting,
I can, but
if it were about parroting a certain set of statements, you'd lose every time. You have to be able to be present, because we don't know what the judges will say. I mean, they've surprised us on several occasions where they'll just say something randomly out of the blue. Yeah, it gets our guy kind of behind the eight ball, so to speak. He kind of falls back on the contract, but it's just an opportunity to renegotiate it again.
We actually
to
had
undo
a
what's been
judge
done.
say to one of our people that went in there, if you say conditional acceptance one more time, I'm going to have you taken out and shot for treason. How are you going to respond to that one?
I accept the offer.
Don't repeat the words conditional acceptance again.
Because conditional acceptance is the same as saying if.
Yeah, say,
It's that simple. If you say this or if you do this, then I will do this. That's a conditional acceptance.
But in that situation, though, if you went ahead and said, I conditionally accept again, what did you?
There was an offer. I don't know.
No, you take your...
I think there was probably. Well, I'm hoping that the
think
judge
that-
was kidding in some way,
well, I
shape, or
think the
form.
judge did that because this guy just kept repeating the
Same
same
thing.
mantra over and over and over again. The judge could have come back and said, what do you want for lunch this afternoon? Well, I conditionally accept that I'm not yet, and it has nothing to do with the new sentence, you see?
On a practical level, what could the judge then do?
The judge was trying to unlock his idiot. The guy was stuck in idiot. Okay, and the judge was like, "Hey, say that again, and I'm going to shoot you." Like maybe the guy will wake up to being present here now in this moment and stop saying the same shit over and over again.
Being an honor, he was an honor. I mean,
He wasn't answering the question.
He wasn't in honor.
That was posed.
He wasn't in honor. He was just
couldn't
repeating a
conduct
mantra.
business.
Did he win?
Did he win?
He didn't get shot.
Good.
So if I have a case and I get an unconditional discharge in the case, isn't that winning the case?
It's a win.
Yeah.
It's a win.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, in regard to his question that if you're in court, it's a commercial matter, whether it's criminal or civil. In a commercial matter, there's only one of two things that's the bottom line for that court case. Either a sum of money due is owed to someone, or performance on a contract is due and owing. So they're looking for you to agree to carry out the performance, to purge the contempt of not having done what you should have done to begin with, or a sum of money due is owing. So like I posed before, in the criminal case, you can literally, the judge is trying to say, did you get a copy of the bill? Are you going to be responsible, and are you going to pay it? It's so simple just to come into the court and say, Your Honor, we don't even have to hold this arraignment today. I understand that there is an obligation. I'm responsible for it, and I'm going to pay it. But like Brandon says, you are way too intelligent and smart and real. The courts are there for dumb, stupid slaves on the plantation. And the dumb, stupid slaves on the plantation do not have the capacity to pay the debt. They don't care about to pay the debt. They just want to go back and get their benefits. And so we've got to carry on a show here, because everybody behind the guy that's competent is totally incompetent. And as soon as you come in there and say, Judge, I got the invoice, I'm going to be responsible, and here's the payment, and the judge goes, bless you, my son, go your way in peace. Those 15 felonies and life in prison are gone. What is the next guy going to do when he comes up in front of the judge? Hey, man, whatever that guy did, I'm doing the same thing.
Right. He's going to parrot it. And that's why the judges are there. They're the gatekeepers. Because we had a success, the other day where the guy pleaded guilty under conditions, right? Now, if everyone in the courtroom came up and did the same thing, and the judge just boom, boom, boom.
That's called a plea bargain, and that's what they want. But they want it on their public terms if you're incompetent. You're just mirror imaging and putting it on the private terms because you are competent.
And that's why the resume in that case would have helped. Because it was clear it would have been clear to the judge that, okay, all these other guys aren't necessarily competent, didn't get their resume. But this guy got the resume. I was impressed. And then I was impressed with how he handled himself, because it mirrored his process. He's in honor. He showed honorable behavior by pleading, by accepting responsibility and paying, that he understands this. And it perfectly mirrors what I have here in front of me. You see what I'm saying? Now the judge may still test him and make a statement. And at that point, it's up to our hero to bring the contract back to his terms and conditions.
And what might happen in that court proceeding for the day, one of two things. The hero is going to be made to go first to put the pressure of an audience on him to see if he's going to perform. And if he starts out doing it right, the judge may go, hold that thought. Let me say, we're going to put this matter in abeyance till later. Sir, would you mind going to sit down right now? Let me take care of the sheeple first. So that he can see, the judge can see he knows what he's doing, and he doesn't want this guy, competent guy, putting on a performance in front of the sheeple. So he's going to take all these other debtors, get rid of them. They're outside the court. He's going to bring the creditor back up with a smile on his face. Now proceed, sir. I like what you were saying. What is it that you're bringing to the court today to see if he can perform? So now there's going to be no audience or no public witnesses to what's going back and forth in this court.
What's interesting, a friend of mine had done some paperwork on a case. This was a civil matter, and he did it all private, gave the judge notice and everything, and he comes into the court, and they saved him for last. They took a recess. When they came back, The California flag and the U.S. flag no longer had gold fringes on them. In fact, they were brand new out of the box, were still all creased up. They had hung new flags for him to have his hearing. Isn't that interesting?
So, all right.
But he'd already appeared in front of this judge several times before, so he had already had practical exams. So they already knew what they were dealing with. And they just wanted to properly honor him by taking it out of a military tribunal.
So say I have, or my straw man in the past had a criminal history. And then I did a couple of things, and all of those things were dismissed. And it's no
Were
longer
they
a record of.
discharged, though, in addition to being dismissed? Did you set them off with the equivalent of asset funds?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Well, then they're probably off the public books and records. You own them, they do not. Okay, go ahead.
Did you have any other question?
No, that was actually the question, because I did do this process a little while back, and I did it on my straw man's previous criminal history, which was years, and they're all dismissed now. So when I got into something else with a new case, and the judge asks if he has any prior criminal history, the district attorney was saying no.
Because it's no longer on their books, they don't own it.
Yeah.
But see, if you just went to jail, or if you just paid your fine with Federal Reserve notes, that's public service. And that's not a termination of the case. It's a closing of the case, but it's still there for collection because you only promised to pay, you never delivered. So that's the difference.
What about in a situation where someone's incarcerated in a penitentiary, and from what I understand, the minimus is that contract that holds them there? How would one get hold of that contract to do a private set-off?
Okay, understand, if somebody is in prison or jail, the body is your currency.
That's
because your signature is the ability to write the termination or the set-off of the debt. And we said that every judgment in civil or criminal is payable by a sum of money due. And the problem is if you are playing the role of the straw man debtor, you don't have enough money to pay off the multi-million-dollar claim of the felonies. So what they need to do is they need to get the money to zero the account from somewhere. So what they do is, since you are the money, they put you on deposit. I mean, they put you in prison. And the deposit of the money is ordinarily called a bank, right? But they don't call the prison or the jail a bank. But in reality, the prison and the jail is a bank because you're the currency and you're on deposit. Now, when you put a deposit of currency in a bank, can't the bank invest it and make money? Okay, so what's happening with you when they sentence you to 20 years? You're like a certificate of deposit. You're on deposit for 20 years. And
that's the contract that you're talking about, is the sentencing on the judgment.
Yeah, nobody can withdraw the deposit until the terms of the contract 20 years are up. So what they're doing is they're making a return on an investment for everyone in jail and prison. And who is the money going to? Well, it's split a number of ways. Part of it is split to the legal judicial system. Part of it is split to the prison that is keeping you upkeep while you're there. And then part of those funds are going back to compensate whoever was the winner in the court case that had the debt. So it's the corporate United States, the corporate state, the corporate county, or whatever it is. Now, everybody thinks, well, how much money can they be making off of a prisoner? Because he's going to work in the prison for 10 cents an hour. That's chicken feed. Your estate, your account, your birth certificate is worth a lot of money. And it's invested constantly on Wall Street, bringing in returns, building up your estate. While you're free, not in prison, that estate is building into your estate for your purposes. But when you're sentenced into prison or jail, then the money that your estate is returning on these investments is not going into the estate for you, it's going into the payoff for the people for which you're in jail, which could mean millions of dollars a year that's not going back into your estate. And so everybody that is in prison every prison today is a debtor's prison. I don't care what you think they're calling it. It is a debtor's prison because you're there because you didn't pay your debts.
Can it be set off?
Absolutely. All you got to do is use your what? Take out your pen, get to the right piece of paper, and sign the instrument to compensate them. Now, even if you had a certificate...
And then you have to move it on the public side.
You do. And you got to get it recognized properly, okay? But even if you had a certificate of deposit, do you mean to say they absolutely positively would never allow you to withdraw that money? You can, but what is there for early withdrawal?
Penalty.
A penalty.
Penalties,
So that's
right.
just more charges. Go ahead and pay the charges and then get the opportunity to withhold the lien on the collateral so that you can collapse the certificate of deposit. So anybody in jail can get out if they know how to do it and if their mind and their heart can stand behind it. Now, if you're charged criminally, you not only have an account, there's something else going on there. You did something in society which makes you persona non gratis. You beat somebody up, you robbed from somebody, you misbehaved some way, shape, and form. And without some kind of reformation in your thinking and in your heart, why are they going to let you out of a criminal prison? Because you're there in addition to not paying your debt, you're there because nobody can trust you as a creditor in society. You're a danger to yourself and you're a danger to everybody else, which is the definition of a terrorist or an enemy of the public. And so you've got to change that presumption that to them you're an enemy of the public, because during times of war, an enemy has no remedy in their commercial system. So you say, I'm going to sign this thing, I'm going to give you the payoff, I want to go home. And they're going to go, all of your procedure was absolutely correct in commerce, but because you're still an enemy and a terrorist, your heart and your mind ain't right, we're not going to give you your remedy because you're a danger to yourself and everyone else. We would be insane to apply the laws of commerce to let you go out unless you've had a change of mind and a change of heart.
So the judge recognizes as the conductor.
So conduct.
Yeah, as the
again.
conductor,
Okay, I
he
got you.
recognizes that the musician ain't playing the music right.
As Gordon says, this is a perfect system. Doesn't mean some people in it don't make mistakes and stuff, but you have the opportunity for remedy, and you can go. The only thing they promise you when you're born into the world is you come in under the same status as everyone else born into the world. And what you learn and what you do with what you've been given is up to you.
Jack, if they were to execute you...
Why do you keep talking
Execute.
without a mic?
If they were to execute you,
Smitty?
y'all, your problems are done. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
Just get a mic so that we're on the tape, you know?
1 second.
We've
I get a question here. How to apply commercial law to appeal a case in court?
Are you talking about a civil or a criminal case?
Family is considered as what?
As
Not
what?
civil.
It's a
Family,
civil?
yeah. Family.
Okay,
or
first of
civil.
all, you're not looking for an appeal, because an appeal, no new facts can be brought in anyways, okay? So what you're looking to do is do some kind of a private settlement, right? You're going to do something on the private side, meaning who are the parties of the case? And you're going to be dealing directly with the parties of the case to come to some kind of an agreement of settlement. Once you've got a record, and we're going to go over this because these are important elements to your contract, once you have a record of the terms and conditions of the settlement, then you're going to move that public case to either vacate judgments or orders, dismissal, or if there's still pending performance, or if you're trying to get something undone, then you may be petitioning in some way, shape, or form.
How about if the case is already closed?
If the case is already
because
closed?
you didn't appear in court. And then you
Okay,
just
the
want to
case is
appeal
closed.
that.
What are you trying to achieve?
It's on a family law, for example.
But what are you trying to achieve? Like child support?
No, not child support.
Okay.
It's
Does
basically it's like I don't know. It's just like a judgment over the marriage, something like that. It's got nothing to do with the money,
It's got nothing to do with money.
but it's got something to do,
So looking
example,
for
like
performance.
a status of the marriage thing,
Okay, so it was like a declaration by the court?
something like that.
Like a declaration of, like a divorce?
Yes.
Like a decree?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a decree and you want to reverse the decree?
In the way, yes.
Okay, so who were the parties?
Who's party?
Who was the petitioner? Who was the
Divorce,
respondent?
husband and wife?
Was it a husband and a wife?
The wife is a petitioner.
Okay, the wife was a petitioner, husband was a respondent.
That's
Okay.
What does she want out of this petition? What is she trying to get the court to do?
No, because what happened is when they have like a final judgment from the judge, just because the petitioner didn't show up on the court, and basically it's the judge say, hey, you know what, this case is closed. But
Oh, okay.
Something like
all you have to
that.
do is go so the petitioner didn't show up, so the petitioner can go reopen it. You don't have to undo anything. The judge closed it because there was no claim. If the petitioner doesn't show up, there's no claim. So he can't give the petitioner a remedy. So he said, all right, no, there's nothing to do here. Close the case, you can go home, bye-bye.
He may have closed or dismissed it without prejudice
Yeah.
because there was no final determination, which means a new case can be refiled stating a claim and having the petitioner show up.
Yeah. So it's that you understand the term without prejudice? Mm-hmm. Okay. That means that at any point the petitioner can come back in and restart the case.
In other words, it's not res judicata stare decisis because nothing was heard, so they can always come in and state the claim again.
I see.
Okay.
Thank you.
And understand with regard to that, what is interesting is, see, the state is interested in divorces because they grant marriage licenses. But there's a difference between marriage and matrimony. Marriage is the state process of uniting two fictitious corporations together to do business. So that's the husband straw man and the wife straw man for commercial purposes come together and they're treated as a one business unit. And when a divorce goes through, they're just separating the two corporations, both of which are still under the state independently. Now, matrimony is what spiritually goes on between the living woman and the living man when they come together in a spiritual union. And the divorce wants nothing to do with that. Remember, they claim a separation of religion and state. And so the state's interest in marriage is merely joining two corporations for a joint effort. And so when there's people out in society claiming, well, you know, there's benefits through that state union marriage, but that's discriminating because you're using a man straw man and a woman straw man. Why can't we have the same benefits from two women straw man coming together as a corporate union, or two men straw man coming together as a corporate union? And the whole issue of morality or any other thing associated with the spiritual claim of matrimony is an entirely different issue than marriage. You got to understand the definition of words.
And what's interesting is you could actually still get all those benefits and privileges with the man-man, woman-woman, as you do with a man-woman. It's just understanding the nature of the contract and what those benefits imply and how to obtain those through your contract. So you can still form partnerships, because that's really all you're doing is or merger. You're really merging two corporations to operate as one. And so it can be done. It's just, and in some states, they do allow the men, women merger. But like Jack said, it's completely different than matrimony, than the holy covenant of union together. In fact, me and my wife, there is no marriage because there's no state licensing documents or anything, because we didn't merge our two corporations. Her corporation is separate and the corporation that I have is separate. We are in union, a covenant with each other. But that is something outside of government. We didn't need anyone's permission to do that. So why would we need a license? When you go to get a marriage license, what it's for is permitting you to merge two of their corporations. Remember, they're the trustees of that corporation. So you need their permission to merge it with another corporation. That's what a license is, right? It would otherwise be illegal if you didn't have it. So can they tell you who you want to be in partnership for the rest of your life? No, you could choose to be in partnership with anyone for the rest of your life. I think this is a genius ploy by government, is like right now, gay partners are in a tremendous place of power because they're kept out of the marriage conversation. So really their relationship is based on private contract and covenant. But they're making them want it so bad. They're just making them want it so bad.
If they get what they're asking for, they're going to be under other duties.
Yeah, it's perfect. We'll just tell them they can't have it. We'll just keep telling them they can't have it until they want it so bad, then they'll all get it. And then now we have control over both of them. So now, what's the advantage for the government in that? Oh, well, if you have a tax debt, I can go after you for it. Perfect. Let's get them all into that scenario, so that both parties' property becomes liable under all debts to the government, right? So make them want it. So we're going to refuse it to them for a couple years so that they really want it really bad, and then they'll all go sign up for it when we make it legal.
To give you an example of that, remember there was all this concept about women's living, women's voting rights, right? Well, there was a reason from the get-go that women didn't have that. What was it? They were totally immune from debtor's prison. You could not put a woman in debtor's prison.
Or could you hold them liable for a debt? And in fact, even if they incurred a debt, it wasn't their debt, it became their husband's debt.
So they wanted rights. Excuse me, watch what you ask for, because as soon as they asked for rights, they had duties and obligations. So they had perfect immunity, and if the husband went to jail for debt, what was the wife's purpose? To grow the family, because she's out, and the kids have a parent. But now, both the husband and wife can go to jail, and now who's raising the kids? The state. Yay! You know, you don't believe this. Look at a scriptural point of view. In the scripture, isn't Jesus called the bridegroom? And who is the church referred to metaphorically as? The bride, okay? Isn't sin considered a debt? Right. Who is it that's paying the debt of sin? Is it you? No, you're part of the church. You're the bride. You're immune. Who's paying your debt? Christ, the bridegroom. He gave you all of this metaphor in Scripture, and most of us in this room probably refer to ourselves as Christians. And we don't understand simple commercial legal principles that the Scripture is teaching you, that the bride is not supposed to have voting rights. She is not supposed to have equal rights at everything, because she is protected for a legitimate, natural purpose. So just watch what you ask for.
Are we already at time? Okay.
Okay? Another question here. Mike, over here. Somebody else have it first? Go first.
Yeah, so going back a little ways, if you were at an arraignment and the judge is asking you, and how do you plead, and you're talking about pleading guilty to the facts upon all these conditions, and Jack, you were talking about how what that question really means is, are you going to pay the debt today
Correct.
or not?
Yep.
So I take it that if you, from that, I would conclude that if you're talking about pleading guilty to the facts upon condition of, and they're really asking you, are you going to pay today, that you wouldn't be able to really make that pleading unless you had done that private
Not
administrative.
necessarily.
No, you could do it extemporaneous. I can contract.
That you go
You could make
what would you
whatever
do before you left the court? What would you do? Go ask for the original charging instrument.
Okay, so but one way or another, you would have to pay, whether you've done it through a
Absolutely.
process
Because
beforehand.
if they said, okay, perfect, and you walk away and you don't get and you haven't done a private payment and you haven't endorsed the
Okay.
original charging instrument, what do you think is going to happen in the next 30 to 60 days?
Come right back at you.
Oh yeah, you're gonna for
Warrant
some
for your
reason, you're gonna show up back in court and they're gonna have you arrested, and they'll have a good reason for it.
Right.
You
Because
breached your contract. You said you were going to pay. They gave you 30 days. You didn't pay. The account is due and owing. It's in collection now. Now they're going to put out a warrant. What is a warrant in the government? What does the warrant do? A warrant is a request for a sum of money due. If somebody in the government is purchasing something, they sign a warrant to go get it, which means their department is going to pay. Okay, so the cop shows up at your front door now because it's 31 days. You said you were going to pay at the arraignment, and you didn't. And the cop is knocking on your door, and he says, "Are you ready? We've got a warrant for your arrest." Why do you think he's there? The warrant says you promised to pay, and we've got a warrant that is going to ask you to do what you said you were going to do. So if the cop says we got a warrant for your arrest, how would you respond to that right there? What would you say to him?
I'd ask for the original and endorse it.
How may I help you, sir? You say you have a warrant. Do you have the original with you for my inspection so that we can handle this matter right now? If you're the creditor, what are you going to do if he's got the original with a blue ink signature and a seal of the clerk on it?
Flip it over
Turn
and
it over on
endorse
the
it.
back and you're going to endorse it, hand it back to the cop and say, "Well, thank you very much, sir. It was nice of you to come on out so I didn't have to come in." You can take that back to the court, tell them hello for me, thank you very much, it's been nice doing business with you, you have a nice evening, and the door closes.
The chances are that's not going to happen.
Well, there may be a little bit more to the test.
The police officer's probably going to look really confused because they don't understand, as much as you may want to believe, they don't necessarily understand the intricacies of contract law, even though they are trained in it, but they don't know they're being trained in it.
And I guarantee you they didn't bring the original because that's a valuable piece of paper.
Yeah,
and the
it's sitting
cops
at the
are
court.
just more every guy debtors doing their job. They're bringing pieces of paper.
And 9 times out of 10, they're not even signed. They don't even have a copy of the signed warrant. They just have a warrant.
Or it's in my computer here. Would you like to walk out to my car and look at it? And as soon as you clear the threshold, you've got the snaps on you. Yes?
Yeah, Jack, if I were inclined to make a conditional plea of guilty, would it make any sense at all to maybe have, and I'm talking something really simple, a traffic thing or something, if I were to have my conditions written on paper so as not, in respect to the court, so I don't put the judge on the spot and all the parents yelling, "Yeah, I want some of that,"
Right.
Submit it to the bailiff.
You could even say, "Your Honor, may I approach the bench?" Right?
Yes. Or I have
because you're
an
protecting the
instrument
public.
here.
You're protecting the public. Your Honor, may I approach the bench for the purposes of protecting the public from proprietary
I have a
or private
security
information?
agreement here. I would like to give notice to the court. May I approach the bench or have a sidebar?
Now, we've had people who know nothing about commerce who have come to us for help. This is the advice I've given them, is the pleading guilty to the facts. And it's had remarkable success for people, okay? Especially when they do it right and they appear competent to the judge, okay? We had my brother's ex-girlfriend. She was a sales rep for a pharmaceutical company, okay? So she had a really nice company car and everything. and she got popped for like doing 30 or 40 miles per hour over the speed limit, which is like serious like endangerment and all these other things, right? Basically, the points that would have gone against her license, which is through the DMV, really has nothing to do with the court, would have had her license suspended, and she wouldn't be able to do her job. She would lose her job. I mean, it was a big deal, right? But what was she going to do? Go argue that she wasn't driving that fast? So we explained to her, go into the court, tell the judge, I'm here to plead guilty to the facts, and I wish to effect payment immediately. And we told her, hold a pen in one hand, hold your checkbook in the other hand.
Conditions?
No, we didn't even give her conditions. We didn't want to try to teach her contract language or anything like that. We just said, plead guilty to the facts, because there's no dishonor. That should have been like an $800 or $1,200 ticket. It was $145, and nothing ever went on her driving record. The judge goes like this, I know what you're trying to do. He goes, but I can't accept your check directly. He goes, when you leave the courtroom, write the check and give it to my clerk, and write it for $145. Now, if she'd have left the court, I guarantee you she would have got a bill for $800, $1,200 if she wouldn't have cut that check right then and there.
Let's also go back and qualify a couple things, because people are loose on their language. You said, I am going to enter a plea of guilty to the facts. The only one that can technically enter the plea is the defendant. Mm-hmm. And remember, you're not the defendant. Okay, so the language we're using as the accommodation party, we are authorizing the defendant to enter a plea of guilty to the facts in order to resolve the public matter. Okay? Now, there's two other pleas that you ought to be aware of, and go to Blacks and look them up. There's such a thing called plea and discharge. Remember how I said in my hypothetical case, I'm going to do the paperwork that says I got a certified copy of the charges, so I've received that, or at least the defendant did, and I, as the accommodation party, which is the creditor, not the defendant, because the defendant can't pay. He hasn't got anything to pay with. Although what Brandon just said is she was coming in with her checkbook. Is the checkbook public or private? It's public. So she's using liability funds to set this off. But she's being in honor. She's not arguing. She's doing everything in the court to reduce the court cost. She's being honorable as a creditor on the public liability side, so she gets extra brownie points for that. But when we're coming in as the legal title holder, as the creditor, you're authorizing the defendant to do that. If you enter a plea and discharge, if you look that up, it says that the plea is to the facts that you've already set off the account, and it no longer exists. Well, if we've already tendered something to the clerk to set this off by being responsible for the charges in the case that we are standing under, when we go into open court in the first hearing, and the judge says, how do you enter a plea, guilty or not guilty? Well, Your Honor, I've been authorized today to enter a plea and discharge, the record of this matter having already been set before the court. You're definitely going to get the judge's attention, because it's saying it's already over. There is also a plea called an Alford plea, A-L-F-O-R-D. Look that sucker up. And in a criminal case, an Alford plea is like, in a civil case, a plea of no contest. In other words, I'm not going to plead guilty to the facts, I'm not going to plead not guilty to the facts, but I'm going to allow the court to presume that we're entering a plea of guilty to the facts to help resolve this matter. So an Alford plea would be used so that you don't want to enter any specific plea in fact to a criminal case, because there may be a civil case as a collateral issue, and you don't want the voluntary entry of a guilty plea to affect the outcome in another case that might be a collateral issue to this. And so theoretically, the offered plea might also be something we could do, but I don't think we even have to go there. When we say we're willing to plead guilty to the facts, you don't want to just say that. Because remember, they're making you an offer. And in their system, in their offer, isn't everything in the public? And the public's going to presume that we're going to apply our public policy for criminal. There's a mandatory jail time on this felony. Is that what you want to consent and agree to with your plea of guilty to the facts? No. So you have to make a full counteroffer. You're willing to plead guilty to the facts to do what? To establish the account liability. Is this account $1 million? Is this account $10 million? Is this account $1.25? Because pleading to the facts on what the straw man's charged with determines the level of commercial liability, and you don't want to dispute that. If you come in as the accommodation party, do you want to say, well, I don't think that you ought to charge this guy with that claim? Remember, only the parties can argue the facts. And who's the party in this criminal case? Is it the accommodation party or is it the defendant? The defendant. So if you come in as the accommodation party, can you start arguing about what the defendant's going to get charged with and what he isn't? No, because as soon as you start arguing any of the facts in that case, you have now become the defendant because he's the only one withstanding to argue the facts. If you're coming in as the accommodation party, you got to let the facts alone. You got to let the offenses or the defenses alone. You can't argue any of that stuff. You're just there as daddy warbucks to pay off the debt of the defendant, and you can't get involved in any of the matters in this case. So you're not going to end up doing that. You're going to come out and plead guilty to the facts, and the additional contract is what? The additional contract is no jail time, no probation time, no public liability and prejudice to the defendant, because you've already settled it. Okay? I guess we're on break. We're going to lunch.
Is it 2? Is it 2 o'clock? What time are we coming back?
This is Bezel Bay, and today you'll be enjoying WTDTA Radio, where we'll be exploring the world of accounting, current expected credit loss provisions, estate planning, and tax planning, just to name a few. Don't forget, in the evening session, we'll be definitely going into civics and syntactical trusts. So remember, if you listen long enough, you will definitely learn something. Peace and love, family. Peace and love.
These Mastering Commerce Workshop sessions, hereinafter sessions, are the private exchange of ideas and concepts between the providers and recipients. The content is not meant as legal advice. Use or attempted use of any idea or procedure discussed in these sessions is applied to the recipient's own personal transactions, cases, or controversies, or applied to other cases may or may not result in a favorable outcome or the same outcome as discussed in these sessions. Each transaction, case, or controversy may be different as a result of unique actions or unique statements made by the parties therein, and each different act or statement in any transaction affects or may affect whether any procedure or idea discussed in these sessions is relevant to the recipient's transactions, whether the outcome thereof will be depicted as in these sessions. The discussion of ideas or procedures in these sessions is not exhaustive of the subjects being discussed. Many ideas and concepts that can affect the outcome of any legal or commercial procedure are not discussed in these sessions. In fact, that the recipients may not be aware of these issues may have an adverse effect on the outcome of the recipient's procedures. It is the responsibility of the recipients to understand their own transactions and to apply the appropriate and complete concepts necessary for a procedural and substantive remedy thereto. These sessions may be redistributed privately by any recipient to another recipient requesting them, conditioned upon the fact that this notice is provided therewith. If you have any questions, you can contact Mastering Commerce by email at info@masteringcommerce.org.
So
not loud enough.
Without contract, you don't have society. You know what I mean? You don't have a functioning society. And any time any leader has tried to take away contracting, that society lasts very short time. It's crumbles within a very short amount of time. And everyone knows this. People who we would, I guess, call leaders, they know this. And in reality, you take away the capacity to contract and you take away all their power as well. Because anyone and everyone's power is derived from, are we recording? Okay. Is derived from their power to contract. Plain and simple. How did the Rothschilds get the power that they have? Contract. Plain and simple. So do you think they want the ability and capacity to contract to go away? No. Because they know as soon as it does, then it becomes power struggle. It becomes a fight. And whoever's got more guns wins. Then basically everything boils down to might. And they don't want it to boil down to might, because when it comes down to it, who's got all the might? The people. There's 7 billion people. That's a lot of people. And if it comes down to it, we've got all the power.
All power rests in the hands of the people. The only thing is that powers that be don't want the people to get together and get smart enough to understand, number one, that they do have the power, but just power in and of itself, improperly used, is going to be chaos. So you have to understand how to use it in a manner which is acceptable under international private law dealing with contract.
I'm going to quote Stan Lee. With great power comes great responsibility. And he did that through Spider-Man. Right? Spider-Man had great power, and the realization was with great power comes great responsibility. And that's what we're teaching. That you have this great power, but with that power comes a great deal of responsibility. And until you're ready to step into the responsibility part of it, thank God we have the gatekeepers who will make sure that society runs and functions. Because that's, in a republic, which is what we supposedly have, that's the only thing keeping us from absolute chaos is the judges. The judges is what it comes down to. And even in the days of Moses when they were without a king, what did it come down to? The judges.
If you go back to the Old Testament in the book of Judges, and you start reading the introduction, it'll tell you at that time in Israel, all they had was the people, and everyone was doing his own thing. And so why did they instill the power and office of the judges? The judges were the trustees over the people who were just doing their own thing. And if you think people doing their own thing always get it right, they never do, especially if they're uneducated. So why did the land of Israel have the power of the judges before they got the office of the king? Because the judges were the trustees to keep the people in the land from sinning so much that God would bring a judgment against the land. What do you got in America today? Don't you have people basically doing their own thing? But we have superimposed in America a judicial system. Let me ask you a question. Is this judicial system anything like the original office of the judicial system under the Constitution? No.
Well,
These
I think
judges
they're
are
both
under
there.
what?
There's a legislative court and a judicial court that are happening simultaneously. Now, most of the time you're in court, you're under a legislative court, which there are no judicial determinations in a legislative court. Only administrative determinations are made in a legislative court. Why is there a legislative court? Because a majority, 99.9% of what's happening is under statute, which is legislation.
And the statutes are the rules of the democracy,
the corporation
which
itself.
is an overrun government, overrun by the military, to which the commander-in-chief president is the head of the military. So you do not have an independent judicial. You've got a court-martial judicial operating under the democracy. You do not have an independent legislative. You have a legislative advisement to the democracy run as a military government. And so everything is administrative process. They're basically trustees to do what? They keep the people who are doing their own thing in line. So we're right back to where we were in the Old Testament again. Nothing changes. History just goes around and around.
But when people step up to be responsible and to operate under the common law and under private rights and remedies, the judicial, it's as if it comes to life. And I don't know if all judges understand this, but I think a lot of them do, that they play a dual role. That they play the legislative, where they make administrative determinations, but when called upon, they can make administrative or judicial determinations as well. I think we see most of the judicial stuff happen in what we call in chambers. So it seems to me that if there were two sides to the court, what's happening in the public, what's happening in the courtroom when the judge is in his robe is administrative determinations, legislative court. What happens when the judge takes off his robe or you meet in chambers is judicial determinations. So you've got access. But in order to use that side of the law, so to speak, or that side of the court, you have to demonstrate that you operate responsibly in the republic without the franchise, without the benefits, without the privileges.
Aren't all those benefits and privileges, that's just another contract we've gotten ourselves into, right? Mm-hmm. And they know you're in this contract when you go in there.
Well, they don't know that. They presume it.
Well, it's already under presumption, right?
Yeah. Like, for instance, if I were in court and they were to bring up, let's say they have some kind of a master record of the straw man named Brandon Adams, what they would see is that it has no property, doesn't take any sort of benefits, doesn't pay into any kind of a benefit system, right, is basically by record doing nothing. It doesn't exist. It doesn't have a driver's license. It doesn't operate in their world of commerce.
But the regular guy, he's like me.
And that's actually what we're going to get into right now, are the
driver's
hats.
license and, you know.
And there's nothing wrong with that, because there's a way to be effective in commerce while wearing all those hats. You can still operate a straw man. It's about understanding who you are so that you are truly operating it as if it is something separate from yourself. The problem is when you believe that you're a name. I don't care how the name's spelled. I don't care if it's uppercase, lowercase, hieroglyphics. It doesn't matter. The name is always a fiction. Whether that fiction is a franchise of the United States or whether that fiction is a privately generated entity is to be determined based on what? Your actions, your conduct, how it's expressed in contract. Right? Like when I write a contract, it's very clear what entity you're contracting with, that this entity is not a franchise of the United States, that by even being in contract with the entity, you're waiving any and all franchise benefits, privileges. Okay? So there is no limited liability in this contract. Okay? If you're entering into this contract, you're doing so without that straw man, so to speak. I don't care what name you want to use in the contract, but we're clear that in this contract, that franchise is not allowed. Meaning, if there's any dispute in the contract, I've spelled out how the dispute is to be handled. You see, because one of the benefits and privileges of operating that franchise is that you've got the disposal of the court system to handle any contract disputes, right? But in the private contract, I've spelled out that that is not an option. That the only option for dispute resolution is a private dispute resolution process through a private court or third party. whatever it is. But by entering into the contract, you've agreed to that. So just like your landscaping contract, if it was expressed and spelled out that we're not operating under franchise, that we're expressly operating under whatever you want to call it, under common law, private international law, right? You guys have seen the governing law clause in contracts, right? This contract shall be construed and enforced under the laws of the state of California or under the laws of the United States, right?
Jurisdiction.
It's setting the franchise. It's saying that this contract is protected under this franchise. And what do they do in the initial pleadings of a court case? Right, they'd say what the name is, that this person is a resident, right, of the state of California.
So the name is a franchise.
Okay, so they're spelling out that showing that the court has jurisdiction. Because if you weren't a resident or a citizen or anything else, the court would have no jurisdiction. Because that status of resident of state of California is something that falls under the Superior Court of California's jurisdiction. If you weren't a resident, or if the property wasn't in the state of California would have no jurisdiction, right?
They're talking about a straw man.
Right, but that's what you're there for.
They're talking about the straw man.
That's the only thing they charge. If you didn't use the straw man and didn't have a driver's license and all those other things, how could they make you the same as the straw man? Why would you care what they were charging the straw man with? The fact is, you got bank accounts, you got property, and you got all these things in the name of the straw man, so you're using it. So you show up because you're freaked out. You don't want them to charge the straw man because there's all this stuff that you've got under the straw man that's in jeopardy, isn't it?
But you could show up as the accommodation party.
Right.
If you show up as the accommodation party, are you under those jurisdictions or any of those presumptions that are in the leading paragraphs of their court case? Not unless you want to be. Okay, so you're totally alien and foreign to anything they've just said. So the issue is, what's your point? We're here to set off the case.
Okay, so let's look at the different hats, so to speak, that we wear in relationship to this straw man. Because this straw man is a corporation, or trust, put it simply. It's a trust formed under the franchise of the United States.
Yeah, trust is to reality. A lot of patriots are trying to file 1041 tax returns on the straw man, but that's too much reality for them. They don't want to see that.
They've already got a special class. They realize it's a trust, but they have a special class of trust that they call individual. Mm-hmm. And an individual is a special kind of trust that files a 1040 form. Okay? So in tax code, this trust is known as an individual. Okay, individual taxpayer. Now, explain to me, Jack, the accommodation party.
Well, remember in Scripture in chapter 4 of Genesis, you have the first tax protester, and that happened to be Cain. Because the sin in the Garden of Eden was reckoned as a debt. And so Adam and Eve were told at the tail end of chapter 3 that they had a debt. And they realized when you have a debt, you got to pay something on the debt. And if you can't pay it all at once, you got to pay it every moon, which is every 30 days, every month. And at first, remember, Adam and Eve said they were naked and they covered themselves with leaves. But at the tail end of chapter 3, the Lord said, no, that's not the money of account. And God slew animals and gave Adam and Eve the pelts, skins of the animals as a covering. The blood of the animal was the money. And the pelt, now the dead animal, is the receipt for the payment of the tax. And remember, if you've paid a debt for the month on an installment, you say you've covered the debt. So the nakedness was, in essence, their understanding that they no longer stood with God, they were separate. and they needed a covering every month, a receipt for a payment of an installment. Now, since the blood was the declared money, you had two offspring of Adam and Eve, one called Abel and one called Cain. And in chapter 4, we have the first tax protester, because the Lord went looking for Cain and said to Cain, "What the heck are you doing? You are not paying your taxes," i.e. your debt installment, properly on a monthly basis. Now, Abel raised animals, and he made a sacrifice of the animals to do his monthly payment in blood to God, and it was acceptable. But Cain was a farmer, and he decided that when he went in to pay his mortgage to the bank, he was going to take some fruit and vegetables in, and the Lord was coming to him as the banker saying, "That's not legal tender. I cannot accept your payment." And Cain is arguing with him, and the Lord said, "Unless you give me blood, you haven't made your payment." So Cain goes out, slew his brother, and gave the Lord his brother's blood, which is now compounding a lot of problems, because number one, you can't take property from your neighbor to pay your debts. It's called theft. Secondly, thou shalt not kill. You don't have the right to take the life of your brother. But the point is, the Lord said something about, "Are you not your brother's keeper?" And if you've seen the movie Cloud Atlas, you will know that they're saying that every event that happens, civilly and criminally, affects every one of us, because it ripples on in nature and causes all kinds of problems. We are our brother's keeper, which means that we have to accommodate our brother. If you see he has a debt and he cannot pay it and you are his brother, if he asks you and you can help him, you must do so. Now, our straw man are not technically our brothers, they're fictions. But nevertheless, you helped create them through that grantorship role. And whatever you've created, you're responsible for. And because you have created him and he's gotten himself in trouble, you have to deal with the trouble that your creation has caused. And if you don't deal with that, then you're held accountable. How many people saw the movie Prometheus? Do you remember in that story, which is the prelude to, or prequel to the movie Aliens? And Aliens was out like at the end of the 1980s or something like that. And this movie is a prequel to it. It dealt with a corporation on Earth sending a spaceship way out to investigate. The first one, Alien, was a derelict spaceship. And the crew was supposed to meet with this, transfer the cargo on board the derelict spaceship and bring it back to planet Earth, because the corporation wanted to retrieve it. It turned out to be that alien monster. The reason that the corporation wanted it is because it was so dangerous, they wanted to turn it into a military weapon. And you saw what it did. It just about wiped out everybody on the voyage except the captain. Prometheus is a prequel in which there is a story of the same corporation sending out a mission about 30 to 40 years prior to the mission for Alien. And they went to a far distant star system, probably under Orion, because they believed that the gods, they called them the architects, that had created life on planet Earth. They came down to Earth and seeded life, then abandoned their creation. They believed that the architects, once they got up to Prometheus to investigate this, were coming back to planet Earth with the goal of exterminating all man life on Earth. And the question that they posed in the movie Prometheus was, why would the gods that created life on earth want to come back and kill us? Just go to the scripture. Did not God create man and put man on earth? And later on, he looked down on earth and he said, look what kind of a problem man is doing down there. We've got to wipe them all out. If you create something and it gets outside your control, you're responsible for it. Now, what God ended up doing is he came down and wiped out all of mankind except for 8 people who were on the ark. 8 stands for new beginnings. They never answered the question in the movie Prometheus why the architects would want to come down and plan on wiping out life on earth. But we already know the answer to that, and in the movie it gives them an excellent opportunity to have a sequel to the prequel. But the point that Hollywood is making is, as a group of 7 billion inhabitants on planet Earth, aren't the majority of the 7 billion so incompetent that they can't handle their own affairs, let alone get along with each other? Isn't there right now a public monument in the state of Georgia that's been there for a period of time, which has literally said that the destiny of mankind should be a society of a balance of around 500 million people and no more than that? We can't even fix our own problems, let alone be our brother's keeper. But we are told by accommodation that we must look out for our brothers, but if we can't even look out for ourselves first, there's a fat chance that any of us are going to be looking out for our brothers. But they've given you a perfect metaphor here. Even as mankind who fell into sin has no capacity to set off that debt because he has no currency that can be used to pay the account. You have to have a lamb that has blood and is an innocent lamb, having never sinned, to have the lawful money of account to pay off the debt. In what man has not sinned, other than if you believe the scripture, there was one that came to life without sin, and his blood was shed as the de jure money, not a de facto money, because the sacrifice of the animals all the way through the Old Testament was a de facto money. It didn't pay the debt, it was symbolic of paying the debt. Had it not been for Jesus, the accommodation party for the rest of us, there would be no plan of salvation in the sense of the biblical telling you about debt and redemption. Your straw man was created in sin. I mean, he was not given access to anything except public debt. You can't pay off public debt with public debt. That's called a novation. It is not called a payment. So unless the living man who has the capacity to get the money that is equivalent to asset, having both legal and equitable title to its units, comes in as an accommodation party for his own straw man, there is no ability to get your straw man out of trouble because there is no remedy in the public. You've got to go over to the private side in order to get your asset funds to have that remedy. So everything that we will be teaching you in terms of a remedy, in court, in your private administrative process, personally knowing, as I came up here after lunch here, one of the gentlemen said to me, so let me get this straight. You're saying I can just write another promissory note and get my remedy? And the answer is absolutely yes, if you're writing that promissory note as an accommodation party creditor, not as the straw man. So what Brandon is taking you into right now is the absolute foundation for all remedy. You got to get back to the equivalent of the lawful money, which only comes from the private side. And your only remedy is to deal with these accounts by what is called accommodation. And in the Uniform Commercial Code, you'll see it under 3-419. And that gives you the right as accommodation. And you got to understand that if you're going to accommodate another party, you as the accommodation party are getting no direct benefits. What that means is you can't own what it is that you redeem for your straw man. Only he can own it, but you cannot, because ownership is debt. And you're not doing it to claim anything other than to help your brother.
So what is an accommodating party? Does he represent? What does represent mean? What's that?
Represent.
Represent. To present again. So is an accommodating party representing or even have the authority to represent the debtor? No.
Is he the trustee?
In commerce, if you present someone, who are you presenting them to and for what purpose? You're the subject or the servant. You're being introduced as the servant or subject to the sovereign. You don't want to be presented. You are who you are. And as if you believe that you have the capacity of a sovereign, you're not presented to another sovereign. You might be introduced to another sovereign, but to be presented or represented, represent means you're being brought back from having not been the subject, and you're now going to comply and be the subject. Remember, an attorney represents a client. Or the court says, would you like to represent yourself? No, not really. I am who I am. I don't want to present any fiction back to you and become the fiction. So the answer to the question is the accommodation party is not representing anyone.
So that's an important distinction so that you don't make the mistake of having that in your language or in your thoughts. You are not representing, or the accommodating party is not representing anyone. So if the accommodating party is not representing the straw man, what is the accommodating party?
The agent for.
The agent for what? What's that? The provider pays? Okay.
Is he taking the liabilities on behalf of?
Is he taking the liabilities on behalf of? Okay. Becoming a surety for the liabilities? So what is the relationship? What makes sense? If we're going to be an accommodating party and we're going to be discharging or setting off debt of the straw man,
Doing something on behalf of the straw man.
you're doing
You're
something.
doing something on behalf of the straw man.
Okay, so you're acting.
You're acting.
Okay.
So the good example for is like, let's say I'm a mother paying on behalf of my daughter. I'm taking the full responsibility of the debt. You know, I'm being liable or becoming a surety of my daughter, who's going to have the ownership of the car, for example, but she's not going to be liable. That would be the example of. So I'm being the accommodation party for.
As the accommodating party, do you have the liabilities of the party you're accommodating?
No, you're assuming the liability.
Assuming the liability.
Are you assuming the liabilities? Or do the liabilities remain with the party you're accommodating?
Oh,
It It remains with the party you're accommodating.
So, wouldn't you be like a trustee in some sense?
Tell me more. What's the trust?
The trust would be a private. There's two trusts, right?
Well, there's
a
lot of trusts.
I mean,
there's a lot of trusts.
In this particular capacity, there's like two trusts, right?
What would be the corpus of that trust?
Of the private trust?
What property are you putting into that trust that you're just describing?
That'd be the body.
What body?
This body. No?
No, there's another trust that holds the body. What
That's the
property
public
are you
trust.
putting into this trust
That'd be
that you're
the
creating
estate.
by accommodation?
It'd be the estate.
What estate?
The private asset estate.
No, it's already in another trust.
Okay, then I'm talking.
It was in the Social Security trust.
That's in the Social Security.
What are you transferring into this trust? See, you said trust, and Brandon picked up on that, and he's got this aha moment, and he's trying to get you to think of how many elements are in the trust.
There'd be substance. What's the substance, right?
Well, there's a grantor, there's a trustee, there's a beneficiary. Describe that, but then the trust doesn't work unless you put some property in there.
You don't have a trust.
What property is going into this trust that we're dealing with by accommodation?
The account or the debtor?
The debtor account. If he owes a tax, this accommodation to pay that tax, the property going into the trust is the debt account for that tax for that taxpayer. So it's a straw man's taxpayer debtor account. That's the property. Okay? Who was the grantor? Who is the trustee? And who is the beneficiary?
The beneficiary is the straw man or the creditor, and the trustee, the grantor, would be the accommodation party.
Just guessing.
Okay.
Close?
Close. Anything with a name or a unique identifier, by definition, is a trust. So even an account, like for instance, federal court case number 3:2012-6635. That's an account, and there's a trust. If it's got a unique identifier, there's a trust to it. Okay, so the straw man, does he have a unique identifier? What is the unique identifier? The name with the Social Security number. So that is a trust. The debt accounts. What debt account are we dealing with? What's that? We can do a court issue. The case number. Okay, so the court case becomes a debt account. Okay? So as the accommodating party, where do you fit? What is your relationship to the debt account and the straw man? Well, here, let's first, what's the straw man's relationship to the debt account?
Would they be the grantor?
Could he be a grantor? Who's got duties and obligations in a trust? The trustee. So, what's the straw man in the debt account? Initially, he's a trustee. What happens when a trustee doesn't perform? A protector steps in, right? Who's the general public protector? The judge. Okay, so, but what if someone steps into this abandoned role? Now, can the straw man, who has no lawful money, who has no assets or property, Can he do anything with the debt account?
No.
He can't settle it, right? He can't set it off. He could take a benefit and privilege and go to jail. But who, in that scenario, who's settling the account? Who's taking responsibility to settle the account? The judge.
Protector.
The judge is taking responsibility to settle the account. Okay, so if we don't want the judge stepping in and settling the account, what does the accommodating party need to do? Settle the account. Step in and settle the account. Right? So what role would you be stepping into? Trustee. Okay? So the accommodating party steps into the role of trustee for the debt account.
So the accommodation party is doing in private what the judge of necessity is doing in public if the old trustee, the straw man, stands back and does nothing. And so you can settle it privately, or you can do nothing and settle it publicly. But you can't settle it through the old trustee, the straw man. You have to have a protector, an accommodating party.
Okay, so now we also use the term often of paramount security interest holder. What does that term mean? Paramount security interest holder. What is a security interest? It's a lien. What do you mean by that? What is a lien? A claim? A claim to? A right to? An interest in? Right? So, what is paramount? The highest, superior, priority over all others. Now let's think about the trust that you're currently engaged with now. You talked about a body being in the trust, right? The physical body. Who's the paramount security interest holder? Are you sure?
Well,
when was their what was their date and time of their claim?
when the birth certificate was registered.
When the birth certificate was registered. Right? What, are you dancing for some reason?
Yeah.
What is my microphone's on?
No, I was saying.
Oh, you had an answer? You had an aha? Oh, the I. Okay, so the I, the true you, which isn't the body, you're not the body, you have a body, right? Who are you? Who are you? Are you sure? Because I would say you have a soul, but you're not the soul. The soul is an aspect of you, something you have, just like a body, just like a mind. You have a mind. Are you your mind?
Yeah, no. Body, soul, and spirit. The body is the physical. The soul is the animating life force to the body. Because when you are deemed to be a dead body, it's said that the soul has departed from the body. The life is in the soul. So the soul is the attribute that gives life to the body, but it's still not you. You are the spirit.
Is there an answer to this question? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
I've never seen my spirit. I can't describe it. All I know is I am.
So, and that's an interesting analogy that they even use in Scripture of the I am and the ineffable. Because there's an element of you that can watch your thoughts, that can experience emotions, that can experience the physical body. So it's none of those things. If you're observing thoughts, which you can do, can you see your thoughts? Can you hear your thoughts? Can you watch your thoughts? Yeah. There's an element of you that can actually observe the thinking element, which is the mind. so it's not you. There's an element of you that can experience emotion. The emotions aren't you. There's an aspect of you that experiences the body. That's not you. Now, this is an esoterical conversation, and this goes deep in all religions and philosophies. The who am I? Who are you? And the minute you label it, that ain't you. Because anything you label, soul, body, mind, emotions, anything that you label is now content, not the context. Does anybody know what I mean by the distinction between content and context? Okay, so what is the context of this training or of this workshop? That's content. What is the context? What's that? Energy? That's content.
It's just before, that moment before you think it is, that's content.
That's content.
The room? Tables? Yeah.
That's content. Tables are content. Content. Learning is content. Becky. No thing. But you just labeled it, so you just made it content. See the problem we have here? As soon as you start to label it, that's not what it is. Because you're more in the sense of context of being. Now that I've labeled it, it's not that either. But that's essentially what we're getting at is you in your truest form are the context of being, which includes a soul, it includes a body, it includes an emotional experience, it includes everything that you can label and observe. Yet that which observes and makes distinctions is the context. And then as soon as I label it, it becomes content. So any name is a fiction. So when I said, who had paramount security interest in the body? And you said, I do. And I said, well, who are you? I'm not doubting that you have the paramount security interest in the body, because let's face it, you were there first, right? You were there first. So if you were the first one there, in the body, of the body, connected to the body, having the body, so you had first claim to the body, okay? So, and from the body, we have labor, right? We are behind moving the body. We're behind creating with the body. So we're behind generating with the body, correct? And we generate with the mind. So the I, that thing that can't be labeled, has an interest in everything generated and created through the mind, body, spirit. Correct? So first claim to all of it. So when the straw man gets introduced and property starts being generated through who has the interest in the labor? I do. And so I have first claim to all the property that gets placed into this trust, don't I? And remember, we were talking about security interests earlier. Does my interest ever go away? No, it's always there, but I can assign it, can't I? And so what happens is interests of our labor, interests of the body, all get placed into this trust. Right? Or in trusts like it. Because if we're talking about the straw man as the Social Security Trust, there was a trust that existed before that got into a contract with the United States to create this. And that may be the trust that the body is in. Because the first trust was created when your parents said, oh, I'm going to call it Brandon Alexander Adams. They gave it a unique identifier, didn't they? And if you look at that life, you could look at, in that trust you had God, that force that creates, as the grantor, mom and dad as the trustees, right? And the world as the beneficiary. That was the first trust. We can call that the origin trust. So it has this unique identifier. And a lot of times we make a distinction of this trust. We call it the living man. But it's a fiction because you gave it a name. But your implication of calling it a living man, and I've heard people say flesh and blood, living man, right? Is that it was the origin trust in which the body was placed. And you've taken on the role of trustee for. So are you the name? No, not in any form. Mom and dad gave it a name. And you decided to operate in commerce through that name. And the first contract you got into created this franchise. So the body was originally in that trust, the origin trust. Does it ever give up its interest in the body? No. So now we've already got, before we've even made it into public commerce, we've already got two trusts. And then this trust was created. And an interest in the body was conveyed. How do I know that?
Because of the certificate.
What's the evidence of that? Birth certificate? What else? Well, that was on the application for the birth certificate, right? So you're placing the body into a trust, right? And so you had to identify the property, right? Just like we need a VIN number, right? We need a VIN number to put the car into a trust. What do we need to put the body into a trust? A unique identifier, right? Unique identifier, right? So footprints are a unique identifier. And then it gave it a name. This is before there was a number. So that's another trust. And then that trust contracted to create what the trust that we deal with the most in public, which is that trust with a number. It's got the name, all capital letters, and the number, unique identifier. So there's already been a conveyance of interest in the body at least 3 or 4 levels before we get here. And then, if we're going back to this being a court case, well, let's say it's a criminal court case. If you're found guilty and sentenced to 7 years in the warehouse, has there been another conveyance of interest in the body? Right? Into this trust. And then is this trust revocable or irrevocable? Revocable. It's revocable.
What if you get life?
Even if you get life, it's a revocable contract. It's a revocable trust. Because this trust is a revocable trust, isn't it? And so is the birth certificate trust. That's a revocable trust. Now, the origin trust is revocable. It's just, do you want, may be difficult for some, maybe for others it's easier, but it's revocable. It can terminate and be terminated intentionally. That's revocability.
Would you be willing to take a moment and go back to the first trust you're aware of? Just kind of along the timeline of what we've done.
along the timeline of a man's life, or even predating his existence due to other contracts that are in place and that he kind of steps into through his parents or whatever.
Right.
Well, nobody can contract for you other than you unless you're incompetent by way of age or disability. So anything that existed before you were born into the world actually doesn't influence you in terms of the worldly things. The only contract that deals with you before you were born into the world that you got to deal with is part of the origin trust with God, because you were born into the world with what is called inherited sin. And that just means inherited debt. It didn't mean that you came into the world and you didn't even commit a murder or theft or anything. It meant that it's implied upon you. Because understand this, under the law of debt, whatever collateral belongs to the debtor until the debt is discharged or paid is included within the estate to pay that debt off from the beginning. And so Scripture defines the spiritual thing that brought you into the world with a disability is that our parents, Adam and Eve, fell into debt. Did they ever pay their debt? Ever. Not of themselves. They needed an accommodation party, right? Okay? So because the offspring of the man is his property, all future generations are under his liability to pay that debt. So original sin or inherited sin is nothing more than being described as, we don't care if they're unborn and born into the future until somebody pays off Adam and Eve's debt. They're still collateral that are under debt, and hence they're under original sin.
And let's look at the body itself. You're borrowing the elements that make up the body. It's borrowed property. So there's an implied debt because you didn't bring the materials of your body into the world with you. You came into the world, inhabited the body, and are temporarily, you're constantly borrowing from the planet itself to maintain the body, aren't you? When you consume food and it breaks down to make up the rest of your body, you're borrowing it.
Now when you look in terms of things that are going on in this world is the world of the fiction and the government and the bankers. The world is reality. So we can talk about the world and this world. They had no contracts on anybody in the world. It only comes on you as you come into this world. See, the whole reason why the abortion program is what it is because until you are born and registered, the government can claim no property rights on you. So that whole history of abortion, the question that was asked in the abortion bills in the courts were, could the woman have the right to determine what was going to happen to the issue of her body as far as this world, the corporate state, was concerned? And what the judges went back and said, we don't have any contracts on the fetus. We don't have any contracts on the fetus until we get the hoof print after it's born alive.
Hoof print.
So it makes never mind to us what the hell goes on. It's outside our jurisdiction. So in essence, they did a confession and avoidance. We're not going to say it's legal. We're not going to say it's lawful. Well, we're not going to say it's right or wrong or lawful. We will say, as far as legalities are concerned, since nobody's got a claim on it, we could care less what the hell happens to it. You see what happens? And it doesn't say it's right or wrong, morally right, morally wrong, or anything else. See, in Scripture and most religions, the Lord said, I knew you from before you were even conceived. So in that
so that's where the original contract is made. Before you were conceived, there was the contract.
You got it. But not in this world.
Origin.
So if you're going to talk now about how did the corporate state get involved in any of these contracts, it didn't get involved into the contract till a baby came into the world. It wasn't yet registered, so they couldn't deal with the baby. But was the mom registered? You bet. She was one of the slaves on the plantation because she was registered. And any time the plantation had a birth, it was was property, and who'd the property belong to? Belonged to the plantation. So you had a birth through a registered mom, and now they go to mom and say, you have anything announced to the plantation? Oh yeah, by the way, there was a property delivered to the plantation. Well, let's go ahead and register it then. You see what's happening? So they didn't bring anything on you until your mom registered you in this world. And as soon as that happened, they're just sitting back for 18 years to see what you're going to do about it, because they got to get your consent to ratify what your agent, your mom, did with you. Because everybody is born into freedom and opportunity, unless, of course, you want to give it away pursuant to Exodus 21:5. If you love being a slave, you can go in front of the officials and say, I want to be a slave, and they will allow you to be enslaved. So at age 18, you got a 30-day period to be enslaved. Now, when mom registers you, like Brandon said, she registers you under a name. That name now becomes the property description. And who is the holder of the use for that name? Who's got the rights to it?
Who'd you register it with?
Yeah, whoever it's registered with.
Think about this. You guys ever heard of the term in persona conjuncta? In persona conjuncta. It is a term used in trusts whereby, or it's used beyond trust, but specifically in trusts, the trustee has all the rights and powers of the trust itself. So, in mom applying, right, asking the state to be trustee, basically said the state has all the rights and powers of this name, because the state is the trustee. So when you go in there and you think you're Brandon Alexander Adams, you're having an identity crisis, because it's the state that's Brandon Alexander Adams.
It's the plantation's property description, and it belongs to the plantation. Doesn't belong to you. So if you're looking at the Patriot Redemption Manual, there is some errors in there, because they're going to tell you in there what you need to do is go copyright that name. Excuse me. You don't have the rights to that name unless you're going to do something to gain that trust back, because the trustee, the United States, has the rights to that name. So the biggest problem you're going to have if you copyright that name and try to charge the state for using that name on documents, they're going to come after you, because you're a claim jumper. It's their claim, not yours. So you don't want to do that. They've got the first name, the middle name, and the last name. That's copyrighted. But see, under the common law, that's not even your name in the common law. In the common law, dealing with the first, middle, and last, what is your name under the common law? First and middle. That's it. The last name is not part of your name under the common law. So what the state is copyrighting is they're copyrighting what you think is you, but it's not you. If you went back to using just your first and middle name, they haven't got a copyright on that. And if you go into court and they say, are you Leslie Jack Smith? I would never testify and say, no, I'm just Leslie Jack. But if I did that, they can't recognize a Leslie Jack because it's not registered. But they can recognize a Leslie Jack Smith. Now, how many people in here have filed a UCC-1 to try to get their own identity? There's some of you, okay? Have the rest of you heard of that or not even heard of it? How many have not even ever heard of doing that? Okay, there's a number of people in here, okay? Remember, the UCC is where you're filing private claims. And if you're trying to get your freedom and liberty back, whatever that means, there's a lot of patriots out there that are going down and filing UCC-1 as the first part of their process on what generally is called redemption. And in order to file a UCC1, you got to have a debtor and you got to have a creditor. And they use the name debtor, Leslie Jack Smith, all caps. And then they try to use the name creditor, Leslie Jack Smith, upper and lower case. But in their system, every name is all uppercase. So even if you did that on your app, when anything comes back from the Secretary of State, they're going to look the same. They're all caps. Because caps are fictions, dead things, which is what a person is. It's a dead thing.
Which is what anything in commerce is.
Because it's admiralty commerce.
Anything with a unique identifier, a name, a title, is a fiction. So in their world, or this world, every fiction is an all uppercase appellation.
Because that's the names on the backs of ships going to sea, vessels. They're all feminine. Admiralty's feminine, and it's all caps, whereas masculine or law of the land is proper upper and lower case. So all your name is a registered vessel in commerce operated under Admiralty Maritime. So it's all uppercase. So how do you get around that? Well, if you were to put in on the fiction or the debtor, Leslie Jack Smith, but under the creditor, you were putting in Leslie Jack, they got a box for a suffix, don't they? Put of. And then the last name, Smith, starts with a little s, M-I-T-H. Leslie Jack of Smith, is that the same copyright name as Leslie Jack Smith? No, it's different. They don't recognize it in their system as being the same name. So therefore, you know, if you try using the way most patriots do to begin with, and just upper and lower case the creditor name, the Secretary of State many times will write back and say, you can't contract with yourself, this is an invalid filing, hasta la vista, we're not going to file it. And many of them don't get filed. But there's ways around it by understanding what is what and what is proper. And they get it done.
And what names you want to have your interests in. We call this the name game. A lot of our clients get caught up in the name game. And oftentimes it becomes the biggest obstacle to getting any kind of a remedy or result for people.
First thing the judge does when you go into court on a criminal case is, what is your name? Sir, what is your name? Are you, if the defendant's name is Leslie Jack Smith, are you Leslie Jack Smith? And as soon as you say, here and present, Your Honor, you're the debtor, you just screwed up the whole case. You can't respond to the name. If you become the name, you are the debtor. If you're the debtor, you're not the accommodation party. If you're not the accommodation party, how are you going to win this case? So the judge says, who are you? I'm the accommodation party, Your Honor. May we proceed? Well, are you Leslie Jack Smith? Your Honor, I told you I conditionally accept your offer to qualify beyond the fact that I am the accommodation party. Is this court maintaining an obstruction of this case, or are we ready to proceed? He asked, who are you? In what capacity are you here? If you give him the name, what capacity are you here when you answer to the name?
Defendant.
You're the debtor. You just lost your case.
Could you do the first name hyphen, middle name, colon?
No, they're going to go that, well, it's a bunch of crap because the last name is still the same as it was before.
That's the quantum way of writing the name. But when the rest of your document is fictionalized, what use is the name in quantum?
Okay.
I have a huge issue with that because I see patriots doing it all over the place, putting their name in quantum. I don't even think they know where it came from. They just saw someone do it, and so they thought, oh, well, that means the living man. No. It's still a fiction. It's just because it's a noun, you compound a noun with a hyphen. So Brandon Alexander, Brandon hyphen Alexander is one thing. Just like he was saying, Jack Leslie, it's one thing. The colon signifies of the Smiths. or of the family Smith. That's what the colon means. That's what the symbol, the colon, means. Example, of, as, okay? So that's why the name is written that way. It's a proper way to create that noun. And a noun is a no. If you look at the word noun, it's N-O-U-N, which is a no, and then un is no. So it's a no-no. What happens if you have two negatives? It's positive. It's a thing. A noun exists. It's real. Okay, now we're not going to go too deep into quantum because the place where quantum language falls apart is the maxims of law. Maxims of law state that the intention is the soul of the instrument. The intention is the soul of the instrument. So the fact that none of us know how to properly write or speak English is immaterial and irrelevant. The intention is the soul of the instrument.
When you put that name in there, like in quantum or in reality, in their courts, they can't see anything living, so you're not there. So it's a failure to appear. They can only deal with the fictions. So when we're coming in there as the accommodating party, that's why they will not want to talk and respond to us, because we are the accommodating party. The only reason we can get by with being the accommodation party is because we're probably the only one there that truly has a claim. And they cannot prevent a claimant from being there as long as you do it colorably enough to be able to make it work. See, they summonsed up. Remember, summons, isn't that something you do like when you go to a seance? And if you're going to summon something up, are you looking for reality, or are you looking for something that already died to come back and do something? So when they put out a summons for your straw man, isn't your straw man dead? And so they want him to reappear at the hearing to help them screw up the estate of the straw man. So they're really calling a seance in their dead courts to have the appearance that something real is showing up when we're not going to deal with him anyway, because since he's dead, every court is a probate court, and who the hell's going to take any testimony off of the dead? You'd be insane to do it. That's why you can't win in the court when you do appear as the dead thing, because you are dead. It boggles your mind to believe that they can get away with the insanity and the crap on us, and we don't even question what the hell is going on. So just take it from us, you cannot win by answering to the name, no matter in what capacity it's in. All you want to do is appear as the accommodation party, and if they intend to deny you, then counterclaim them for obstructing justice and denying justice and equal opportunity. Because if you are a registered accommodation party with a registered interest, they cannot ignore you.
Then if you state to the judge that, introduce yourself as accommodation party Leslie Jack Smith for the defendant Leslie Jack Smith,
I'm not an accommodation party for him. I'm accommodating his account.
Okay, so
otherwise they'll assume I'm representing him.
Remember what the accommodation party stepped into? Trustee of what?
Settling the account.
I thought this is the latest thing that Gordon was saying, but then he's not here to defend that.
Right. Well, it's not the accommodating party for
the defendant.
Okay.
You could be accommodating the account. You could even be accommodating the paramount security interest holder. You see?
Remember what Brandon said. The soul of whatever it is you're doing is the object of what you're trying to achieve. What did we put into that trust that's trying to settle this debt? We set the debt account in there. And so the trustee is there for the purpose of settling the debt account. The trustee is not impersonating the trust name. He's trying to settle all of the matters associated with the trust name, which includes this debt. And he had to step in place of the old trustee, which was the name, because he wasn't doing the job. So he is in place thereof, but his job is to accommodate the debt, which is the object of the trust, settle that debt. And remember, the public is military courts, right? And what does the judge or the tribunal on the military court, when somebody appears before the court, what are they most interested in? The rank of the party there. Hi, I'm general. Hi, I'm private. You know, well, who are you? Oh, I'm private. No, I'm accommodation party. That's who I am today. Who am I addressing? She's just there to tell them who you are, what capacity you're there, so that you can handle the business. They try to trap you into answering for the name. Aha! You are that thing that's in our inventory. Now you're the dead defendant, because that's the thing in their inventory, and you took on the trappings of the name. So the name game is what they trap you into to get you to acknowledge you're the debtor defendant with no remedy, and now you go sit over in the corner, in the dunce corner with the cap, and we'll settle your problems and tell you how many years you got to go to jail. That's the way that's going to go if you play that game.
And so you're accommodating the account, and if you're accommodating for anyone, it's for the paramount security interest holder, because the paramount security interest holder is the one with what? He's got he's got the claim. He's got the claim to all the defendant's property. So it's only the paramount security interest holder who can settle the debt, because it's only the paramount security interest holder who can say, yes, use this property to set off this debt. The debtor doesn't have any right to use the property. You see?
Well, they question standing anyway. The question standing.
They'll only question standing if you haven't established any, which you do through not only your private process, but through your public process as well, which we'll talk a little more about today or tomorrow or the next day, because you not only have to perfect, and we're going to go through what we call an A, B, C, 3 processes. An A process, a B process, and a C process. The C process is in the public court. And so there's a standing, but how you enter the case is what establishes your standing. So what have you filed? And in what capacity has it been filed?
Well, if you don't file anything,
then you're going to have a hard time getting your remedy.
you don't have any standing.
Well, no, unless you're the defendant.
Yeah.
Because the only people who have standing are the people who have an interest in the account.
That's
the only people with an interest in the
defendant, but the defendant is a total dead thing with no remedy.
So basically, the accommodation party is also like the intervener too. Is it similar? Or?
Kind of like an intervener in that it's not the debtor.
But you come in.
He's a third-party intervener
affairs for some personal.
in order to assist the defendant, because the defendant is powerless, has no ability to get a remedy,
and is protecting the interests of who? Whose interests are being protected by the accommodating party? The paramount security interest holder.
But he's also benefiting the creditor who brought the claim, and he's benefiting the defendant who ordinarily has no remedy. So it's a win-win.
So Jack, you mentioned this. Does the accommodating party have to be registered?
The accommodating party is actually the grantor, or should have been that grantor to that trust.
Registered on what? What do you
Well, he mentioned that there's needed to be some sort of registration for the accommodating party. I thought
one of the
you have to do that UCC1.
Brandon said that UCCs will give notice of what's going on. Now, I'm going to talk about, there's really 3 areas that we want to get into looking at, and we're here this weekend for primarily one area. I'm not going to do that topic right now, but we'll do it this weekend. And you're going to see that there's more to what you ought to be studying and learning than just what we're doing here. Because what we're doing here is we're learning procedures for legal and commercial remedies for things that our straw man and we run into every day. But that's not the sum total of what you ought to be understanding and doing in your life. And we'll get into that in a minute. Before we go on from here, I want to talk a little bit about this birth certificate estate. I don't know if people truly understand what the ramifications of that are. The fact is that your body and all aspects of what your body produces and gives to the world and itself is included in that estate. And so let's just say this: everything your body intellectually and physically achieves in its whole life is being dumped into the estate as the property belonging to the estate, not the property belonging to the body. Okay? So if you're registered in the birth certificate and the state, the United States, is the trustee operator of that estate, what rights, titles, and interests do you have to anything anymore separate from the United States that hasn't got everything?
Well, hold on. You have an interest.
You do. But what can you claim for yourself that they don't have a paramount interest in because you gave it to them under no other terms and conditions other than it's dumped into the estate?
Right.
I'm not saying
what are you
don't
going to
have
claim
a
it
remedy.
through? What are you going to claim it through? You have nothing to make the claim with or through, because the only entities that you're using in commerce are entities that they have control over.
That's the point. Let me put it in plain, simple language. Everybody says that I'm just going to go out and I'm going to make a living. What are you going to do? Well, whatever it is. I'll go out and I'll work at Walmart. But I'm not going to claim it on my Social Security number. I'm just going to take something under the table. But then Walmart won't do that. So you go to some builder and you say to the builder, hey man, I'll be a carpenter for you, but I want to work under the table. What you're really trying to do is claim some kind of commercial interest in the proceeds of your body that you don't want to report back to the United States. Isn't that basically what you're trying to do? But because you entered into the birth certificate estate, didn't you give up all the production and labor of your body to that trust? And so
only under that franchise.
That is correct.
Because there is a way for you to, for instance, if you leave the country and you're contracting and you have no income effectively attached to business within the United States, you have no tax liability in the United States. Why is that? Because you're in a contract that's outside the United States. So you can enter into a contract in your private capacity that's without the United States where there would be no liability. So it's when you're engaged in commerce within the United States, and again, that's not talking about physical space, it's talking about the franchise that you're operating in. And you're working for this contractor who's licensed through who? The state. Mm-hmm. So what's implied there? The franchise. You're operating and your income is effectively connected to business within the United States. So you do have a tax liability to that under the table money.
The point we're making is you can't give it all up and then claim you still have a right to some of it under certain conditions because you gave it all up. We're not saying you don't have remedies. Believe me, we're not saying that. We're just saying that that birth certificate contract trust puts you in a situation that you never envisioned in your life. Because theoretically, we've all as living people been paupers. We have no rights to any income. But then has any corporation ever paid you anything anyway other than promises, which are empty? See, they're giving fiction to fiction, which is your trust. They are not dealing with living people ever. But you are so unknowledgeable about what you've done. You've given over all of God's gift to you, your intellect and your physical capacity, and you gave it away to a fiction. What happened in Scripture? In Scripture, didn't God's people always give up their inheritance? Weren't they always giving up their estate? Didn't Esau sell it for a pot of porridge? Didn't Joseph's brothers, because Joseph was the heir for the family estate, sell him into slavery in Egypt? So actually the Pharaoh of Egypt owned the estate of God's people, Israel, which is why they had to go down there and work it off. Everybody is always given up the Lord's gift and blessing to you, to someone else, and we did it through the artifice of the birth certificate scam. So don't go around saying that we Christians are practicing the law of God, because most of us don't understand what's required. Now, actually, it was done by mistake and error and lack of knowledge, but Scripture says lack of knowledge is what's getting you people into trouble. And there's ways to reclaim it, and that's in part what we're going to be showing you here this weekend. But the problem is we've all got a problem, and very few of us are understanding the nature of that problem and what we got to do to get our way out of that problem and reclaim our benefits and our rights.
Good. Somebody had the microphone. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, Brandy, in order then to function in the scenario that you laid out, there's also the element of the Federal Reserve notes. I mean, you could work under the table, on top of the table, or build tables as long as you're working with lawful money, I guess.
Right.
And then you can find, and outside the United
and remember,
States.
and I think it would be important that it's expressed in the contract that it is private. Meaning that it's without franchise, without protections, and you write into it a dispute resolution clause. So that the courts, because if you spell it out that the United States never has jurisdiction in this contract, then it's clear. And so it's clear that is your income effectively connected to business within the United States? No, because the contract's made without the United States. And you've expressed it in every way, shape, and form, including the compensation, because you're not using Federal Reserve notes in that contract. So I'm a big fan of eliminating ambiguity. You know, so if you're going to write it into the contract, perfect. That's a way of eliminating ambiguity and showing where this contract is venued. But also, silver and gold as the compensation. That's another way to eliminate ambiguity. And yet, another way is for me to put a flag in the upper left-hand corner of my contract signifying the jurisdiction of the contract. And yet another way is for me to state clearly in the language that this contract is sui juris between the parties in their own right and authority, without any franchise of any political entity. You know, so I'm at every step of the way eliminating any kind of ambiguity that could be construed as something else. That's why even putting in a dispute resolution in there, so that it's known that this can never be taken to a public court for resolution, because that court has no jurisdiction over this contract. And what have we done in this case, in this scenario that we just spelled out? We've taken responsibility, full responsibility. We're not operating under any benefits and privileges of limited liability. Isn't that what we need to reestablish a republic? To be responsible and not be dependent on mommy and daddy to settle our problems for us and settle our contracts for us? We need to settle them privately. And if you start writing your contracts this way and engaging in commerce this way, creating entities under your own authority and contracting with other entities that were created under their own authority, you're taking responsibility and you're taking a burden off the public.
And
you're recreating the republic.
Another way, in addition, is at the end of the accounting period just privately redeem the public use. Everybody should go to 12 U.S.C. 411 and 31 U.S.C. 3113. And at the end of the accounting period, why do you have to use Federal Reserve notes in your commerce?
It's all that's available.
It's all that's available. Why is it the only thing that's available?
Because they took all the substance.
Because in the military takeover, they took all your substance and they gave you military war scrip. Why did they only give you military war scrip? Because they have to track your activities to make sure you're not terrorists. So that works. They can force benefits, privileges on slaves, right? Can they force benefits on privileges on responsible people? No, so they have to give you a remedy to redeem. So under 12 U.S.C. 411, isn't 12 U.S.C. banking? Do the Federal Reserve notes come through the banking clauses? You bet. 12 U.S.C. 411 as opposed to 911. Under 411, they give you the right to redeem your dollars, Federal Reserve notes, dollar for dollar. Did you know that?
411 happens to be information.
Yeah, 411 is information. It's very valuable to you, too. Okay, so you can redeem your notes dollar for dollar. Where do you have to redeem them?
Federal Reserve.
With Treasury in the District of Columbia. And if you go there and take your dollars for redemption, what are they going to give you? On the public side, they're going to give you more Federal Reserve notes. What if you tried to do it on the private side? What would you do? Would you exchange dollar for dollar Federal Reserve notes for a dollar of your asset funds in your asset account? Is your asset funds the equivalent of lawful gold and silver money?
Yes.
So if you ask them to redeem your public liability to compensate by your private set-off, are you really taking a benefit anymore? No. Now under 31, section 3113, 31 is the number of offspring. It's God's people. And 3113 is a mirror image. 13 is Israel. 13 tribes. What are they telling you there? They're telling you that the Treasury will take a gift in order to set off the public debt. So let's say your straw man had $100,000 of Federal Reserve note use last year, right? And you want to redeem all of those Federal Reserve notes for your asset account funds. So if you file the 1040 return, is that directed to the Treasury in the District of Columbia? Well, that's where you got to go to redeem, isn't it? Because isn't Internal Revenue a sub-agency under the Secretary of Treasury, U.S.? Private international has nothing to do with U.S. government. It's private international. So when you file a 1040, 10 is law, 40 is probation. So the law of probation is give up your beneficial use of dollars and substitute 100% of your asset funds out of your account. And now you're not using a public benefit anymore, but you're not throwing your good stuff into the public. You're using the Federal Reserve notes like everybody else. But at the end of the year, you're setting them off dollar for dollar. You're redeeming them out of your asset account. And then after you've exchanged them for lawful money, didn't your straw man last year spend all $100,000 into the public economy, creating more public debt? So when you redeem it dollar for dollar, just gift it back to the Treasury to take care of the debt that your straw man left. You've wiped your slate clean. Everything your straw man took in last year was no longer a benefit. It was actually responsible exchange, and anything your straw man acquired in the marketplace, you've got legal title for now because you know how to redeem it. There are so many ways of getting your remedy. All you'd have to do is understand what you're doing. And in essence, you're filing a tax return every year as a creditor instead of filing a tax return every year as a debtor. And if you redeem the whole sum of the money that came in on your federal tax return last year, then did you have to pay any federal tax last year? No, because there was no beneficial use. So even if your straw man is working for a corporation, can he file his W-4 claiming total exemption from withholdings for federal tax next year? Absolutely, because there was no tax liability this year, and we're not expecting one next year because we're redeeming all of the dollars, dollar for dollar. If you people only understood the remedies you've got in place, if you know who you are and what's going on, you could take this planet back in a heartbeat. Okay, we're supposedly out of break. Is that true, boss?
That's correct.
Okay.
5:30.
Go out in the playground.
Lecture 2, Money as a Social Contract.
Let me begin this lecture by telling you the story of how I came to own the interesting item that I'm holding. Several years ago, during the Christmas holiday, my family was visiting my wife's family in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. A baking frenzy was underway, and I have no skills, so I was sent to a specialty store to get some needed spices. While there, being a curious person and it being Christmas, I looked around and saw this item, and I asked the proprietor what it was. The proprietor came and looked at it and then answered, "It's a block of pressed tea." Tea. So I picked it up and looked at it carefully, and I turned it over and saw the repeated pattern that had been molded onto the back. And then it hit me. I recognized that I was holding a lot more than a block of pressed tea. I was holding money. In today's lecture, I will trace the origins of money from its earliest uses until our modern day. I will argue that money has evolved substantially, and I will identify 5 stages in this evolutionary process. First, barter, where money is not used. Then, the earliest use of money, using a commodity, something intrinsically useful, but using it in a different way as money. And then, a form of money with which we're familiar, coins. Finally, we'll come very close to the present day with phase 4 and take a look at paper money, but paper money somehow backed by coins. And finally, the 5th stage of the evolution, fiat money. Money that's valuable because government says it's valuable. But first, we need a working definition of money. What does he mean, you might ask, when he says money? I'll give you the standard definition used by economists. Money is something that can be used as a medium of exchange. So what does that mean? When we make a trade, when we make an exchange, money is something that can be used in that trade and that exchange. But the most important idea of today's lecture is not the definition of money. That's easy. It is that a person values money not because it's intrinsically useful, but because it can be useful in exchange. It can be used to buy other useful things. The connection between money and exchange will help us to understand the most important point of today's lecture, that money is a social contract that lowers the cost of trading and has evolved gradually through time. That gradual evolution is not an evolution that was too slow. It was necessarily slow because as the contract evolved, trust was built. So let's talk about the first phase in the evolution of money, barter, which is no money at all. Jevons, in a famous book called Money and the Mechanism of Exchange, said, and I quote, "The first difficulty in barter is to find two persons whose disposable possessions mutually suit each other's wants." Mutually suit each other's wants. There must be a double coincidence, which will rarely happen. Double coincidence? What does that mean? Well, you imagine two members of an early society. Let's call them Mark and George. Mark is a very skillful hunter who regularly comes back to his village with more meat than his family can eat. What about George? He's the best axe maker in the village. He's really good at finding and crafting the right kind of axe head and then lashing it to a good piece of wood so that it works very well. The question is, can Mark and George trade? Mark has meat to offer, but he may not want an axe. He may already have one. George probably wants meat, but he only has one thing to offer, and that's an axe. That's what Jevons meant. Not only do I have to have something to offer, but I have to have what the counterparty in exchange wants. The search for such a narrowly defined trading partner, meet X, is costly because it takes time to find someone who wants an axe and has meat to trade. Indeed, an axe maker might trade his axes for, say, grain, only because he thinks it will be easier to find someone who will trade meat for grain than someone who will trade meat for an axe. Wow, that's wasteful, right? Not wanting grain, but buying some just because you can then trade it away? The costs of locating trading partners and negotiating trades are disincentives to specialization. They lead George to be less willing to ply his trade as an axe maker, where he is really excellent. In fact, if the costs are high enough, the best axe maker in the world may decide to split his time between making axes and raising cattle. That is a waste. And you know what? Economists hate waste. Primitive societies face tremendous incentives to lower the cost of barter and often settled on successful schemes, even including credit arrangements. Think about that. Primitive societies where there was no money, nevertheless, were able to come up with arrangements where someone would give their meat today but receive payment a little bit in the future in order to facilitate the trades that made that society better off. Well, Adam Smith, again in The Wealth of Nations, suggested the next state in the development of money when he said, and I quote, "Every prudent man in every period of society must naturally have endeavored to have at all times by him a certain quantity of some one commodity or other, such as he imagined few people would be likely to refuse in exchange." As Smith suggested, the next stage was the development of commodity monies. A society uses a commodity money when individuals typically buy and sell the goods they want by offering in exchange a particular commodity that is agreed upon in the society to be acceptable in exchange. Now, commodity money has taken many different forms. Salt was used in many societies in many different geographic locations. Cowrie shells were used in Indochina and in Pacific regions. We do not know exactly why, but cowrie shells are beautiful and they are available, but it takes effort to collect them. Economists would say that cowrie shells are scarce because of the effort it takes. And it may be that cowrie shells were used as commodity monies in areas where the political leader, the chief, liked wearing cowrie shell necklaces. There are other famous examples of commodity money. Pretty much everyone in school has seen these pictures of large stones on the island of Yap. It's an example of commodity money. And back to my tea brick, tea bricks were used as money in Inner Asia. And that pattern that I pointed out to you on the back, why was that there? To make it easier to make change. It allowed that tea brick to be broken into smaller, uniform pieces. It was a device that made that block of tea more efficient in facilitating trade. Before we leave commodity money, I want to point out that government often played a role in deciding what commodity would function as money. Animals, such as oxen or birds, were more likely to be money in societies where live animal sacrifice was required. If the ruler favored a certain kind of shell or feather, it might become money. Keep in mind that the commodity chosen as money would have to be scarce. If anyone could pick up unlimited quantities of money from the seashore or the backyard, then no one in his right mind would give up something that he worked to produce in exchange for those shells or feathers. Well, as we think about the evolution to the next phase of money development, we have to realize that primitive peoples traveled beyond their borders of their homelands. And when they did, they frequently found that what they considered to be money at home was not accepted by potential trading partners in the new lands that they visited. But what they did observe was that metal, especially gold, silver, bronze, copper, and iron, were valued in other lands. Indeed, Captain Cook on his voyage was able to give iron nails from the Endeavor to the peoples he visited. They liked to have those nails. So the next stage of the evolution of money was the use of metals and the coining of those metals. Several forces favored the use of metals rather than other commodities as money. Metal was more likely to be useful in trade in other lands because it could be used to make a variety of useful goods, such as knives that were used throughout the world. Metal was durable, and typically metal was more valuable per unit weight, which made the cost of transporting it on a trade mission sufficiently more efficient. But there were two important disadvantages to the use of lumps of metal as money. It was costly to verify the true metallic content of a lump and that purity of that lump. Remember, all that glitters is not gold. And it was also costly to weigh the lump. But by creating coins from metal, government again played an important role. They lowered the cost of using metal as money. Coins are very old. The earliest known coins are from Lydia, which is in modern Turkey, from the 7th century BC. Copper, bronze, silver, and gold coins are widely found in ancient Greece and in ancient Rome. Words in use today trace their origins to early coins. We've heard of the phrase, the pound sterling. But a sterling was originally a silver penny used in England by the Normans at around 1300. Today, sterling has a technical meaning, an alloy that is 92.5% silver. How about the word dollar? The word dollar derives from the German word thaler, which was a coin minted in Bohemia in the early 16th century. Okay, we've already argued that government's playing an important role by coining money. It's solving the problem of weights and measures. And governments typically derived important revenues from its coining operations. The governments own the mints that converted raw metals into coins, and they collected fees from those who sold metal to the mint. Aha! But the owner of the mint, the government, could also raise revenue by lowering the metal content of its coins. The word seigniorage denotes the revenue that a government obtains by deflating the value of its money. And that word, seigniorage, derives from the French word for lord. Now, when I say lord here, I mean lord of the manor, the seigneur. How does seigniorage work? It could be as simple as shaving metal from the edges of the coin, or it could be as complicated as changing the price that the mint offered for metal to be coined. And it was a big deal, this seigniorage revenue, a big deal for government. In 1542, Henry VIII earned, this is a staggering statistic, 6 times the normal annual crown revenue by lowering the silver content of English coins. 6 times. Every day, we handle quarters and dimes minted in the United States. And every day, if we think about it, we realize that those quarters and dimes are fluted. They have fluted edges. Why? Was it the coin maker's art? Not at all. Very practical reason. The ridges in our quarters and dimes derive from the early attempts to assure the coin owner that the coins had not been shaved. Well, there's no silver in our quarters and dimes anymore, so it's no longer necessary, but that's why those ridges are there. The transition from coins to paper money is rooted in the practice of allowing citizens in many civilizations to deposit their goods in temples and palaces. This is a very old practice. Temples and palaces were not only places of worship, they were not only places to which you came to offer sacrifice, but they were places that were secure and well guarded. And they evolved to take on the role of protecting the wealth of their citizens. In Babylon, by 1000 BC, private deposits were accepted at the Babylonian temple. Even the Code of Hammurabi set out the rules for those deposits. Officials issued receipts to depositors and allowed them to transfer their deposits to third parties. So the next step in the evolution of money is the use of money that's backed by metal such as gold or silver, but itself takes on paper form. And the origins of this paper money are the warehouse receipts that we just talked about. Those receipts are receipts given by depositors for the precious metals that their customers left or their temporal worshipers left in their possession. The warehouse receipts began to function as money not when the metal was deposited, but when third parties traded them for commodities rather than withdrawing their deposits. Let's think of an example here. So, I have deposited, let us say, some gold at my temple. I have received a paper receipt. I now, say weeks later, wish to make a purchase for my home. I go to the individual who is going to sell me what I desire, and instead of first going back to the temple to get the gold, I simply present my warehouse receipt. I, in a sense, sign it over to the person from whom I'm buying. When that third party, the person who is selling me goods, takes my warehouse receipt and thinks of it as her own or his own, that's when those receipts begin circulating as money. Marco Polo found money printed on mulberry bark in China in the 13th century. In the West, London goldsmiths gave receipts for gold deposited with them, and those receipts functioned as money in the 17th century. The use of paper money lowered exchange costs, since it was a heck of a lot easier to exchange warehouse receipts than the actual deposits. For one thing, the receipts were for a particular quality and quantity of gold, and the receipt actually said that. You handed over the gold, you'd have to weigh it and assay it again. And here is a very subtle but very, very important step in the evolution. Think about the people who are managing the depository, the London goldsmith. We'll talk about that London goldsmith in detail in another lecture, but let's just get a highlight. Those goldsmiths soon realized that they could make loans to new parties by issuing new warehouse receipts. The scheme worked because on any given day, only a very small fraction of the people who had deposited gold with those goldsmiths actually tried to get it back. So here we are with money as gold or silver or copper coins. But we know that that's not our money today. So what happened? The final demise of the gold standard, according to Angela Reddish, occurred in two steps. In August 1971, United States President Nixon temporarily suspended the convertibility of the U.S. dollar into gold and made that suspension permanent in 1973. So we come then to the final step in the evolution of money from barter where there is no money, through commodity money, through gold coins, to fiat money. Money that's valuable by fiat. It's valuable because the government declares that it is valuable. So, let's do a kind of experiment here. Pause for a minute, reach into your pocket, and take out a dollar bill. This is a little bit like a scavenger hunt. Search on that bill for evidence that that bill is not just money, you knew that, but fiat money. You doing it? Well, you won't have to search for long before you find the words, quote, "This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private." Folks, that is the clear declaration that our money, the U.S. dollar, is valuable because the U.S. government says it is. In 1844, the Bank of England established a rigid link between the amount of paper money in circulation and the gold reserves of the Bank of England. This meant that the supply of money in England would fluctuate with the gold reserves of the bank and with the availability of gold in general. For example, discoveries of gold in the New World led to rising prices of goods in terms of gold. As gold became more plentiful, its value decreased. It was typical for the next 130 years for Western economies to back their paper money with gold. In most cases, paper money was convertible. Holders of the paper money could demand gold in exchange at a rate set by the government. So they could bring their paper money to the government and get the predefined amount of gold whenever they wished. Aha! But in times of national emergencies, obviously World War I, and then again World War II, nations, the United Kingdom among them, abandoned the gold standard and has suspended the convertibility of their currencies into gold. Why would they do that? Well, suspending convertibility allowed nations to finance some of the costs of the war by issuing more currency than their gold stocks would have previously permitted. They wished to buy more munitions, buy more soldiers, and buy more of all the other war goods that were required, and they didn't want to be limited by the amount of gold in their repositories. But at the end of World War I, and again at the end of World War II, nations did return to the gold standard. But they quickly experienced problems that they hadn't had before. The supply of gold was growing too slowly and also too erratically to allow the supply of money to keep pace with growth in the world's developed economies. Money in the form of gold was not growing as rapidly as production in the post-World War II economies of the nations of the world. So for a time, the International Monetary Fund, and we'll talk about them in a future lecture, attempted to keep the gold system, the gold standard working by supplementing the supply of gold with paper gold that were called special drawing rights. But the gold standard ended, as Reddish reminds us, with President Nixon's decisions to suspend convertibility, to make a break between the number of U.S. dollars and the quantity of gold held by the United States. Today in Western economies, we have pure fiat monies that are backed by no commodity at all. The money is valued partly because governments declare the money to be legal tender for all debts, public and private. But ultimately, money is valued because people agree it is valuable. It's valued because people agree to accept money in exchange. It's valuable because people believe they can accept money and then turn around and purchase useful things whenever they wish. 4 important themes have emerged from our examination of the evolution of money. First, money is truly a social contract in which the members of a society agree to accept money in exchange for goods and services. It is an act of faith for me to give something that's truly useful, an axe or a pound of meat, in exchange for a piece of paper that really wouldn't even do a very good job of lighting a cigarette or starting a fire. It's true that the words "In God We Trust" are printed on the back of our bills. But if we want to understand why the dollar has value, we would be far better off with the words, "In one another we trust." Second, the social contract that is money has developed gradually through history because it has taken time to develop the trust necessary to exchange something of intrinsic value, a pound of nails, for something of no intrinsic value, a British pound note. That trust had to be developed very slowly and had to be developed in the context of the codes, the laws, and the belief of the society that began to accept different forms of money. Third, the contract has developed as it has because members of society have constantly sought to meet 2 goals and have always found that those goals to be in competition with one another. They've constantly sought ways of changing the money contract to lower the costs of trade. We want trade to be efficient and inexpensive so that we can do more of it. But at the same time, we have wanted to make sure that we adopt a money that holds its value. Throughout history, government has played a crucial role in development of the money contract. From coordinating the choice of a particular commodity to ensuring that the contracts made by goldsmiths were honored so those goldsmiths didn't just renege, to setting up rules for the coining of precious metals, to developing laws that define the powers and responsibilities of the Federal Reserve. So, government is essential to organization of monetary arrangements, and that's not surprising. We are government. A fiat money system is highly efficient. Valuable metals such as gold and silver are not tied up as backing for money, but are released to alternative uses in electronics, jewelry, and many other purposes. And the Federal Reserve can allow the supply of money to keep pace with the growth in our nation. But our fiat money holds its value only if our Federal Reserve keeps the supply of money from growing too rapidly. If the Fed fails, inflation results. And inflation is the modern counterpart to seigniorage. Thank you very much.
Lecture 3. How is money created?
Just how is money created? Well, there was a time when producing money meant mining a metal like gold, getting dirty and sweaty. Indeed, one of my favorite movies of all times is Treasure of the Sierra Madre, which focuses a lot of attention on exactly how gold is mined. But the process evolved until today. It is true that money is created out of thin air by the central banks of the world, including our own United States Federal Reserve. While it is true that the United States owns gold and stores that gold in Fort Knox, we will see that the gold at Fort Knox is no closer to money in the United States than the oil in our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. One important point to keep in mind as we study the period of history in which money was backed by gold is that gold discoveries are random events, just like in Treasure of the Sierra Madres. After all, Columbus came to the New World hoping to find gold, as did many Europeans who followed him. And it would be surprising if a gold discovery that significantly increased the world's supply of gold had no disruptive effect when money was backed by gold. Nevertheless, there are today public figures who believe that the United States should and eventually will return to the gold standard. The U.S. could return to the gold standard within 5 years, according to magazine publisher Steve Forbes. The former GOP presidential candidate told a conservative newspaper, Human Events, that a gold standard would stabilize the dollar and restore confidence in the U.S. Treasury bonds among foreign investors. If the dollar was as good as gold, other countries would want to buy it, Forbes said. Steve Forbes is not alone in his view. Texas Congressman Ron Paul suggests that our Federal Reserve System, where someone can, quote, push a button and create new money, is flawed, and that a return to the gold standard would be preferred. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of the costs and benefits of our money creation system. You will have a better idea of the costs and benefits of returning to the gold standard. Now, why is this important? As I've said before, money is an invention as important to the development of mankind as was the wheel. Without money, there would be very little trade. Without trade, according to Adam Smith, there would be very little specialization. And specialization is, according to Smith, the source of the wealth of nations. So it makes sense. both in the context of this course and in the context of our citizenship, ask whether we have the right system in place to manage the creation of money. Today we will learn how paper money was created during the era when money was primarily gold and other precious metals or backed by gold and other precious metals. We'll see how the gold standard, an arrangement where governments agreed to peg the value of their paper money to gold, and I'll explain what peg means, how that system worked and why it ended. Now, in thinking about the creation of money, it's helpful to use T accounts. And these T accounts are called T accounts because they have the shape of the capital letter T. So, what's a T account? A T account is a graphical representation of the balance sheet of an economic entity, a household, a bank, whatever. The T account lists assets on the left side and liabilities on the right-hand side. It also lists the entity's net worth on the right-hand side. Now, by definition, a balance sheet must balance, and to accomplish balance, net worth is always defined as the value of assets minus the value of liabilities. Let's do an example in order to make sure that this is well understood. So, Joe has just graduated from college and is taking stock of his life. Joe owns an automobile worth $4,000, has $200 in his checking account, and $500 in his savings account. Now, Joe went to state college and graduated with no student loan debt. Lucky Joe. But he does have some liabilities. He currently has a $750 balance on his only credit card. The T account you're looking at depicts Joe's assets, Joe's liabilities, and Joe's net worth. Under the assets, auto $4,000, checking account $200, savings account $500. Under the liabilities, credit card debt $750, and his net worth $4,700 in assets minus $750 in credit card debt, his liability, his net worth $3,950. Recall that an early example of the creation of paper money revolves around London goldsmiths. The earliest uses of paper money in Western civilization were warehouse receipts for gold. Now, goldsmiths had good safes, and it became customary for their customers to leave gold for safekeeping with the goldsmiths. In return for depositing their gold with the goldsmith would issue receipts to their customers. Customers learned that it was more convenient and safe to buy and sell goods using the receipts themselves than returning the goldsmith and reclaiming the gold. Voila! The warehouse receipts for gold became paper money backed by gold deposits. Okay? How could we use a T account to explain the creation of paper money by a London goldsmith? Because indeed, that happened. All right, let's do an example. Let's imagine a goldsmith who has initially gold holdings of 1,000 pounds, and by that I mean not weight, but 100 pounds sterling. And in exchange, the goldsmith has issued 1,000 pounds sterling of warehouse receipts. Assets of 1,000, liabilities of 1,000, net worth of 0. Now, in a minute, we're going to have our goldsmith make a change. But what's that change based on? Well, goldsmith, and ours in particular, quickly realized that on any given day, they held more gold in their safes, their vaults, their safekeeping places, than they needed, either for their own work or to satisfy whichever customers wanted to reclaim the gold and represent their receipts. Goldsmiths were a clever folk, and they quickly concluded that they had a great opportunity. They could create new warehouse receipts without more gold, and they could lend those warehouse receipts to additional depository customers. So, let's return to our T account. After making such a loan, the balance sheet of our goldsmith would look something like the following. Now, under the assets, the goldsmith would have 1,000 pounds sterling worth of gold, and a second asset, a loan of 1,000 pounds. What would the goldsmith have as liabilities? 2,000 pounds sterling of warehouse receipts. Net worth would still be zero. Well, you're curious. Why would the goldsmith create new warehouse receipts if doing so didn't increase net worth? When the borrower paid off the loan, the borrower would pay back principal, what was borrowed, plus interest. At that point, the net worth of the goldsmith would increase. Now, if the goldsmith had used modern accounting rules, net worth would increase at the time of the loan because it would reflect anticipation of the future interest payments, but that's not important to our story. These gold warehouse receipts are an example of a gold-backed paper currency. The warehouse receipts circulated as money as long as the Goldsmith Bank continued to redeem the receipts for gold whenever customers demanded gold. Each Goldsmith Bank held its own gold reserves. So think about that for a minute. Each Goldsmith Bank had created new receipts, and yet the system would continue to function, provided the Goldsmith Bank was never called upon to repay more gold than they were able to repay. Now, banks continue to make loans with paper backed by gold well into the 19th century in the United States. Each individual bank held its own warehouse receipts and issued its own currency. That is, each individual bank had its own store of gold and created their own kinds of currencies. Keep in mind that those banks and those currencies could fail and often did. So recall in our first lecture that our Kansas homesteader was legitimately worried about whether those notes from a bank in Illinois would continue to be honored. While this is a valid early stage in the gold standard, it is not what most economists mean by the gold standard, as we shall now see. The gold standard, as occurred in most of the 20th century in the United States, was an agreement upon participating countries to fix the price of each country's currency in terms of an ounce of gold. To understand the origins of this version of the gold standard, the modern version, we have to again inquire about England, because England officially adopted the gold standard in 1819. Although, truth be told, the English mint had been fixing the value of the pound sterling in terms of gold since much earlier, 1717. The United States adopted the gold standard in 1834 when it fixed the price of gold at $20.67 per ounce and kept it there until 1933. Under the gold standard, the government promises to buy and sell gold in exchange for its currency in order to keep the currency price of the gold at the promised value. So the gold standard is a promise. If the promise is credible, that is, if the government's actions are as good as its word, then the national currency is as good as gold. And banks will hold that national currency in reserve. The following balance sheets for an English bank and for the Bank of England explain how the gold standard worked. Keep in mind now, we are looking for a transition here. We're looking to understand how the modern gold standard, where the Bank of England promised to buy and sell gold at a fixed price, is different from the original gold standard when each bank held its own deposits of gold. So let's use this tool that we've taken the trouble to learn about in order to understand how the gold standard worked. What about the typical English bank? What did its balance sheet look like? Well, its assets included currency, pound notes, and loans. Other things as well, but most importantly, currency and loans, promises to repay by the bank's customers. What about its liabilities? Deposits with the bank. Okay? Notice there's no gold there. What about the balance sheet of the Bank of England? What did it look like? Well, its assets included gold and any loans it had made to banks. And its liabilities had predominantly one item: pound notes, the currency of England. The typical English bank operated under the gold standard in much the same way as it did when it held its own deposits of gold. The bank held, instead of gold itself, British pound notes in reserve so the depositors could convert their deposits to pounds whenever they wished. The customers, that is the depositors, rightly thought of their deposits as equivalent to pound notes and therefore as good as gold, since the bank stood ready to redeem them for currency whenever the customers wanted. The banks used their extra or excess reserves to make new loans, like the goldsmith did, by creating new deposit accounts for borrowers. Now, what is this term excess reserves? Well, the bank reckoned its extra or excess reserves to be reserves beyond the amount required by law or by prudent behavior. Sometimes banks would hold no more than the legally required amount of reserves. They'd loan every sou they could. But sometimes banks found it prudent to hold more reserves than required by law. In that regard, the banks were behaving a lot like the goldsmiths would behave, right? It was important to be able to redeem a depositor's demand for gold when the depositor made it. Today, banks want to make sure that they can give currency back for their deposits when a depositor wishes. So in that regard, the bank's behavior isn't very much different. The real difference between the gold standard and earlier times when each bank held its own gold reserves centers on the role and the behavior of the Bank of England. The Bank of England is the central bank of the British system. It's the equivalent of our Federal Reserve, although it's very much older, and we'll talk about that. Under the gold standard, the Bank of England held the gold that backed the British pound. Remember the balance sheet. Did this fix the money supply? You bet. The gold holdings of the Bank of England placed an upper limit on the supply of British pound notes. They limited the amount of currency. How did the gold standard work? How did the Bank of England fulfill its promise to peg the price of gold in terms of its currency? How did the Bank of England behave so that the pound remained as good as gold? It did the following. If the value of the pound began to fall in terms of gold, how would we know that? Well, if the price of gold began to rise in terms of the number of pounds it took to buy an ounce, then the Bank of England would do one very simple thing. It would raise the interest rate it charged on loans to banks. And that would raise interest rates in England. What would happen? So what? Oh, but people are selfish. If England's paying higher interest rates, gold would flow into England in order to take advantage of those higher rates. Gold holders would want to deposit their gold in England, where interest rates were now higher. What would that do? Well, that would make gold more plentiful in England. The price of gold, therefore, would fall, and the price of the pound, in terms of gold, would rise back toward the promised level. Let's do the opposite case. Suppose the value of the pound began to rise in terms of gold, so the pound price of gold began to fall. The Bank of England would then lower interest rates, and gold would flood away from England. That's called a gold outflow. The gold would leave England, headed for other countries where interest rates would higher. And the gold outflow would make gold less plentiful in England and make the price of gold rise in England and the price of the pound in terms of gold fall. Okay. We come now to the transition from the gold standard to the current system of monetary creation. Please recall, then under our current system, it is the law of the land that currency is a valid form of payment for all debts. We said earlier that paper money issued by England, by the United States, by the Eurozone, is valuable by fiat, by government declaration. Let's return to our T accounts one additional time to see what that means. For the individual bank, the T account is unchanged because each bank continues to hold the national currency, the national money in reserve for deposits. The difference is that after fiat money is established and the gold standard ends, the Bank of England or the Federal Reserve no longer fixes the price of gold in terms of the British pound or the US dollar. Therefore, it no longer has to increase gold reserves to levels sufficient to make credible its promise to buy pounds with gold. The Bank of England, the Central Bank of the European Union, or the Federal Reserve are now free to create currency by making loans of currency to banks without having the additional gold necessary to make an exchange of those dollars or pounds or euros for gold. Banks in England that receive the increases in currency are in free turn to create new deposits for their customers. And there were and continue to be no limits to the creation of money beyond the self-imposed limits set by the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve as it fulfills its responsibility to its people. Why did the world leave the gold standard? The Bank of England and most other combatants left the gold standard temporarily during World War I and World War II because it wanted to finance British war expenditures and U.S. war expenditures and French war expenditures by issuing new currency. The British Treasury, for example, created war bonds. It sold those bonds in the open marketplace and used the proceeds to finance wartime expenditures. But the Bank of England issued new British pounds to buy some of those bonds so that the interest rate on those bonds wouldn't rise too high. After World War II, under the so-called Bretton Woods system, the U.S. fixed the price of the gold at $35 per ounce. Other nations held the dollar as reserve. So this was our last return to the gold standard. What happened is that the U.S. pegged the price of gold at $35 an ounce. And the U.S.'s promise was grounds elsewhere in the world for central banks to hold the dollar as if it was gold. Notice that now not every central bank is holding its own gold reserve. Everybody's counting on the United States to make the dollar as good as gold, and therefore are holding dollars as if they were gold. Led by the United States, the world finally left the gold standard on August 15th, 1971, when President Nixon announced that the United States would no longer redeem U.S. dollars for gold. The U.S. left the gold standard because the gold standard placed very tight restrictions on the U.S. ability to increase the supply of paper money. So what, you ask? Well, these restrictions were incompatible with other U.S. policy objectives, not the least of which was financing a new war, the Vietnam conflict. Let's now come back to the challenge posed by those people who believe that the U.S. and the world should return to the gold standard. And let's do what economists always should do and examine the benefits and costs of returning to the gold standard. What would be the benefit of returning to the gold standard? I'll signal one very important one, and that appears to be all. On average, under the gold standard, inflation was lower than it was in periods when central banks could create money without adding to gold reserves. Put another way, under the restriction imposed by the gold standard, under the promise by the central banks to exchange gold for paper money, central banks all over the world issued less paper money, with the result that the average inflation rate was lower, less seigniorage. But there were costs. Under the gold standard, U.S. prices were more volatile than in any other period, including the period since we left the gold standard. In addition, it's expensive to maintain a gold reserve. Milton Friedman famously estimated the expense at being as much as 2.5% of gross national product. Why? Well, it's expensive to maintain that gold reserve. Maybe the most important cost is that under a gold standard, central banks are not free to undertake so-called counter-cyclical policies. Their hands are tied by keeping their promise. They don't have the freedom to raise the money supply to stimulate the economy when that appears to be warranted. Under the gold standard, the nations all fix the values of their currencies to gold. What does that imply? Well, the value of one currency to another is also fixed. It can't adjust to market forces. We all must keep in mind that gold discoveries are random events. And the U.S. accounts for only a small share of gold discoveries. For example, in 2009, the United States produced, how much do you think? Only 9.1% of the world's gold. China produced 13.1%. South Africa produced 8.1%. Russia produced 7.8%. I close this lecture by considering what has happened to the price of gold since the U.S. and the world abandoned the gold standard. The blue line in the diagram you see shows the dollar price of gold. It hit its all-time high in 2010 at over $1,230 per ounce. The red line shows the real price of gold. Now, that's the price of gold in dollars relative to a bushel basket of the typical goods consumed by a household in the United States. So I've defined that real price so that the nominal and real prices are equal in 1983, but that doesn't mean anything. Put another way, that real price of gold is adjusted for inflation, that's all. What do I want you to see here? What would I like you to notice from the graph? The real price of gold has been highly variable this is not a surprise. World demand and supply for gold varies a lot, and the real price of gold adjusts accordingly to make demand equal supply. If the United States were still on the gold standard, the United States would have been trying to keep the price of gold constant when world market forces dictated that it should have changed a lot. Let me ask you a final question. Are Stephen Forbes and Ron Paul right? Should we return to a world in which new money could be created only if gold reserves were obtained? If gold production grew slowly, would the resulting slow growth in the money supply drag down economic growth in nations that use gold for money? Would the United States be better off entrusting growth of the U.S. money supply to the Federal Reserve than to worldwide demand for and supply of gold, for which the U.S. produces less than 10%? You be the judge.
The 2 and 10-year yield has now inverted. It's official and it matters. And the market popped. Let's talk about that coming up. I'm Lynette Zhang, Chief Market Analyst here at ITM Trading, a full-service physical gold and silver dealer specializing in custom strategies. And boy, oh boy, you better have a strategy in place. So I'm going to update you on a number of things because what we're really dealing with here, we're down to the wire. I've been telling you that 2022 is a pivotal year, and it absolutely is. And we are in a race for control. And I got to tell you, if the Fed wins, you and I will lose. But just before I came on air, and yesterday, if you're following my Twitter, you would have noticed that the 5-year and the 30-year bond yields had inverted. Well, today, just before I came on air, the 2 and 10-year yields inverted. Now, remember, that has always historically been an indication of a recession. But if you listen to the talking heads on TV, number one, they'll tell you that this time is different. Number two, they'll also tell you, but we have so much time between, and those markets are gonna go up, and the market popped. Why popped up? Why do you think that happened? Oh, maybe because it'd be harder for the Fed to raise interest rates and run off their balance sheet, knowing now that this major indicator, which we've been talking about since January, has finally inverted. And this next piece is not just going to be a recession. It's going to be the mother of all recessions, because in the past, they've had more wiggle room on their balance sheet. Hard to believe, I know, but since 2010, it's like inflating a tire. And they also, well, they haven't had wiggle room in interest rates since 2008. And when they attempted that in 2016, it ended up being a big fat fail. And this time is no different. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can do that 0.5 point interest rate to try and control inflation, which is garbage. I'm telling you, all it is, I don't know, smoke and mirrors. No, that's what we're used to, a dog and pony show. But either way, you need to be prepared, because this is significant and maybe even critical. Because they will use the only tool that they really have. Oh, you took off all my things. Just noticed that. Okay, well, imagine that's the Federal Reserve. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm probably not getting this in the right way, so let's hope it works. No, it's all goofed up. boy. All right. Here, let me do this. Forget the thing. That's all they have left. That's all they have left. So what we're dealing with is a race for control. Now, I know that I promised you, and I'm going to talk about FedNow and CBDCs, because like I said, what we're really dealing with is a race for control, and that's really what that is about. Because this is a confidence game. We have to have confidence in the system, and that is going away very rapidly. The higher the inflation, the worse the loss of confidence. So let's just kind of do an update. This is from a recent Federal Reserve publication, just generally talking about for a nation's economy to function effectively, its citizens must have confidence in its money and payment services. The Federal Reserve, as the nation's central bank, works to maintain the public's confidence by fostering monetary stability, that's what they call monetary stability, and financial stability, which is boosting the stock market, and a safe and efficient payment system. I don't know, there've been an awful lot of hacks. I don't know, you tell me. But these two pieces, oops, let me gather my pointer. These two pieces, the purchasing power, and look at how quickly that's dropping, right? Faster even than since 2008. Faster and faster and faster. And so guess what? People are expecting more inflation. As long as they can anchor those expectations at the lower levels, then they can keep robbing you more slowly. But when they lose that, when all of a sudden the public is losing confidence, and this is what's going to make them lose the confidence, then they have to do it quickly. And the deadline that they've given themselves for the LIBOR SOFR transition, which if you haven't been watching me, then let me just give you a little update. When it was discovered that the LIBOR, which is an interest rate benchmark, was being manipulated, shocker, because it was a stated rate, they created a new benchmark. And all of the contracts that are tied to the old benchmark LIBOR have to transition into the new benchmark SOFR in 2023. 610 trillion notional dollars. You know, look, I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong, but they can't do it, and I know they can't do it. So there is a huge race. I kind of feel like I'm in a Stephen King novel where you have things happening here and here and here and here and here, and then they all come together in one big explosion. You better be ready for that explosion, because we are not too far off. Now with the FedNow, which is an instant payment system, this is a flow chart from how it all works. First of all, it is definitively coming in 2023. Who knew? What an interesting year. So many things happening in 2023. And we're already ending the first quarter of 2022. There is no time to waste, people. Please, there is no time to waste. But who's going to control this instant payment system? Well, financial institutions primarily, so it'll still be intermediated. In other words, it's still going to go through the banks before you, as the end user, will get access to it. And guess what? That can change, right? If the bank is controlling your ability to access your fiat money funds, then they can make that more difficult. One of our consultants sent this in an email this morning. He just got notification from Wells Fargo. So perhaps many of you out there have also gotten this notification from Wells Fargo. And we know how great they are about caring for their customers. Yes, indeed. So many scandals, so little time. But They are now limiting your transfer limits, and it's taking 2 business days. So maybe the Fed now will change that, fix that, I don't know. But daily maximum, $10,000. That could be a challenge. Maybe you're saying, well, but $10,000 seems like a lot of money. Others of you out there are going, that's not very much money. And I'm telling you, the noose has been tightening significantly over time, but particularly since 2008. And they do it really, really slowly. How do you catch a wild pig? You slowly put up those barriers. You put up one, you let them get used to it until eventually, boom, they are entrapped. Are you entrapped in this system? Because this is your way out. This is the only way out, because it's the only financial instrument that runs no counterparty risk. None. The only one. Period. End of discussion. 30-day maximum transfer limits, $15,000. Yikes. What if you want to transfer more? Well, Wells Fargo could say, nope, you already reached your limit. You need to understand that the time to prepare is now. Do not wait. Do not procrastinate. Get it done. I know I've been saying that, and I haven't been wrong, have I? Because Powell says the digital dollar must ensure privacy. Whose privacy? They get to choose. And identification. Well, if everything needs to be identified, then I'm thinking you don't really have all that much privacy. And even though they keep telling us that they're not ready yet, even as China has instituted its CBDCs and a number of other countries have as well, we're just going to drag our feet as the world reserve currency. Not such a good idea, and we're going to talk more about that in just a minute as well. Because do you really think that these CBDCs will capture your wealth? Yeah, they will, because they'll know every single transaction that you make, and they can control it. This is movie money, but you'll get the point. This does not protect your purchasing power, clearly. I mean, by design. But it does protect your principal until they put a chip in it, and then it's not going to do that either, because they want to keep the transition as close to what we're used to as possible. The race is on. I'm running. I've been in this race for a long time, and I am ever so grateful that I am, because I want to remind you about what's coming, maybe as early as 2023. This would not surprise me regardless of what they say, because they know what's happening, and they know the loss of confidence, and the faster and the higher inflation goes, the less and less confidence that the population has. We can see how cash compares with a retail CBDC. Like cash, okay, at first glance, not much changes for someone, say, stopping off at the supermarket on the way home from work. He or she would no longer have the option of paying of cash. No. All purchases would be electronic. But from here, differences start to emerge. A CBDC is not necessarily anonymous. It's not anonymous at all. Cash is. I mean, it doesn't protect your purchasing power, but it is anonymous, and it does preserve your principal anyway. And unlike cash, it could pay or charge interest. So if you're not spending money fast enough in this consumer-driven economy, they just deepen those interest rates to negative territory. You watch your principal erode. And by the way, would you let Edgar know if you have any questions in this one, if you have any questions right along the way, go ahead and ask them. Let's stay on this topic so we don't go in different directions, but go ahead and ask them. on the FedNow, on the CBDCs, on the yield curve inversions, on the loss of the U.S. dollar's position as the world reserve currency. Go ahead and ask them. Because this is from the Bank for International Settlements. Anonymity vis-a-vis central banks, so they get to choose. Okie dokie, that's probably not such a great thing. Interest bearing or interest charging, they get to choose. And if you have no alternative, but you are fully in the system, you have no choice. I used to think that I would convert a chunk of my gold holdings once we had a currency that had a component of gold in it, so I'd know that they were done hyperinflating away all the debt. But once I saw the digital stuff coming in, I said, nope, I can convert it as I need it. I'm not going to put more wealth in that system than I am willing to lose. I don't have more wealth in the system right now than I am willing to lose. And the only thing I have are dollars, because that's still our tool of barter. And here are those limits and caps again. Because it's really easy if something it goes through the financial system, if you don't hold it, you don't own it. I don't know how more simply to say that, but it is a fact. That deposit is not yours. And dare I say it and show you the money flower also from the Bank for International Settlements. And these gray areas are central bank digital currencies, see, CBDCs. And I'd like you to notice that there is room for private digital tokens wholesale only, or private digital tokens for general purpose. So they're going to allow that because, or at least they're thinking they're going to allow it, but it has a much smaller role than the central bank digital currencies because they intend to stay in control. But here's commodity money. Commodity money. Commodity money. I hold it. I own it. It runs no counterparty risk. It is invisible. It is decentralized. Central banks can't see it. That has the largest area. Well, no, I guess the private wholesale only is a little bit bigger, but that's wholesale only. This is what will protect you, the commodity money. And certainly a lot larger position than cash because they're doing away with cash. But there are no limits on CBDCs. They will not maintain their value because there has never historically been any government that could act fiscally responsible without having gold and or silver, if it's bimetal, to restrict what they can do. I mean, come on, look at it in your lifetime. You've certainly seen it. Let's see. And NeuroDoc asks, why would you think gold would gain value in a recession? Oh, okay. If tightening slows growth and strengthens the dollar, then why would gold not go down in value? Because a recession does not strengthen the dollar. What it does, you can have one currency against another currency, right? So it can be the US dollar against the ruble, and we could put the chart up. But by design, since the way that that money is created in the system is by debt, and when you have debt, you pay interest on that debt, that erodes the purchasing power value. So NeuroDoc, the dollar does not get stronger. Let's wait. I have the purchasing power chart. Let's go back to that and take a look. Okay. Now, if I went back to 2013, and here you can see a little blip up when the crisis was emerging. Now, do you remember 2008? Do you remember the prices when you went to the grocery store? When every time you would go in, you know, they'd be 15, 25, 50 cents, $1 more. So even though on this purchasing power you see a blip up, just like in, I didn't go back to the 1913 chart. Initially, there was this huge 50% drop off, and then it went up. Prices didn't go down when this purchasing power went up. That's the way they account for it. What's more accurate is this constant, steady erosion. So when you hear about a strong dollar, they're referring to it against rubles. So if Russia could still actually export to the U.S., then in theory anyway, their products would be cheaper, and it would seem like your purchasing power was more. Kind of like when they first created the agreement with China, and China became the manufacturer to the world, and you were getting all of these products seemingly a whole lot cheaper, but yet the real purchasing power or value of the currency was going down, down, and down. So it isn't, why do I think gold would gain value in a recession? The reason why gold has value, period, is because it meets all the criteria to be a good money, and it has the broadest base of buyer. It is used across the entire global economy. Doesn't need a government to say it's money. Everybody has agreed for thousands of years that it's money. So when you are inside of a recession, when you are inside of a deflation, history has proven over and over again that gold performs in both, because it holds your purchasing power value intact over time. Wall Street can manipulate gold and silver as much as they want with these contracts. There's an unlimited amount of contracts, just like there's an unlimited amount of money. Unlimited. Create as much as you want. But every time they do that, what's already out there loses purchasing power value. And if you look at this, since 2020, look at how rapidly it's losing value, on its way to zero. There's barely officially 3 cents left. Can I have the question again? 3 cents left out of that original dollar's worth of purchasing power. So yeah, it does not go down in value. It holds your purchasing power intact. That's what you want. And the reason why it's so critical into this next recession is because they're out of tools. All they have is this. And they'll be doing it with 2 fists. I'm sorry, Edgar, please forgive me, but they'll be doing it with 2 fists. And that means inflation's gonna go up, confidence in the currency, confidence in the system, confidence in the central bankers will be gone. Gone. That's when the hyperinflation. So that's why, because it's been proven, and it has the broadest base of utility, the broadest base of buyers. Nothing else has that. Nothing can say that. Just physical gold, physical silver. And Helsinki asks, can you see any case for gold and silver where it would not benefit us, the people, to hold it? No, I cannot. And I mean, I have bet everything on it, because that's what history tells me. There will come a time for digital currencies. There's no doubt. I mean, I haven't denied that at all. But this battle is not over yet. And that's what I'm waiting for. So I continue to accumulate, as well as prepare food, water, energy, security, as well as that barter ability, wealth preservation, community, and shelter. So no, I cannot see any case at all for gold and silver where it would not benefit you to hold. The only financial assets that run no counterparty risk are a proven inflation hedge, and so a true flight to safety asset during critical times of turmoil. And let me say this, because this is my favorite one. Gold held at home runs no political risk. Now, obviously, I don't hold it at home because I'm too well known. So I hold it in a vault, but I can walk to that vault. Okie doke. Move all of this funny money, which might as well be real US dollars as it is funny money, has as much value, honestly. Okay. And thank you for the questions. Keep asking them because it's absolutely critical. And this report just recently came out from the IMF. It's a working paper. The stealth erosion of the dollar dominance. So even when you're talking about a strong dollar, like that one question, but the dollar will get stronger, dollar doesn't get stronger. It has value because as the world reserve currency, if you were, now this is not true anymore, but up until 99 anyway, which is, I think, yeah, and this actually starts with it. So up until about 2000, if you were going anywhere in the world to buy oil or medicine or lumber or anything, you had no other alternative but to use US dollars. That was your only choice. Well, that hasn't been true for a while. I mean, the euro was created to take over from it, but you can see in this graph from that report, this is the US dollar's share of foreign reserves since 99. So the dollar is losing its position. And goodness gracious, you can buy oil with yuan and even with rubles. Okay, or maybe with rubles, we'll see. And what they say in here is it reflects the active portfolio diversification by central bank reserve managers. So it's the central bank reserve managers that are going, bye-bye dollar. Nope, we don't want it. Now, if you live in the U.S., you will be most impacted by this trend more than any other country because all those dollars, there's just no more demand. And, honestly, wait, let me go back here. Honestly, that's what I'm trying to help you guys understand. The broadest base of functionality, because it is the only asset that is used across the entire spectrum of the global economy. It's the flight to safety asset for that reason. And that is why central banks have been accelerating the shift from dollars to gold worldwide. What, more resilient to upcoming rate hikes? Holdings rose to a 31-year high in 2021. A 31-year high. Please tell me who knows more about how they are destroying the currency than central banks. A 31-year high. The presence of the dollar in foreign exchange reserves is falling in contrast with the growth of gold. In 2020, the currency-by-currency ratio of the dollar fell to the lowest level in a quarter of a century, and gold holdings rose. As of September, the reserves were the largest since 1990 and up 15% from a decade earlier. So they're getting rid of these, and they're getting this. I personally always think that you should do what the smartest guys in the room on any given topic are doing for themselves, and nobody knows more about how they're destroying the currency and how they're moving into position to maintain control of the monetary system. And I'll go back to what I said in the beginning. If these guys that are in power that have gotten us into this mess to begin with remain in control, and you don't vote different because you vote with your purse, people, you vote with your purse or your wallet, as it may be, If you don't protect yourself, nobody's going to do it for you. And it's gold and silver as the foundation. It needs to be. Because I don't know about you, but I work really hard for my income and my money and my wealth. I don't want it to go away, and I don't want it to transfer, and I don't want those central banks to have the ability to stop me from accumulating wealth and protecting my family. That's not okay with me. It's not okay that they rob the purchasing power from what we all work for and attempt to save. And then the only way, I love this. I love this. What are they talking about on the talking heads on Bloomberg and CNBC and the news people, Wall Street Journal, all this, right? Well, go into these stocks because they'll protect you from inflation because they have the power to raise prices. Except what people are missing is, what are you going to convert those stocks into but this garbage? And if that loses all value, what do you got? Nothing. 1 trillion times zero is zero. So stocks and bonds and all of that other garbage will not protect you from the demise of a currency. Just ask those people in Venezuela. Just ask those people in Zimbabwe. Just ask a lot of people that have lived through it. Food, water, energy security, barterability, wealth preservation, community and shelter. Community is what this is all about. Because we are so much stronger together. And I'm telling you, the 2 and 10-year yield inverted today. Do I think it's going to take 18 months to go through the system? 12 to 18 months? No, I do not. No, I do not. We are jumping from crisis to crisis, and probably from more crises to crises, because this is the end of this currency's, this whole big experiment. It's the end of the life cycle, period, end of discussion. I've studied this since 1987. I don't even have one tiny, whiny, itty bitty doubt. Not one. Get her done. And you better have a plan. Please have a plan. Please. Because failing to plan sets you up for failure. Don't be trapped in this system. And, don't miss our Boots on the Ground episode with a private citizen, sorry about that, from Bulgaria. I really had a very enjoyable time with him. He is just a private citizen like you or me. So, if you have good, interesting stories on what you're doing or what you've lived through, share with us so that we can all make educated choices that put our own best interest first. That's what we got to do here. And don't forget to check out our new YouTube channel, Beyond Gold and Silver. So you're going to see part 1 on the Boots on the Ground, and then you'll see part 2 on the Beyond Gold and Silver YouTube channel, along with many other videos that are consistently being rolled out, and blogs, etc. So if you haven't already, really start your strategy. And if you need some help, we're here to be of service. So just click that Calendly link below and set up a time to have a conversation and put your best interest, put your goals first. Because that's what they're going to ask you. What are you trying to accomplish? What do you have to work with? And then you'll move forward in a much more powerful way. So tomorrow I'll be in the office with Q&A. So get any questions that you have on any of this stuff together and send them in to questions at itmtrading.com. I haven't said that in a long time, so they have to remind me sometimes. Sorry about that. But until next we meet, which will be tomorrow, please be safe out there. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Okay. All right. DWP Miller Chatham, Tennessee. If you make your money, okay, hitting the street. All right. And you keeping the real. spin the Chevy, then park 22 inches. D-boy fresh, you need to watch and learn. Chain swinging on the check, purple good, what I burn. Got them bouncing at the door, all the way to the floor. Look at her, give a little bit, she only want more. If you give her just enough, she gon' put on the show. Baby, come on, work the hips, I see you working with a low. Shout it, come on, work it, take your time out later. You can do your thing, don't worry about them haters. Middle K, street slave, DWP, we gon' make it work. She on the same vibe as me, yeah. Bounce, bounce, bounce that thing, mama. Move, move, move your body. Bounce, bounce, bounce that thing, mama. Move, move, move your body. Bounce the thing, mama. Move the body. Okay. All right. What do it take to make the club get crunk? Get the whole place up and from the back to the front. Bounce the thing, mama. Move that body. Yeah. Okay. All right. What do it take to make the club get crunk? Get the whole place up and from the back to the front. Okay. Little drop in and rolling. Next thing that I know, she take it fast and slow. Then so I got a hold. I got control. She did the low and turn around, up and down, same spot. Keep it moving, little. Come on, take it out of book. From the looks of how you do it, girl, your body piece of art. Off the chain with it, ain't a thing wrong, get it loose. So if it's too strong, girl, you can add juice. From the back the club, DJ still spinning. She said she make it happen whenever she gets the feeling. We can take it in the middle if you wanna set it off. I just like to see them wobble, like they tryna try it off. Yeah. Bounce, bounce, bounce that thing, mama. Move, move, move your body. Bounce, bounce, bounce that thing, mama. Move, move, move your body. Bounce the thing, mama. Move the body. Okay. All right. What do it take to make the club get crunk? Get the whole place up and from the back to the front. Bounce the thing, yeah. Move that body. Okay. All right. What do it take to make the club get crunk? Get the whole place up and from the back to the front. Okay. Body like, oh my, with a little attitude, ain't no way to pass by. Think I need a better view. Pretty face, thick thighs, thin waist, nice size. When the club over, it ain't nowhere, it's the right time. Hit her with the right line, on point every time. Money in the bank, baby, tell me what you drink. Lady, no shame, I make it right. Look, I do the damn thing. Street slave off the chain, shake some campaign. Hennessy, no chase, you can keep the champagne. 808 in middle case, all up in it in the game. Guarantee the hot bit, watch the way she drop it. To the beat of body, right the way that I can stop it. One single spot, and she popped it and rolled it. Ready or not, she backed it up and said, hold it. So I let her hit the cushion, make the booty bounce. Go ahead, not in one look, let me know it's time to go. Bounce the thing, yeah. Move the body, okay. All right. What do it take to make the club get crunk? Get the whole place up and from the back to the front. Bounce the thing, mama. Move that body, yeah. Okay. All right. What do it take to make the club get crunk? Get the whole place up and from the back to the front. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Greetings. Welcome to the Vault. You are now tuned in. Trust Christian, own nothing, control everything. Here's your host. Just want to thank you for tuning in live or listening in the replay. Wanted to bring you some awesome content. Today we're going to be talking about offshore and international business trusts. Get this question a lot in consultations. Get this question a lot on social media. Thank you, Joiner Tia, for tuning in live. Just wanted to answer some questions. This is information that you actually get when you come to our workshop. So we have a workshop coming up in February. Feel free to get on our email list at welcometothevault.com so you can get all the details. It is RSVP. It's not something like conducting the Super Bowl here, but it is something that it is limited seating. It is a private workshop. So there are private things that we'll go over there. It is a workshop, and when you request the invite, the RSVP, you can get that. So once again, go to welcometothevault.com, get on the email list. We'll be sending you that invite so you can actually reserve your space at the actual workshop, and that's going to be at the end of February. So I wanted to talk about the offshore international business trust. And so we're just going to go straight to it. I hear a lot of people say, oh, I have international trust, or I have a foreign trust. And, it really just can't explain some of the details. So, this is what we do at the Vault. This is what we do at Trustee Training. We go over the law. We have no time to put anybody's family or lifestyle in jeopardy, okay? So I'm going to take you all to the law. So when people tell you, oh, I have an international trust, or oh, I have a foreign trust, this is what they're not going to tell you. This is how you know if your trust is valid to operate internationally legally. Okay? This is what you know from trustee training. So we're going to go to the Hague Convention, the United Nations Hague Convention on Trust. Hague, Hague Convention. Okay? So we're going to go to the Hague Convention on Trust because that's the United Nations. That's how you know you can operate internationally. This is a convention that's going to protect wealthy individuals operating internationally, privately, because we're utilizing private contracts. So, here we go. You're going to go to that convention. You're going to see it has quite a few articles. We're going to go to specific articles. This is how you know or you don't know whether you have an international trust document. Okay? 1% of the lawyers, even in the United States, know what is it that I'm getting ready to share today. So, let's go over what they haven't shared with you because they don't know. Article 3 specifically states, the convention only applies to trusts treated voluntarily and evidenced in writing. So, when they first originally wrote this, from mentors sharing this information with me, it was actually a lot more clear. Now it's more vague because the average attorney, if they set up the trust, did you set it up voluntarily? Was the trust created voluntarily? The average individual couldn't explain that. The second thing is it has to be evidenced in writing. So when I hear individuals say, I have a foreign trust, or I have a trust, but it's not written down on paper, it has to be evidenced in writing. They used to say it has to be an express trust, which means it has to be evidenced in writing. Average individual can't tell you that. So, let's go a little bit further. Article 3. Article 3 is critical. Why? Because it has to be written on paper. And it has to be voluntary. If it's not voluntary, then what does that mean? Someone else created it for you. So let's go to Article 6. Okay? Because Article 6 is the applicable law. The first part, we had to find out what type of trust do they even recognize. Article 1, the scope of it is pretty much the scope, and they're talking about the recognition of the trust. Article 3 is talking about the type of trust. It has to be written, it has to be voluntary, created voluntary. Let's go to the applicable law. A trust shall be governed by the law governed by the settlor. So, does the average attorney know that the settlor, who's the grantor, creates the law that the trust can be written in? Okay? Does the average individual know that? That the grantor can create the law that's applied to it? Here we go. The trust must be expressed, written on paper. They told you that, but they also caveat, it says, or be implied in terms of the instrument. It has to be written, remember? Creating or the writing evidencing the trust. So it has to be written on paper, interpreted if necessary in the light of the circumstances of the case. That's fine. It says, where the law chosen under the previous paragraph does not provide the trust or the category of trust involved, the choice shall not be effective, and the law specific in Article 7 shall apply. So it's telling you that if it's not exactly what Article 6 says, then they're going to automatically default to Article 7. So let's go to Article 7. Where no applicable law has been chosen, that means that the trust instrument actually has to write what law is going to be governed by. A trust shall be governed by the law with which it is most closely connected. In ascertaining the law with which the trust is closely connected, reference shall be made in particular to the place of administration of the trust designated by the settlor, the status of the assets of the trust, the place and the residence of the business of the trustee, the objects of the trust, and the places where they are to be fulfilled. Now, the average individual does not understand what that means. This is very vague. That's only one article. It's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. This is not legal advice. This is me telling you what you were supposed to be able to go and say, hey, lawyer, can you make sure that this is set up correctly? Once again, the settlor, it says, has the opportunity to create what law is it supposed to be adhered to? Well, what law is it supposed to be adhered to? Do you know that? That's what we go over in trustee training. That's what we're going to go over in the workshop. There are international jurisdictions. Now, going to state, there's this one in here that states that it cannot be created under domestic. They don't deal in statutory entities. They don't deal in domestic entities. If it's from a particular state, they don't allow it to come into their jurisdiction. Okay, so it's very important. Any contracting state, I'm looking for the actual specific. I'll give you the one where it talks about the specific state-created entities, because a lot of people want to operate, say they have an international trust, but really they're just using a domestic trust. And that doesn't mean that that domestic trust can operate internationally, because the convention here does not allow domestic entities to operate internationally in their jurisdiction. They don't want to deal with state-created entities. That's why they said voluntarily. Because if it's a state-created entity, which means it's created under state legislation, they don't want to deal with it. So, that's the long story short, ladies and gentlemen. It has to be utilized in a jurisdiction that's holistic to all the parties involved. Now, when you go to the parties that are involved in this, you will see what type of law that they're all under, or that these entities are operating under. So that is where we come into play, because we understand what type of law it is that they are actually looking for. Here we go, Article 2. For the purposes of this convention, a trust refers to a legal relationship created inter vivos or on death by a person, the settlor, places the assets under the control of the trustee for the benefit of the beneficiary. Okay, well, that's how you get a lot of people saying, well, it can't be a grantor type trust. That's domestic. It can't be a revocable trust. That's domestic. It says where the assets have been placed under control of the trustee. Simple. You have to know how these contracts have to be set up, ladies and gentlemen, in order for them to operate internationally. And that is what we make it a point to educate individuals on, because all we're dealing is in contract law. It's really simple, contract law. So this is what you get when you hear about the offshore trust. They're written in a specific way. Think about it. The average state attorney is only educated in state law. They only have to deal with state-created entities. You have to find someone specifically that knows how to create an international entity. That costs a lot more than somebody creating a state entity. You think? So, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you all to, either get the consultation from the vault. You can contact us, Christian at trustchristian.com, or you can go to the workshop that we have coming up in February. Once again, you'll email us or get on the email list. I recommend you get on the email list, which is going to be welcometothevault.com, so you can get updates on that. And we can go forward from there. But the average individual, the reason why I want to do this episode is because the average individual couldn't tell you the law that's applicable to calling themselves an international trust. They think just because they have a 98 number that they can actually, people that are, and the people that know what I'm talking about, they know what I'm talking about. Oh, I have a 98 number, I can operate my trust offshore internationally. It doesn't work that way. I can
There is one version of the bill. Text available as XML HTML. XML HTML, new window. TXT. PDF. PDF provides a complete and accurate display of this text. Formatting necessary for an accurate reading of this legislative text, for example, italics, strike-throughs, or bolded brackets indicating which text is to be added or omitted, may be missing from the TXT display. For a complete and accurate display, see the PDF. Shown here, introduced in-house, March 22, 2018. 115th Congress 2D Session. H.R. 5404. To define the dollar as a fixed weight of gold. In the House of Representatives. March 22, 2018. Mr. Mooney of West Virginia introduced the following bill, which was referred to the Committee on Financial Services. A bill to define the dollar as a fixed weight of gold. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1. Findings. Congress finds the following. 1. The United States dollar has lost 30% of its purchasing power since 2000 and 96% of its purchasing power since the end of the gold standard in 1913. 2. Under the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation objective, the dollar loses half of its purchasing power every generation, or 35 years. 3. American families need long-term price stability to meet their household spending needs, save money, and plan for retirement. 4. The Federal Reserve policy of long-term inflation has made American manufacturing uncompetitive, raising the cost of United States manufactured goods by more than 40% since 2000, compared to less than 20% in Germany and France. 5. Between 2000 and 2010, United States manufacturing employment shrunk by one-third after holding steady for 30 years at nearly 20 million jobs. 6. The American economy needs a stable dollar, fixed exchange rates, and money supply controlled by the market, not the government. 7. The gold standard puts control of the money supply with the market instead of the Federal Reserve. 8. The gold standard means legal tender defined by and convertible into a certain quantity of gold. 9. Under the gold standard through 1913, the United States economy grew at an annual average of 4%, one-third larger than the growth rate since then and twice the level since 2000. 10. The International Gold Exchange Standard from 1914 to 1971 did not provide for a United States dollar convertible into gold, and therefore helped cause the Great Depression and stagflation. 11. The Federal Reserve's trickle-down policy of expanding the money supply with no demand for it has enriched the owners of financial assets but endangered the jobs, wages, and savings of blue-collar workers. 12. Restoring American middle-class prosperity requires change in monetary policy authorized to Congress in Article I, Section 8, Clause 5 of the Constitution. Section 2. Define the dollar in terms of gold. Effective 30 months after the date of enactment of this Act. 1. The Secretary of the Treasury, in this Act referred to as the Secretary, shall define the dollar in terms of a fixed weight of gold, based on that day's closing market price of gold. And 2. Federal Reserve banks shall make Federal Reserve notes exchangeable with gold at the statutory gold definition of the dollar. Section 3. Disclosure of holding. During the 30-month period following the date of enactment of this Act, the United States government shall take timely and reasonable steps to disclose all of its holdings of gold, together with a contemporaneous report of any United States governmental purchases or sales, thus enhancing the ability of the market and of market participants to arrive
My
at
name
the
is Harry
fixed dollar
Fullerton.
gold parity in an orderly
I've done something different that most people don't know about, and I'm here to tell you how it works and why I've done it and what can benefit you folks here after you do this. Okay, now the reason we're here tonight is to tell you about what I've done in the way of sovereignty. Sovereignty works like this. As being a diplomat, you end up with paperwork similar to what I have here. In my paperwork, you'll see that it says I'm a diplomat, ambassador of justice, and I can go ahead and run with plates on my car if I want. Now, we'll explain there's two types of diplomats. There's diplomats from Japan, diplomats from Russia, and diplomats from Germany. The Secretary of State lets those people come into your state, and he controls you. The Secretary of State can give you diplomatic plates. They can issue diplomatic plates, meaning they can take them back if they want. And his first duty is to be in charge of sovereigns. Second duty is being in charge of 14th Amendment citizens. So what you want to do is become a diplomat. And as you become a diplomat, as you are a diplomat, I don't run with license plates of theirs, and I don't have a driver's license. I gave it back to them. I use what's called a world passport. We'll get into that in a little bit. But by using the world passport, if they should come up against me, first thing I would do is explain I'm a sovereign. I'm not under your jurisdiction. Your laws do not apply to me. And, you know, I said that one other time, and the judge threw me in jail. I was in the court, and she says, Harry, I told her, I said, we have to stop what we're doing right now. She says, what do you mean? I says, you don't have subject matter jurisdiction, and you don't have jurisdiction over me. She said, I don't understand. I says, well, your laws don't apply to me. I don't believe in your laws. Your laws are not bonded, and it has nothing to do with me. She said, what has to do with you? I believe in my own contract laws, and I believe in God's laws. And I handed her, just about 3 minutes before that, I handed her my book that explains everything. And I put this in the court records. She had the book in her hand, and she turned around and said, arrest that man. So I went on a nice journey at that time. It didn't cost me anything. It was a great journey. As everybody watched me go to jail, because I had people in the court that was there to support me, and they said, goodbye, Harry. And there I went. I went downstairs. They handcuffed me. They put things on my legs, and they took me to jail. They threw me in this little jailhouse about from there to there to there, and they kept me there 24 hours. And they kept bringing people in and taking them out. And there I was, an old man sitting there for 24 hours. And every 15 minutes, they would take me out with everybody that's in the room, and they took them up and they'd line them up against the glass. And if you looked around or did anything, they'd just grab you by the back and neck while you're not looking and just beat the hell out of you. Well, I was lucky because I held on to that glass, and I never turned around and looked. And these other guys, they had the heck beat out of them. Then they were thrown in a little cell until they quit bleeding. Then they threw them, actually picked them up and threw them back in where I was. So some of the guys, and there were some big guys in there, and the big guys come over, and everybody wanted to know why everybody else is in there. I said, well, I'm in here because of contempt of court. And they asked what I did, and I told them. And they said, well, what makes you think you can do something like that? And I started telling them. And then they said, they kind of sit around me. And all I did was sit there and talk. And they said, Harry, there isn't anybody in this prison who's going to harm you because we want to learn more about this. So for 7 days, almost 8 days, they learned how to become a diplomat. And that was a good thing. So as they learned how to be a diplomat, after the 24 hours, I went upstairs. And while I was downstairs, they said, Harry, we need a blood test because you said you was a diabetic.
Tati.com.
We need to have a blood test so you know how bad you are. Well, I'm a diabetic. I'm bad, but I'm not so bad. I need insulin. I run about 350 all the time. I've been up to 600. That's bad. But I have special medicine the doctor gave me to take care of that. And they said, well, your blood's a little high, so we're going to see if we can adjust that down a little bit. And I didn't know what they was going to do, so they brought out this dang needle and they stuck me in the arm. I said, what the hell are you doing? He said, well, we just shot you with insulin. I said, we're not ever going to do that again because I'm not on insulin. Whenever the nurse come around to shoot me again, he was an older guy. He said, Harry, you're on the pills, aren't you? I said, I am on the pills, and I have special pills, and I need to take my pills. Well, glucophage they have. Never heard of the other pill. And just right before that, they sent me down to a doctor, and he was a practicing doctor. And, I says, are you a practicing doctor? And he said, yes, we are. I said, well, do you have a regular doctor? He says, I am a regular doctor. I said, you said you was a practicing doctor. I don't want somebody that's practicing. I want somebody that's a doctor, Well, I got hell for that. When I went to get my fingerprints, he said, put your hand up here. Well, I was thinking about the ink and all that stuff. Well, they don't do that. First, he says, where do you live? I says, I live right here. And I looked up, and there's this cop. He's huge. And I says, well, I live right here. He said, I asked you where you live. I don't want that bullshit. I says, I don't want to cause you any bullshit. I don't want any trouble. But you asked me where I live. I live right here. I never gave my address. And I got my fingerprints taken anyhow because they have guns and I don't have them. And I'm shackled and so forth. So we had a lot of fun in prison. It was fun. They took me upstairs and they said, Harry, you're an old man. And by your record, it doesn't look like you've ever done anything. We don't know why you're in here because of contempt of court. 25 days flat time. You can't get out early. There's no way you can buy your way out. And you can't work your way out. So because I couldn't work my way out, I thought, I might be here for a while. But I thought my paperwork was good enough that I was going to get out. Everybody, the policeman, everybody says you can't get out. So I didn't have my paperwork back. And the paperwork I was waiting for is the apostille. We got the apostille back about 3 days. Now, I'll explain what apostille is. Apostille is a notary, the highest notary there is, and this is a notary from the Secretary of State. It says, we believe in what you say, we say it's okay what you do, and here's the proof of it. We're going to go ahead and allow you to do that in this state, and that's the end of it. So what I asked them to do, it's what's called a notice of itinerary. It's called in itinerary. In itinerary means a person traveling, moving all over the country. Actually, just not in Nevada. I can move all over the United States and so forth. Because in my apostille, and you have to ask for them or you won't get it, it says capital U for United, capital S for States, and capital A. That's the corporate United States. And I'm allowed by the apostille, and because of my in itinerary, it says I'm going to go ahead and travel among the corporate United States, but I'm not with the corporate United States. I'm not in the corporate United States. I'm just traveling among you people, and your laws don't apply to me. Everything doesn't apply to me because you have no jurisdiction over me. The Secretary of State says, okay, we'll go ahead and say that's true, and we'll give you the apostille, and here you are. So that's where I am. I'm what's called a diplomat walking within the United States any place I want to go. And my world passport also, and that's what I use for a driver's license, because it's done in Washington, D.C., Department 3. David, he's in charge of it down there. He's their attorney. And if a policeman should stop me, I can just go ahead and dial him up on a phone if it's in the middle of the day. He knows who I am. That's a good thing because everybody seems to know who I am. And he'll say, hand my phone to the policeman. So I can go ahead and give the phone to the policeman, and he'll say, this is the consular of the United States, World Court. He says, do you have a problem with Mr. Fullerton? He says, yeah, he was traveling so fast, and so he'll say, well, on our record, he has it. He's a diplomat. Being a diplomat, you have no jurisdiction over him. You can't even detain him. And I think it's $75,000 an hour for detaining me, or $1.8 million a day. So if you detain him, you better have a good reason. And he has a questionnaire you need to fill out because this is the consular of the United States. So I give him the questionnaire. He fills out his name and a little bit of questions that he answers. And then I want his lieutenant's name because this thing here, and it says on the second page, it says this is going to go to Indiana first. Not Indiana. It's going to go to Chicago. And then it goes to Washington, D.C. It goes in the American Consular's office as a diplomatic office. And then they start at the top. First thing they do is come down on Dean Heller. Then they come down on whoever is in charge of Las Vegas, whoever is in charge of the police department. They don't start at the bottom and go after the policeman. They start at the top and come down and say, why are you holding a diplomat that's out of your jurisdiction? You cannot do this. You need to release him immediately. That's what happened to me when I went to jail. The judge? Absolutely. Anybody that has to do with me, that's who they come down on. So when I was in jail, 3 days later I was in jail, I got my documents. My wife didn't know what to do. First thing she did was call Lance. Thank you, Lance. You did a lot of help. So after she called Lance, she called Mr. Roberts, and Griswold got involved. I don't know why, but it's a good thing because he wrote some of my paperwork. So whenever Roberts found out I was in jail and I did his paperwork, he kind of takes care of the people that does his paperwork, he telegraphed. He didn't call him up. He telegraphed the embassy in Washington, D.C., and I said, how do we know that's what he did? And I called the Wisconsin court, and they said he had to do that because this was Friday night at 6 o'clock. They arrested me, or that she contacted Mr. Roberts, and the only place that's open at that time is an embassy. So he contacted the embassy, and within 6 hours, the embassy, it was 6 o'clock, and by 5 o'clock that morning, I was scheduled to go to court. Had no reason to go to court. It was done. I got flat time. I have to stay in jail. But all of a sudden, I had to go to court. And when I went to court at 5 o'clock in the morning, they went ahead, and the judge come up, and she started asking me a bunch of questions. And here I was shackled, and I had like this, and I had the convict across the back, and the cop sitting here with a gun, and she just told me off. She says, you can't do this, and you can't do that, and you can't do... She didn't want to tell them that I was a diplomat, and at that time, she opened all the doors, and everybody walked in, and I was there all by myself because I didn't know I was gone to jail, or Lance would have been there also. But I was there all by myself, and all I know that since I was under duress and under threat because he had a gun, I answered yes to everything she said. My transcript for that day was $180. She wanted to tell me off, and she did a great job. And I yesed everything she had because it didn't mean nothing. I was out of her jurisdiction, so nothing she could do to me anyhow. So with that, when I was in jail, they said, Harry, you shouldn't be here, so what we're going to do is we're going to send you out to the parks. Well, I think they wanted me to run away. And we're going to put you in the park. Well, it was 112 degrees. They didn't give me a hat, no sunscreen, and I'm an old man. 112 degrees wasn't working. But they would put me in the park and teach me how to pick up weeds and sticks and stuff like this. And every 2 hours, they'd come and get me and take me to another park. But I didn't have no reason to leave because we had, whenever you go to the top floor of the detention center, you have movies and CDs, and you get fed 3 times a day. And, I just kind of had it made there. I had my own cot, my own little room that I used. And I had the best security system in the world, so I didn't have to worry about anything, So, so whenever, after the time, they went ahead and let me out. So it was a good thing. And what got me out is because of my status that I have here after I did this paperwork. Now, this is in itinerary, and it says that because I did the cancelator of foreign instruments, it's called a cancelator of foreign instruments, that I canceled my birth certificate, my driver's license, my registration, I canceled my voters, and I canceled everything. Because in this, yes, sir?
You said after a time they let you out. How much time?
As when I went to court, you
got released out of jail. You were there for 25 days flat.
I was supposed to be there 25 days.
Right. You were supposed to be there 25 days.
7 days I went, and that's what 9:30 in the morning. Your expatriation tells them that you're not in the democracy anymore. You're in the republic. You're in the Republic of Nevada, and you're allowed to travel any state in the union that you want, anywhere, anytime, with the World Court Services, and they can't do nothing to you. They did find Mr. Roberts one time, and he's in Nevada once a month, every month out of the year. He goes through Nevada, California, and so forth. And he just happened to be, he was in 45-mile zone, and he was doing 80 mile an hour. The sheriff come up in back of him and says, and ran his plates. He must have known that he didn't have regular plates because they had Sovereign across them with his UCC number. He ran his UCC number. He backed off, and when robbers come up to a stop sign, he pulled up beside him and says, "Just keep it slow, sir." and then they left because they can't give you a ticket. If they have these dumb cameras up there now on the stop signs, if you run a red light, they got a picture and they're going to send you a bill, aren't they? Well, how can they send me a bill? They have no idea who I am. I'm not registered in the county or anything on the DMV, so they can't send me a ticket. And if they do send me a ticket, it doesn't mean anything. You accept it for cause without recourse and send it back to them. If they send you a summons, you accept it for cause without recourse and send it back to them. Then you hold your own little court and send it back to them, and you cancel their judgment because you're a little bit higher than they are. You own the government. You made the government, and that's your government. They cannot be higher than you. You're the sovereign, but you have to live like a sovereign, be a sovereign, or you're not a sovereign. You had a question?
Yes. Does that apply to all 50 states?
All 50 states, including Hawaii and so forth, yes. I haven't done it in Alaska yet, so I imagine it is. Yes.
When you do your vehicle in the plates, I've heard some things about the MSO and all that other stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm coming to the plates. With our paperwork, I used to give everybody all the documentation. There's about 75 files. And I would send out all the documentation to everybody, and everybody got all confused. They say, "This is too complicated. We don't want to do this." But in the documentation I have, it tells you how to get your MSO back. It tells you how to do your banking without a Social Security number because he gives you one-page trust, and you just go in there and you do the trust, and you walk out and you don't even have to sign a signature card. And he has lots of things, how you do all kinds of stuff. And stuff is more coming, as I'll tell you. Yes?
Harry, when you send that all in, like you specified, you said it's certified mail or registered mail?
Certified mail. Certified mail is a little bit faster. And as long as you have it certified, that's all you need. Registered mail, you have to add about 3 or 4 days to it because it has to be personally walked around and handed to them, and it just takes so long, and you don't want to wait that long. Yes? No, I'm an ambassador. Right, I can walk among the corporate United States, but I'm actually in the Republic, which is a small United States of America. Yes? Well, sometimes that's a problem because if you don't utilize the Social Security number, but if it was me, I'd give them my straw man because I own him and they can utilize that if they want. And then you can go ahead and cancel the debt. I didn't mean to say that part, but discharge. Yes. Well, I understand that the world passport, you can go any place in the world, and your passport, this stands for a driver's license. Whenever you get your passport, the passport runs about $150, and you can give another $15, and they'll give you another identification card with your picture on it and so forth. Now you can travel any place in the world. I don't use a universal driver's license because I understand they're outlawed. I don't know. Well, I won't say if you're in Canada, he might not want to drive up there, and they're getting to be so many people. Right now, he's taking care of everybody he can. They stopped bringing people through the Wisconsin court because what has happened is people that had kids, the people would go ahead and become a diplomat in the country, and then the kids then all of a sudden they knew that they could go through school zone at 80 mile an hour and there's nothing they could do to them. And they was all getting put in jail. And before this, we have a guy named Mr. Hess. He's the one that actually helped me with my paperwork. He's out of Ohio. He was going around getting people out of jail, and that's what they did. But there got to be so many people that's abusing it, like younger kids and so forth, that they had to stop running people through the court. So at that time, I knew the people in Minnesota. So I called up John in Minnesota, and I said, "John, I have some people here, and we have people standing here in here that went through the Minnesota court. Would you accept people to go through your court?" And he said, "Harry, we'll send anybody you have through our court." Well, I don't want to do that if I can help it because I want to do it in a group, and I'll explain why in just a minute. But that's what it is. Let me get to this document here that I haven't told you about, and then we'll answer more questions. This document here is commercial notice, affidavit of commercial notice. And whenever you buy a car, you take your automobile and you go down and register, don't you? Well, whenever you register, you give them your automobile. Thank you very much. Now you're allowed to go ahead and pay so much a month or so much so you can have privileges to drive your car, and they do that through the license plate. Well, that's not a good thing. Whenever I bought my car, I didn't know what I did, but I know now. So Mr. Griswold wrote up this paper. He's written up a better one since. My wife used a better one. I use the old one because I did this a couple years ago. And it just says in here, their law is because I gave you my car and you gave me nothing back, the contract's no good, and I want my car back. Either you pay me for the car I gave you or I want my car back. Well, they're not going to pay you for the car, so you take your car back. You say, well, you don't own my car no more. I own it. Here's my license plates. You're on notice that that car is not in your computer. The new document says you have 7 days to take me out of your computer, and you have to take me out of your computer or I'll start suing you. It's that simple. So they usually go ahead and do that little effort and take you out of their computer. But that's what the affidavit of commercial notice is. And after everybody does this, then I give them the second package. I'll say it that way. Or they can get it from anybody that has done this. They'll get the second package. Then you have what's called a UCC. I suggest that, and you have to really have a UCC. You don't need one to do this if you don't drive. But when you drive, you have to have a UCC. My truck's out front, and you'll see my license plates on my truck. In my UCC that I have a UCC number. That number is on my truck. Whenever you have your car licensed with a state, DMV has it licensed, and that's a good thing because it's in the computer. There's my license, and I can pull this guy over because he's with the state. Well, mine's with the Secretary of State. I think it's a little bit higher than theirs. So I have a registered license with the Secretary of State. Secretary of State proves of it because of the apostille. Now, if you have 3 cars, I have a car, my wife has a car, so she has this UCC one, and I have it. So this is my plate. Her UCC number is her plate. If you have a third one or a travel trailer, you just do a UCC 3, add it to your UCC 1, and use that document for that license plate. So if you have 4 cars, you need 4 UCCs. UCC 3 is an addition to the UCC 1. And we won't talk about the UCC on why mine's better than everybody else's in the world. But it is. I mean, you just have to think that, that's all, because I've done it so many times. Then, this is what the UCC 3 looks like. It has my license plate number at the top, which is my UCC number. It has the identification of my car. You don't use a VIN number, you use identification number, because the VIN number is in their jurisdiction, identification is in your jurisdiction. And it says, and I did this wrong, but you know, you have to do it wrong before you figure out how to do it right, somebody. So you put the price you paid for the car, or what the car value of the car is worth. Well, you're supposed to multiply times 3. Where when I bought my truck, I have a little truck out there, I paid $22,000. I don't want to cheat anybody, so I put $22,000. Should be $66,000. But they're not going to buy it back anyhow, so it doesn't make any difference. And this is the secured party that owns the truck. And just because if I get in a wreck or something, I own that car for a value. It's my car, and I have things in the car that
Yeah. If you hating on my clique, nigga. Yeah. Let me tell y'all niggas something, man. I'm tired of y'all niggas, man. I'm giving y'all niggas way too much motherfucking credit, man. Lame ass niggas. I'm tired of being disappointed by y'all lame ass niggas, man. So I'ma do like my nigga Tight said, man. Southside. Just do what I do. 912. Y'all niggas follow suit. Let go. I'm a fiend for this rap shit. That's it. Niggas say they progress, but they moving backwards. Use an actress with a prosthetic heart. Oh, I know niggas that'll ship you off like cargo. Hard flow, going bank like Fargo. Hard flow, going bank like Fargo. Hard flow, going bank like Fargo. 7. I can live swell. Yeah. It's deeper than the well. Yeah. Pussy nigga, fuck boy, use a homo. Getting money with my team, that's a no-go. Using facade, fake fraud, and a poser. Claiming that you represent hip-hop and the culture. Nah, you ain't hard, you's a softie. Claiming you the streets, but you sweeter than a frosty. I'm the truth, I'm the realest non-fiction. Matter of fact, bitch, I'm what the game missing. Yeah, I spit fire like a piston. Niggas say they trapping but retired out the kitchen. I don't understand why these niggas scared to be who they really are. You know the saying, real recognize real, nigga. You don't look familiar. I've been afar, spit a bar, cause I've been a raw nigga from the jump street when I pumped heat. Not guns, but pounds of that crunchy. I'm afraid for this rap shit, that's it. Niggas say they progress, but they moving backwards. Use an actress with a prosthetic heart. Oh, I know niggas that'll ship you off like cargo. Hard flow, one bank like cargo. Hard flow, one bank like cargo. Hard flow, one bank like cargo. So I can live swell, pockets deeper than the well.
You keep it real, I hate to talk about a bitch, nigga. You say you real, but yo, you really like a bitch, nigga. Run your mouth around some dicks, now you a big nigga. I know your heart the coward lions, what you is, nigga. And see, I'm grown, see, I come and whoop your ass, nigga. Front of your moms, do it bad right in the grass, nigga. So fucking weak, you make me laugh, nigga. Just the thought you acting bad is a laugh, nigga. Your baby moms, yeah, she bad, nigga. My man Cello used to bust it when you had it, nigga. That's what hoes do to a fag, nigga. Suck dick until you gag, nigga. And this ain't even bad, figure. Show me when you see me. If you don't, it's really bad, nigga. And I ain't bout text tag, nigga. Man up and see me when you see me, fuck, nigga.
I'm afraid for this rap shit, that's it. Niggas say they progress, but they moving backwards. Use an actress with a prosthetic heart. Oh, I know niggas that'll ship you off like cargo. Hard flow, one bank like cargo. Hard flow, one bank like cargo. Hard flow, one bank like cargo. So I can live swell, pockets deeper than the well. Yeah.
So if I wreck my car, I have a value on the truck, and that's what I'm going to collect for it. Yeah, this rope is my rope. To you, it's not worth nothing, but to me, it's worth a lot of money because I can do something with it. You had a question?
You were saying your wife has her own plates, you have your own plates, you have different ones on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Does that mean your wife can't drive yours and you can't drive hers?
No, she can drive mine. She just can't drive. She can't drive his car, and he can't drive my car. Because if my wife drives his car, she's driving without a license because she don't have one, and she's driving a government vehicle. This is what happened, and I'll mention this. We had a common law court in San Diego. Very nice people. They was at my house today. But in San Diego, whenever they had their common law court, they was driving with driver's licenses. They was taking the plates off the car and writing sovereign on it. Well, the state owned that car. When they took the plates off, now it's a stolen car. And the government come in and shut down the whole court. And the whole court then banned it. Everybody ran because everybody would go into jail. So we have to be careful, and as Robert will say when he comes, if you're a sovereign, you can't go halfway. You're either a sovereign or you're not a sovereign. So if you're not a sovereign and you want to go to court and fight them, you can go ahead and do that if you want, because you'll lose. I plead not guilty. Well, as Mr. Rice McLeod says, that's the worst plea you can do is not guilty. Now you have to prove that you're not guilty, and you can't do it. So why go to their courts? Because Rice McLeod never goes to a court, and you don't have to go to court either. Why go to their court? I'll say it this way. Lance, do you know the Russian laws? You know the German laws? And the European laws. So you know all that stuff. You spend a lot of time learning all that stuff. Yeah, but you know, there's 6 million laws here in Nevada. 6 million. Do you know any of them? You know a couple. I know that you know some of the laws. But if you pop up and you know 50 of them, they have the other 6 million that you don't know. So they're going to win. So my theory is, since you're out of their jurisdiction, why should you study their laws? You don't study Russian laws or German laws. You don't need to. So if you're not in their jurisdiction, Why study their laws, their statutes? Because they don't belong to you. They're not bonded, has nothing to do with you, so don't worry about them. That's the way. That's correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've been to court. I've been to court 8 times now in my little court thing that I do, and when I go to court, I stand on my documents, and I keep asking Robert, shouldn't I say nothing else? He says, no, you stand on your documents. So when we went to court last time, he was there, and I practiced in front of a mirror. I stand on my documents, then I practice. I stand on my documents, and I did this all kinds of ways. When I went to court, I only had one piece of paper, and they had stacks of paper. And I walked across the bar. It don't make a difference. I walked across the bar, and I take my one piece of paper, and she says, how are you, attorney? And the attorney talks back to her, and she says, how are you, Mr. Fullerton? Well, I'm adjusting my piece of paper because I don't want to answer her. I didn't want to tell her I stand on my documents at that time. And I keep adjusting. And then 15 seconds is a long time when you're standing there in front of the judge. So 15 seconds later, she went back to the attorney and said, did Mr. Fullerton file any paperwork? No, we can't see he filed any paperwork. Well, the judge knows I'm not going to answer her. So well, since he didn't file no paperwork, we're going to take this and we're going to postpone this for 90 days. Well, I just got up and walked out with my piece of paper because I didn't have to say I stand on my documents. And then we had several people that was going to write down because I quit doing transcripts because they're $180 a piece for me because she likes to tell me off. So, so Lance says, Harry, I'll copy down everything you say. And one of the other fellows says, I'll copy down everything the judge says. And then over here he says, I'll copy down everything the attorney says. As we left, this guy over here says, I copied everything the attorney says. This guy said, well, I copied everything the judge says. Lance says, I couldn't write down because you never said nothing. That was kind of odd, But an odd thing happened. And I asked Mr. Roberts a couple of questions after it was over because I didn't understand it. They grabbed him by the arm and took him out of the courtroom. Now, I'm a sovereign. And they thought he was a sovereign, which is fine. He said, I have to stay here and watch this other case. You're leaving the courtroom. And they handed him and it took him out of the courtroom. And then the bailiff come up and we kind of stopped right there and we started talking. We was not making
They took 6 of us out.
Took six of us out. Not only that, sovereigns, as you know, has no business in their courtroom. I mean, we have no business there. We don't belong there. Then the bailiff come out and grabbed him by the arm and took him down the hallway and around the corner and stuck him in the elevator. Yeah, and they can't do that. You had to get out of the building.
The district court administrator, and I just emailed him the other day and asked him, his name's Rick Luke, and I asked him what the progress was on that situation because I wrote up a sworn affidavit and I emailed it to him under penalty of perjury, and he turned it over to the judicial department, and he emailed me back and said that he turned it over to the judicial department and they haven't given an answer back of why they did that to us.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to keep staying on top of it until they give us an answer.
So I asked Roberts, I said, why would they do that? And he said, well, you got to remember, you're a sovereign. And he's laughing on the phone because he knows that this happens, because it happens all the time. And he says, you don't have any business in the courthouse. Since you don't have any business, they want you to leave because they didn't want you to start telling other people about who you are, what a sovereign is, and so forth. So as I went up and I gave them my document, I said, here's my document. It's got 3 lines on it. And I actually put it in her mailbox. And she gave me hell for that. She said, don't you ever put nothing in my mailbox. And I told Robert that, and he said, Harry, you go put anything in her mailbox you want, because she don't have jurisdiction over you. I said, okay. I won't put nothing in her mailbox. But anyhow, in this it says I'm a sovereign, and I didn't expect her to read it in front of the court, because you don't, it tells about the straw man and stuff like that, and she shouldn't read that kind of stuff in court. She read it, and I asked Robert, why would she read this document in court? And he says, and he's laughing again, it's a big joke for him. He says, don't you understand, Harry? And I said, no. He says, she has a higher power than her. Now, I've been to court 8 times, and you figure that might be $500 every time I go to court. Somebody has to pay that bill. Not me, because somebody has to pay that bill. She's in trouble if she dismisses the case. So she needed that in the documentation because she has to dismiss this case. She cannot make a decision on it. Since she has to dismiss it, her boss needs to know why. And that's why she put it in the document, because now she has an answer to them. But she read one more thing that confused me. And I didn't like it on the bottom. I almost didn't put it on there. But Title 28, 1746, with a little 1, it says that I'm not a United States citizen. I declare under penalty of perjury under the law of the United States of America, all capital. I said, I'm using their numbers and so forth. I just made a big mistake. And she read that in court. And she's laughing as she read it. But she didn't read Title 28 and so forth. And I said, now why would she ever read that? Because didn't that put me in their jurisdiction? She said, heck no. She says she read that because, again, she has to release you. And if you read that very carefully, it says in law, not at law. So they're working at law, I'm working in law. And she says, Harry, there's absolutely nothing they can do to you. So what she has to do is they supposedly, and they don't have my house yet, but they supposedly sold my house for $150,000. I owed $100,000. Because of that, there's $20,000 or $50,000 just floating around someplace. Well, hell, she's got it in her bank account. Yeah, so being the guy that bought my house, supposedly, he thinks he did. He bought the legal description in the mailbox. That's what he bought. And I still have the warrant and so forth, so I have the land and the building. But she said, well, what I'll do, being that the guy that bought the house, being he don't have the title, he never paid the attorney. So the attorney sued me and put me on a lawsuit. And she connected it to the lawsuit she has on my house because it's easier because it's already almost done. And she said, Harry, we're going to take all of his money to pay me, and I'll have $50,000 of his money. Well, they can't make a decision now. So when she cancels the case, they have to write me that check. So it's not a bad thing. Yes, sir. You're doing fine. Go ahead. Well, yeah. Well, they don't. Well, first. Oh, glad to. He wants to know why the color of law and why the corporate United States can have power over an individual and so forth. Whenever you was born, your mother signed over the power to them. And okay, well, you might have. And do you have a driver's license? That doesn't make any difference. Yeah, no. You still have a driver's license, and you're driving on their. You're under their jurisdiction if you have a driver's license. When I was in court, I says, well, he didn't say that. He has a straw man, but he's still using it. He's still driving a vehicle that belongs to the government, isn't he?
So what I need is your paperwork. I'm a sovereign.
Okay, but I think I gave it to you. You need my paperwork. I thought I gave it to you. If you email, I'm out of the disc now. If you email me, it's very easy email to remember. It's harryfullerton@juno.com, and I'll just you'll have it and you'll have it. It's that fast. Well, here's how it works. You're wrong on that thing. He says he has to prove every time that he's not a sovereign. I am sovereign. Well. Well, you don't really. You think you do, but you don't. If they see my license plates and they're going to pull me over, and the reason they're going to pull me over is because they saw my license plates. My license plate says sovereign on it, and it says private property, and it says it never expires and so forth. But with my license plate, and they see it, they've been noticed. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, just walk backwards and you'll be fine. All right. What you want to do then, a sovereign never has to tell another sovereign that he's sovereign. When I went to court and I says, here's my paperwork, I stand on my documents. Now, I don't have to prove my paperwork because I did my paperwork. A lot of people do their paperwork in affidavit. Affidavit can be rebutted, right? You can be, another affidavit can be rebutted and be changed. I did it by declaration. A declaration is it. You cannot rebut a declaration, and that's how it stands. This is truth and how it stands. So once you tell somebody that you're sovereign, you don't have to tell another sovereign. He'll know that. He'll just automatically know it. But it's up to them then to tell you why you're not a sovereign. And by God, they can't do it. They can't do it. No. But you roll down the window, and what I would do is show him, first I'd show him my apostille, And then I would show him my paperwork that they don't own the car. Then I'd show him the finding of facts. And how can he rebut that from another court that has to be recognized in all 50 states? Now, I asked the guy that was at the seminar last night, the sheriff, what was his name, Mac? Hell of a good sheriff. He'll always be a sheriff all the rest of his life because nothing against Mac, he's a hell of a nice guy. And he never said nothing bad about this. He just said, Harry, I would take you to jail. Well, that'll be fine. He'll take me to jail, then I'll take his bond. Who's ahead? You know? And then I'll charge him $1.8 million a day while I'm there. Who's ahead? And I'll put a lien on him. And by God, I can cancel those liens. I can sell those liens to bank because I've done that. And who's ahead? First thing, as soon as I take his bond, he's no longer a sheriff. Does he really want to do that? And if he does, it's fine with me because I'm retired anyhow. Yeah, and Mr. Rice McLeod, he made that statement. He says, once you're a sheriff, if you go to any other line of work, you're still a sheriff. And I did find that out last night. Hell of a nice guy. I absolutely love him. But he's a sheriff because he said, I don't care about the statutes. I don't care about the codes. I care about his laws, and I don't care about none of the courts. The courts don't apply to me. Well, he's wrong. And I don't mean he's wrong, but my documents would tell that he's wrong. And it's fine with me. You know, I mean, I'll fight him. Not a problem. I'll just fight him, as he say, with a golf club or something. Writ of mandamus. This comes with your documentation. You don't sign the writ of mandamus, the writ of prohibition, or the writ of execution. If you get arrested, then you sign those writs. Okay? You sign the writs and you write the case number down here, and it'll say this is from the Wisconsin court, the county of Maui, and the state of Nevada. We want your sheriffs and your marshals to come and intervene in this because Mr. Snow has a problem. And if you don't get this gentleman out of jail or give back his property, they're coming after Mr. Snow. And that usually corrects it. I didn't correct it that way. My wife called Mr. Roberts, and he took care of it. Yeah. So that's in your documents, and that's the first page you send out. Now, the first people that come after you, because I know they'll try this, is the postmaster. And again, in Rice McLeod's book, you'll see that, but I did this 3 years ago before I knew Rice McLeod. I sent a letter to the postmaster, and I have a stamp made that I stamped on the bottom. This says that any fictional name, it's against the law, $1,000 fine if you send me a letter in my mailbox, and if I accept it, I can be charged $1,000. NV, it puts you under the Buck Act. If you accept a letter, it's a fictional name, it's not Nevada. I don't know what that is, NV. If you accept that letter, $1,000 fine. So I wrote him a letter, postmaster, and I says, I don't abide by you sending me stuff that don't belong in my mailbox, and you cannot send me letters, and if you do send me letters, I'm not going to go to jail for some fraud that you did. So, and it says down here, I cannot sleep at night because of worrying about this all the time. And since I can't sleep at night, I need a letter from you, and I sent this with certified letter. I need a letter from you telling me that you'll never hold this against me if I do anything wrong in the post office. I sent it twice just to make sure he got it. Well, of course, I have an appointment with him in a couple of days. Just harass him, you know. And I harass people every once in a while. That's correct. Yeah, and the way that works, and I did this for a little over a year. The fellow I told you about in Virginia Beach, he sells these little carts for invalids, and he does everything over the email. So he works out of his house, and he's got a very good business. But he said it would cost him, he saved $850 a month on his catalogs, on mailing, because he mails to individual people. Okay? If I mail you a letter, I can do it for 2 cents a half an ounce. Now, we mailed back and forth just for the heck of it. We mailed back and forth for over a year. And he would send me all kinds of documents this thick, and it'd be 15 cents. So, yeah. Yeah. We did too. And it went fine. Then they started putting on the stamp, collect this from the guy that's receiving the mail. Well, that's a law. They can't do that. They can go to jail for that. And then we just put over that, are you sure you want to do this because you'll be sent to jail because of this? So The law says the Portugal now owes our post office right now. Since they own the post office, they made a deal with the United States, says we will never raise mail between living people over 2 cents a half an ounce. But they sure did raise the other mail, and that's the answer to that. Now, right. Any questions now so far? Nobody has any questions? Oh, here's one. Go ahead. That'd be fine. Yeah. Here's how the Social Security, how I was told it works. And I collect Social Security. It's sent to my straw man, and I'm allowed to spend all of his money tax-free. So what I did, and I'm having trouble with the bank because they sent me 5 stacks of boxes of checks. I like to get a lot of checks so I can change them. So they send me all these checks. They send me all these checks, and we used to have my wife and my name with TTEE after the name, because if you write a check using the straw man's name, you're allowed to spend that money tax-free. But let's say your house payment's $1,000 or $1,000 a month, and all of a sudden you go to where you pay your house and you say, "Here's $1,000," and you pay it. Now the IRS comes in and says, "Oh, you didn't use 10 months. We'll call it. You didn't use the 12 months. You paid that out of your own money. You didn't use the straw man's money. So now you must prove and you must pay tax on that $12,000. So you want to make sure that you always put TTEE after it as a trustee because you're spending his money. That's how you take care of that part. So every check you write under his name. What was your question?
Medicare is taking care of the living person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of the Social Security.
Yeah. Yeah. Your Social Security is made out to the straw man. I get my straw man's money. And being I paid it in, they have to go ahead and issue me my Social Security. They cannot stop. I particularly myself did an indentured trust, so they cannot take it away from me. Most people here, and I'd say almost every one of us, has what's called a constructive trust. With a constructive trust, they can stop it any time they want and take it away from you any time they want. But once you indenture it, you lock it in so they can't touch it. And if you want to do that, there's 2 ways you will do that. One way is go on the website and go to commonlawvenue.com, and you get all that information free, and you just go ahead and do it. Or you can have...
Hello, and welcome to Wall Street Training's Accounting and Financial Statement Integration module. My name is Hamilton Lin, and I will be walking you through this presentation. Please note that these materials are copyrighted and may not be disseminated or reproduced without the express written approval and consent of Wall Street Training. This accounting course is one of several courses in our basic and fundamental course offerings, as well as courses such as How to Analyze the 10K, Introduction to Finance, as well as Corporate Valuation. We provide financial modeling and valuation training to a variety of corporations, as well as public open seminars, as well as through our self-study, video-based learning. Our core courses on the financial modeling include basic financial modeling, advanced financial modeling, as well as the more complex concepts of mergers and acquisitions, as well as leveraged buyouts. My name again is Hamilton Lin, and I have a background in investment banking and mergers and acquisitions. I've worked at Goldman Sachs' investment banking research, as well as Bank of America Securities' M&A group, as well as a couple other smaller boutique investment banks, again all focused on mergers and acquisitions. I am a CFA charter holder as well. In this particular course, we want to make sure that there are several learning objectives that you understand. The first learning objective is to make sure that you have a solid understanding and grasp of the financial statements and understanding of these basic core financials. We also want to make sure you understand how financial statements are integrated and interrelated to each other, and we want to become familiar with the basic ratios. We will wrap this up with an exercise where we'll actually look at the income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow of several different companies and compare and contrast the two. Let us now, before we begin, go through a brief, quick refresher on the major financial statements. On the first hand, we have our income statement. The income statement starts off with revenue as well as expenses. When you take revenue minus expenses, you have a generic term that we will call profit. We will expand into the specifics, into specific line items shortly. On the balance sheet, we have a statement of our assets. On the one hand, we have assets, which is a statement of all of the different things that we own, and that must always equal the liabilities, things that we owe, plus the equity, which effectively reflects our ownership. When we look at it from this perspective, folks, keep this in mind. The great thing about finance is it's not rocket science. We just like to pretend it is to justify our high pay. How is that the case? Because when you look at the definition of any term, it's very straightforward. An income statement is simply a statement of income. The balance sheet is simply a sheet that balances. Okay, perhaps that doesn't tell us too much information there, but one key critical component, folks, is this. The assets must equal the liabilities plus the equity. Think about that for a second. You don't know how many financial models I receive when doing transactions from the other party, whether it's the other investment banker or whether it's the other side of the transaction. And the first thing I look at when I look at the financial model is, does the balance sheet balance? And folks, you do not believe the percentage of models I receive in which the balance sheet does not actually balance. And at this point, do I laugh or do I cry? Do I laugh because, I have better information because my model is balanced and yours don't? Or do I cry because now I have to go back and figure out why yours doesn't balance? Key critical thing here is a balance sheet must balance. The assets must always equal the liability plus the equity. Let's now look at the cash flow statement. In the cash flow statement, we will have the following. We have cash flow from operating activities, cash flow from investing, and cash flow from financing activities, all to get us our change in cash. Now, folks, let's take a look at this. Why do we care about these numbers? Fundamentally, at the end of the day, we want to have as much revenue, cut down as much cost as we can to eventually get to our profit number. Now, folks, where do we get the ability to generate our revenues? Fundamentally, we want to have our assets, which will be used to ideally increase and fund and generate our future revenue. At the end of the day, at the fundamental aspect of this, you look at it and you say, well, how am I going to fund the acquisition of these assets? You will fund the acquisition of these assets through the use of liabilities and equity. Liabilities you can consider as debt. Now, folks, keep this in mind. When you look at this, you want to make sure that you are not going to confuse this accounting term with finance. The accountants will classify all liabilities and equity as debt. Again, the accountants will classify their definition of debt as all liabilities. They will classify as all liabilities, whereas from the finance perspective, when we look at debt, we only want to look at what I will call interest-bearing negotiated securities. Keep that in mind for the future. Again, interest-bearing negotiated securities, not all liabilities. So keep that in mind. Now, these liabilities and equity will fund our assets, which again will now in turn fund our future revenue or generate our future revenue to get down to our profit at the end of the day. What do we do with this profit? We reinvest it back into the business via the equity, via the ownership, which again help to then further fund future assets, etc. and whatnot. And at the end of the day, why do we need the cash flow statement? The cash flow statement is different from the income statement and the balance sheet. The income statement and the balance sheet all are governed by U.S. GAAP. Well, so is the cash flow statement. But at the end of the day, you can distort and you can modify your revenue, your expenses, your profit, your assets, liability, and equity. But the one thing you cannot modify is your cash. Hence the term cash is king. Cash is king, which simply means you cannot disguise or distort the actual cash you have on the books. You either have the cash or you don't. So from that perspective, the cash flow statement is what we always call the great equalizer. This you cannot hide. Now, let's take a quick step back forwards before we go forwards, and let's look at what we call the accrual concept of accounting. This governs U.S. GAAP, and let's see now why understanding the financial statements and how they're integrated is so important. Accrual concept of accounting basically says that it has several things. It says revenue recognition, as well as a very important term called the matching principle. Let's look at a very short, quick example of revenue recognition. What we're saying here is you want to only recognize the revenue when it is earned. In other words, your product or your service performed and delivered, as well as collectible or collected. So what that means is, let's take a look at this. Let's pretend you're an insurance company. Geico, 15 minutes to kill, call Geico, you got 15 minutes, save 15%. No, they didn't pay us to say that. But in any case, let's think about it this way. You have a 6-month policy with Geico. $100 a month for the 6 months, you have to pay $600. Let's say on the end of November, or let's say December 1st, you start this policy, and effectively, Geico has, quote-unquote, earned $100 of your revenue of that premium. However, at the end of the year, December 31st, assuming they have a December 31st fiscal year end, at the end of that year, the other $500 has not been earned. So therefore, the concept of accounting says, even though Geico has already received all $600 from you up front, assuming you paid up front, the revenue recognition, accrual concept of accounting says you can only recognize $100 of that $600. The other $400 goes in what we'll call unearned or deferred revenue. That's a liability that shows up on the balance sheet. And the idea there is to say that, well, you haven't actually earned this revenue yet, and therefore you can't use it. You cannot say you've earned it, even though you've collected it. On the cash flow statement, that will then appear as $16 of cash receipts. Similar concept applies for a basic magazine subscription. Let's say you prepay for a year or 2 years of subscriptions. That subscription company, that magazine, cannot recognize that revenue for each month that you pay until they've actually physically delivered that product and shipped it out to you. And so that is the basic idea of the accrual concept of accounting, to try to smoothen out your cash, to smoothen out your earnings, smoothen out your revenue, smoothen out all of that so you do not get distortions, because then you can manipulate when you receive your cash and when you don't receive your cash. So we're trying to get what we call a normalized run rate revenue number. The matching principle is on the flip side. The matching principle of accounting says match expenses in the time period used to generate the revenue, again, in the same time period. So when you look at it from that perspective, let's assume that you get paid, let's say your paycheck is once every 2 weeks. So during the first week of service, you have not yet gotten paid yet. However, the company will have to recognize wages payable or some other form of liability, and they will have to recognize that expense on their books to say that they have used your services and they owe it to you, as opposed to recognizing your entire profit, or rather entire expense, your compensation, at the end of the 2 weeks. That all falls under the accrual concept of accounting, but matching principles specifically with expenses. Match expenses in the time period used to generate the revenue. Now, going back to our notes over here, what that means is, let's write that down. The matching principle says match expenses with the time period used to generate the revenues. This is another good example. For instance, property, plant, and equipment, PP&E. This goes back to how depreciation arises. For instance, let's say I spent $1 billion and built a factory. This factory, I estimate, has a useful life of 20 years. I will not be able to recognize all $1 billion in the year that I bought the factory. Why not? Because both GAAP and actually also the governments, the tax attorneys also say, or the tax authorities also say, we will not allow you to deduct the full $1 billion as an expense in that year. Why not? Due to the matching principle. Matching principle of accounting once again says you have to take this factory and you have to now depreciate it, the wear and tear on tangible assets, depreciate it over the life of the entire asset. So let's assume our $1 billion factory has a 20-year useful life. That will mean on a $1 billion purchase price or a $1 billion cost, that means I will now depreciate this factory $50 million a year for the 20 years. So what that means is I will depreciate this $50 million a year, assuming straight line depreciation pro rata. And in the first year, you will have cash going down by $1 billion, assuming you pay for it all in cash. But you will not be able to expense. You will only be able to recognize your expense of $50 million a year. So in that particular first year, you spent a lot of cash, but you were not able to deduct it. In the future years, this will reverse, and you will be able to expense additional $50, and that's why depreciation is considered a non-cash expense. Again, depreciation is considered a non-cash expense for the very reason that you did not physically spend the dollars when you depreciated that in that particular year. So this is a good example of this, because let's take a look at WorldCom. WorldCom, how did WorldCom go bankrupt? Good old WorldCom, right? What they did was they said, and again, this all goes back to accrual and matching principle of accounting. WorldCom hypothetically purchased, let's say, or they invested in, let's just say, $500 million of telecom towers, or for the cell towers, or whatever infrastructure that they need. Let's say this $500 million, according to U.S. GAAP, should have been recognized immediately as an expense. In other words, recognized as expense immediately, because this is not something that they will be able to write off over time. So recognize as expense immediately, ASAP. However, what WorldCom decided to do, and this is how you can start seeing how the manipulation of the financial statements comes into play. What WorldCom did was they said, well, you know what? Let's pretend that this is going to have a 10-year useful life. So if I have a 10-year useful life, what that means is I will now depreciate and only recognize $50 million of this asset over time. Every year, $50 million. So in that first year, they have a quote-unquote savings of $450 million savings that they did not have to report in that first year. Effectively, they now ended up reporting less expenses, which means more profit. Well, how much did WorldCom do this? I think they did it, don't quote me on this number, but somewhere in the tune of about $8 billion over a several-year time period. $8 billion they did this, and that is why WorldCom was able to hide all of their expenses, or a fair amount of their expenses, because to try to say, you know what, let's go ahead and let's pretend that this is going to be a multi-year period in which we will depreciate this asset. But again, folks, in what WorldCom did here, they were fraudulent, just outright fraudulent in the sense, or allegedly outright fraudulent in the sense that they should have followed very specific rules on the treatment of the depreciation of these assets, but they didn't. And they got away with it for a good number of years because they said, according to accrual and matching principle, let's defer this over time. So now you can already start to see how the accounting and the U.S. GAAP is potentially flawed, or not necessarily that it's flawed, but that we need to go ahead and we need to make sure that we truly properly analyze and understand all these numbers so we don't end up in a WorldCom type situation. So now let's go back and look at our PowerPoint slides. So we'll look at our financial statement review, and we'll start off with some of the stuff that we have already talked about just now in our summary. What exactly is accounting? Accounting is the process of identifying, measuring, and communicating a company's economic information. These financials are typically found in the financial statements, income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, as well as the footnotes, a critical part of the numbers. GAAP is the generally accepted accounting principles. In the U.S., we have what we call U.S. GAAP, and for a while we had what they called international GAAP. The international GAAP used to be dictated by the International Accounting Standards Board, the equivalent of the U.S. FASB, Financial Accounting Statements Standards Board. And so from that perspective, now they're trying to converge U.S. GAAP and international GAAP via a new entity called the International Financial Reporting Standards Board as well. We have in the U.S. what we call SFSA, Statements of Financial Accounting Standards. Sometimes we just abbreviate that and say FASB and put a number behind it. Technically, it should be SFAS and then a number behind that, but FASB for short. FIN, F-I-N, is a FASB interpretation. So they are trying to clarify a specific statement or specific pronouncement that they made in the past. Principles of accounting, as we talked about previously already. The major principle is the accrual concept of accounting, which we talked about already. In that case, you want to recognize the revenue and expenses at the time of occurrence rather at the cash payment / receipt. In other words, recognizes at the time of occurrence as opposed to when you physically receive the cash. This way, you move away, or you get away from the possibility that companies will try to time their cash flows to report and to show prepayments or deferrals or whatnot. So we say, you know what? At the time when it is earned, that's key, earned. Now, the matching principle, as we said, match the expenses with the revenues in the time period used to generate that revenue. The three major financial statements, and there are 5 in total, which we will cover. The income statement is simply a statement of income. This is a period of time. Simply said, in this period of time, whether it's quarterly or annual or whatnot, you want to list all the revenues and expenses that you have incurred or generated during that time period. The balance sheet, also known as a statement of financial condition, reports the specific financial position, the assets as well as the liabilities, and the difference is simply the equity that the company owns. The balance sheet must always balance the balance equation. Assets equal liability plus equity, as we already spoke about. Cash flow statement is the last of the 3rd major financial statements. It reconciles all the change in cash over a period of time. Folks, keep that in mind. The balance sheet is a specific point in time, at one specific date. Cash flow statement is categorized into 3 separate sections: the operating, investing, and the financing activities. And here now let's start taking a closer look at the income statement. Folks, keep this in mind. The income statement, again, is a statement of income that over a period of time, whether it's a quarterly, annual, semi-annual, whatever time period that is chosen, over this period of time, we want to capture how much money did you make. But unfortunately, this is one of the fallacies of the GAAP accounting. Just because the net income, the net dollars that I report that I made this year, that's not necessarily the amount of extra cash in my pocket today. And we'll take a look at why that is the case, or rather why that isn't the case. So in this case, let's look at a quick summary of our income statement. On the left-hand side, we've got on our slide here, we've got our revenue. This is all our sales that we generated, whether it's merchandise sales for a retailer or anything else, or interest income for a bank, etc., as well as any other miscellaneous income that they may generate. This revenue obviously has expenses associated with it. So again, this is due to the matching principle. That's how you know whether or not you can recognize that expense and deduct it against your revenue. And we get to a term that we call operating income EBIT. Now, we're going to blow this out a little bit additionally on the right-hand side here. You've got our revenue. Then you have COGS, which is our cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold simply says if I purchased a car, or let's say I'm a widget manufacturer, if I produce widgets, I need the raw materials, the steel, the metal, etc. That raw materials is the cost of goods sold, as well as all the labor and whatnot, the cost of the factory used to produce the good. This is raw materials used to produce the goods. Then we get to this term called gross profit. Let's take a step back. This applies, cost of goods sold typically applies to a manufacturing firm or a retail firm that resells stuff. If you have a service-based company, sometimes people consider employee compensation as the cost of goods sold. But we don't always look at it that way. In that case, we'll still look at it as compensation, part of SG&A. The next item, selling, general, and administrative. Going back to COGS for a second. When you look at COGS, again, it's the cost of the raw material. If I'm a car manufacturer, it will be the cost of the steel, the engine, the glass, the paint, etc., as well as the factory, as well as freight, what we call freight in, the amount of the transportation cost to bring the materials in, the direct labor, including compensation, etc., that was used for the assembly line, the frontline people to create the actual good in the factory. All of that goes into COGS, cost of goods sold. Now, when we take revenue minus COGS, we get to this term called gross profit. Many times people don't even care about this gross profit term, but it's an important term out there from an accounting perspective on the income statement. The gross profit says if I take my total hard dollars of revenue I receive from this product, minus the COGS, minus the cost to produce these direct products, that's my gross profit. That's purely the amount of money that I needed, that I'm going to generate without any other administrative or general or selling or marketing costs. So that's your COGS. Now, that gets us to the gross profit. We now get to SG&A, operating expenses. SG&A, once again, stands for selling, general, and administrative expenses. This is where you have your marketing costs. This is where you have your rent. This is where you have your utilities, etc. This is where you have the administrative and the back office. All of that goes into SG&A. Your HR, your technology staff, all of that goes into SG&A. It's everything else that is not a direct raw material, or not directly used to produce the good. That all goes under SG&A, to which we get to this term again called operating income or EBIT. Now, this term called operating income EBIT is an extremely important term. So what exactly does this EBIT term mean? This is our operating income, our income from operating related activities. This is a very important term, income from operating activities. In other words, this is the core business of what you do as a firm, what you do best. That is your operating income. Let me come back to that thought in a second. Then you have this term called interest expense. This is related to your capital structure. Recall in our balancing equation of our balance sheet, assets equal liability plus equity. These liabilities and equity were used to fund our assets. So this interest expense, the capital structure, part of our capital structure, you have debt, and you have to pay interest on the debt. That's where that comes into play. And I will come back to that number in a second as well. Then we arrive at a term called pre-tax income, also known as EBT, earnings before taxes. Keeping in mind, again, operating income is the same thing as EBIT. EBIT stands for earnings before interest and taxes. Then you minus away your taxes. Of course, the favorite time of year, around the end of the year, you have to pay taxes to the good old government. That's our taxes. Then you arrive at this term called net income. Now, net income is truly what is net in your pocket at the end of the day. Then you have earnings per share. Actually, you have diluted shares outstanding in between. Then you have your earnings per share, the amount of net income you generate on a per share basis for the company. And we have this term down here called EBITDA. EBITDA stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. It is simply arrived at by taking operating income, or EBIT, plus the D&A amount. As we briefly talked about before in the WorldCom example, D&A are non-cash items. So let's quickly now take a look at exactly what we mean by these EBIT and these EBITDA numbers. So, keeping in mind the following. EBIT is our earnings before interest and taxes operating income. This is what I will call, this is your core sustainable, recurring profitability from core operations. Give yourself a little bit more room to add to this in a second. EBITDA is what we'll call a proxy for cash flow. Proxy for cash flow. Now, think about that, folks. EBIT is our core sustainable recurring profitability from our core operations. This is the core dollars that we are able to generate. What we do best, let's say we're Walmart, a retailer. What we do best is to sell stuff and buy stuff and then resell it at a higher price. What we do best, our core operating activities, this is the amount of money we are able to generate from that. This excludes the cost of the interest expense because that is a capital structure related decision, not an operating decision. Now we come to this term called EBITDA. EBITDA, we start with EBIT, operating income, earnings before interest and taxes, and we add the two largest non-cash expenses, depreciation and amortization. Why do we add these numbers in here? Because we're trying to get what we call a proxy for cash flow. If you ask some very old school bankers and some old school financial analysts, proxy for cash flow, this EBITDA is exactly the same as the cash flow number. They're trying to figure out what is the core sustainable recurring cash flow from the entire company's operations, and that is key. However, you look at this term called EBITDA, you'll never find it on an actual legitimate income statement from revenue down to earnings per share. You will not find a term called EBITDA. It's actually a term that financial analysts made up. And if you do a quick search on the internet for EBITDA, good or bad, I'm sure you get 3 hours of midnight reading on everybody's opinion on why it's good or why it's bad. The vast majority is saying it's bad. But that's because they don't truly understand what this term is trying to symbolize. Let's think about this. EBITDA is a proxy for cash flow. If it's a proxy for cash flow, the question is, why are we going to sit there and make up a term and proxy for cash flow? Why can we not go to the cash flow statement and grab the cash flow from operating activities number? Now, we're going to skip ahead of ourselves to the cash flow statement just a little bit here. But let's look at this. If our cash flow from operations, CFO, is really starts off with net income using the indirect method, net income plus change in non-cash items, of which D&A is the biggest amount, plus or minus change in working capital. Now, it is fair to say that we should take cash flow from operating activities and compare that against EBITDA for the very reason that EBITDA includes the word EBIT and it's includes the operating income. So all operating activities, per my definition here, from core operations. So now the question becomes, folks, and I want you to think about this for a second. What is the difference between CFO and EBITDA? There are three main differences. What is the difference between cash flow from operating activities and EBITDA? And when you look at the formula on your screen right here, you can clearly see that the first thing, that the difference between CFO and EBITDA is this working capital item, because this working capital item does not appear on the EBITDA. So that's the first clue. Now you look at this, D&A, depreciation and amortization, have both been included in CFO as well as EBITDA. They've both been included, so you can't say D&A is different because they're both the same. So now, going back to our definition of EBITDA over here, we look at this and we say the first item is our working capital, as just mentioned. However, net income has already been reduced by interest expense and taxes, whereas EBITDA specifically is before interest and taxes. So what we're trying to say is that this I and this T, the IT, the interest expense and taxes on EBITDA, that's the second and the third reason why. Now, why is that an important distinguishing factor? It's very important because now I'm going to ask you the question that would try to hopefully clarify the importance of EBITDA. Who has a claim on the net income? There's one party who has a claim on the net income of this company, and that's simply the equity stakeholders. Why is it the equity stakeholders, the shareholders? Because the interest expense has been paid off, so the debt holders are satisfied for that current period. The government is satisfied because now you've paid the taxes. Therefore, the equity holders are who is left, and they have the claim 100% to the net income. But you take a look at EBITDA. Who has a claim on EBITDA? There are three parties who have a claim on EBITDA. The first party, as we mentioned, is the equity holders, because they haven't gotten paid yet. They are the ones who have a stake on the net income. Now, the debt holders also have a claim on EBITDA because they have not yet been paid, as well as the government. These are the three stakeholders. So now I want you to modify your definition of EBITDA as follows. EBITDA is a proxy for cash flow, and here's the important part, to the entire company before the effects of capital structure and leverage. Leverage, of course, simply being the use of debt. Again, this is the definition of EBITDA that I want you to use. It is a proxy for cash flow to the entire company before the effects of capital structure and leverage. Whereas net income is simply going to, or CFO technically, is going to be only to this equity stakeholders. So what we're always trying to capture is, how is this company doing from a profitability and core ability to generate profits and cash flow from the entire company perspective. In our corporate valuation and corporate finance module, we will go through the differences between how to analyze the different mix of debt as well as the capital structure and the implications on valuation. But for now, sticking to these accounting terms here, we're going to look at the EBITDA and we're going to look at the EBIT as well. Because the EBIT, I want you to do the same thing, add to that the end of this definition that we added for EBITDA. We will also say EBIT is a core sustainable recurring profitability from core operations to the entire company before the effects of capital structure and leverage. You want to make sure that you also include to the entire company before effects of capital structure and leverage in EBIT as well. Because again, what we're trying to impress now is the fact that we want to see how is the company reporting, how is the company's profitability before the changes of, before the effects of capital structure have been taken into account. Why is that important? Because different companies will have a different capital structure. I may decide to issue all debt this time. I may decide to supplement with equity or vice versa, or any combination. Somebody else will make a different decision. Therefore, they'll have a different interest expense. And once you have a different interest expense amount, your net income number is going to be different. So that's why we want to look at what is the core ability of the entire company to generate profit and cash flow. Hence the term EBIT and EBITDA. Now, let's take a look at our balance sheet. Our balance sheet, as we mentioned, is the assets, the liabilities, and the residual, which is the equity ownership claim that the company has on the remaining assets and liabilities. Obviously, we want our assets to be significantly higher than our liabilities because we want to have the equity ownership of that afterwards. So let's look at our slide here. Our slide here says the following. We have our assets, current assets, which are typically defined as less than 1 year. We have our long-term assets, such as property, plant, and equipment, those factories and buildings that we own. That's usually greater than 1 year, and any other assets in between. So now, I'm going to pose to you the following question. Let's say I have a company who has excess cash on the books, and they decide to say, you know what? I want to hold on to my cash. I don't want to dividend it out. I don't want to distribute it yet. And I think I may have a couple of projects down the line. But what I want to do in the interim is to earn a higher yield, a higher interest on this cash that I have on my books. So what I would do is I would take my excess cash and I will go ahead and purchase a 10-year treasury bond, a 10-year treasury bond. And when I purchase this 10-year treasury bond, I'm going to state on my 10K, I'm going to go as far to say that I intend to hold this to maturity. I'm going to hold to maturity at the end of all 10 years. That is my stated intent. Now, just because the company has a stated intent as of today to hold this to maturity, it doesn't mean they have to, but that's the current intent. Now, here's the question I'm going to ask you. Should this be considered a current asset or a non-current, or rather a long-term asset? In other words, the company has come out and said, we're going to buy this bond for 10 years, hold it to maturity. I will therefore need to classify as either a current or a long-term asset. The question I'm going to ask you is, what would you do? When we look at this here, we say the 10-year treasury bond, you might say that I should consider this as a long-term asset because it's greater than 1 year, because the maturity of this is 10 years. However, in reality, this is going to be considered a current asset. This is a current asset, not a long-term asset. Why is that? Because at the end of the day, the fact is, what determines the current versus non-current is the liquidity of this. This 10-year treasury bond is very liquid, has an active market, and you can sell it immediately in the open market or fairly quickly within 1 year and immediately get cash proceeds. Now, whether or not you may take a loss or a gain on that, that's irrelevant. The fact is, it's liquid. And if you know anything in bonds, as you know, bond duration, you actually don't even really care about maturity. All you care about is on the bond side, you care about duration. But on this side here, on the accounting and the treatment of this, we care about the liquidity aspect there. So maturity in general is a irrelevant term when it pertains to the life of a current asset or whatnot. Now let's take a look at the same thing on the current liability side. The current liability says the following. Just like I have my current assets, I have my current liabilities, such as accounts payable, and other, let's say, wages payable and other accrued liabilities. Backtracking on the current assets. There are three major types of current assets. You have cash, accounts receivable, which is basically revenue or sales that you made on credit that you have not yet received from your customers. And of course, you also have inventory. All of this usually is considered short-term current assets. On the flip opposite, current liabilities, you have your accounts payable, wages payable, and any other accrued liabilities such as utilities or rent that you have not yet paid. Also, similar to the asset side, you have long-term liabilities. Long-term liabilities might be, let's say, a bond or something that you have to pay that's greater than 1 year. That also falls under the debt category. Debt will be split actually between the current as well as long-term. And again, my definition of debt that I want to give you as a financial analyst is this is interest-bearing, negotiated securities. Interest-bearing, negotiated securities. And of course, you have your other liabilities as well. On your equity side, you now have the difference, again, assets minus liability are going to equal your equity. This is your residual leftovers. You have, first of all, your common stock, what we consider your par value, as well as additional paid in capital, also known as excess of capital paid or capital paid in excess of par. These two terms, really, we consider them the same thing. They have legal differences and accounting and tax differences, but from a financial perspective, they're effectively the same thing. Then we have retained earnings. Retained earnings, very simply, folks, is just earnings that have been retained. So how do you calculate your retained earnings balance? You take your old retained earnings balance or prior year plus your net income. The net income that you generate in that time period, that's earnings that you have retained, minus your dividends or quote-unquote earnings that have been unretained, paid or distributed to shareholders. That is how you calculate your new retained earnings balance. Now, we also have this item called treasury stock. Treasury stock is simply repurchased stock that is now sitting in the company's treasury department. This is repurchased stock that is going to be usually a negative number. Negative because this is a deduction to equity. They have bought back their equity and they have now distributed back, so it's a reduction. That is a very quick summary of the balance sheet. Let's quickly look at the cash flow statement. The cash flow statement, as we briefly described already, starts with cash flow from operating activities. Cash flow from operations, CFO. This here, we will talk about the indirect method of the cash flow statement. The indirect method says, I've already calculated my profitability on net income from the income statement. But as we said, net income on the income statement does not equal the number of cash that I generated in that period. Why does it not equal that? Because net income, based on the accrual method of accounting and the matching principle, will not equal the amount of cash I have extra in my bank account. The CFO, CFR, and CFF collectively, that's what is going to give me the change in cash. So this does not equal the change in cash. So instead of recalculating the cash receipts from sales and the physical cash expenditures for expenses, we've already done a lot of that. Let's just start with our net income number. Net income number, we will have to make certain adjustments for non-cash items. These non-cash items, for instance, go back, if you recall, the biggest one is depreciation and amortization. This is a very large expense that we did not pay for in cash in that time period. When did we pay for it? When we built that factory to begin with, which will show up actually in capital expenditures. Let me get to that in a second. So we have our net income plus or minus our depreciation, amortization, and other non-cash items, plus or minus the change in working capital. Now, my description of change in working capital is going to be quite extensive. So what I'd like you to do is refer actually to our change in working capital exhibit that we have in there as well. So here we have our change in working capital. That will summarize and get for us our cash flow from operating activities. Then we look at it from our cash flow from investing activities. Investing activities are more long-term in nature. What that means is CFO is trying to predict our regular business and our profitability, or rather, in this case, cash flows. The cash flows generate from our regular business what we do best. Capital expenditures basically say, let's look at it from a long-term investing perspective. Remember that in our initial criteria of our income statement, we had our revenue, expenses, and we had our profit. And on the balance sheet, we had assets equal liability plus equity. These assets, which we purchase, funded through debt and equity, that will help generate our future revenue. Well, in that case here, now we're trying to say, now we're doing a capital budgeting decision. Should we invest in this plant? Should we invest in this factory? And whether or not that's going to be worth it. If we do, that is a very long-term nature. Since this is long-term, that also shows up obviously as PP&E, property, plant, and equipment on our long-term assets on our balance sheet. That will help hopefully generate our regular business, the regular cash flow from our business in the future periods. And that is cash flow from investing. The usually other big one is the acquisitions that we have made to also help generate additional cash flow in the future. Our cash flow from financing is separated between three major sections: any debt changes, any stock, and any dividends paid. Debt changes are considered broken down further into repayments and any refinancings. Any repayments or any financings. Repayments basically are, this is going to be a cash outflow. Cash outflow because we are repaying the debt that we owe. Financings are any cash inflow. And the cash inflow because we raised additional debt and we therefore got money. The same applies to stock. Stock repurchase and stock issuance, same concept there as well. So all of this stuff here in the CFF, that all gets us our capital structure. That helps get us our change in our capital structure, which is primarily, once again, figuring out from our balance sheet the mix of our liabilities and equity, our debt and equity, which again used to fund our asset purchase, CapEx, property, plant, and equipment increase, which would then generate future revenue and future profits. And of course, we have dividends. If, as we talked about in the retention of earnings or the unretention of earnings, what the dividends amount would be. When you add up the following three items, CFO, CFI, and CFF, again, CFO, CFI, and CFF, those three items will get you the total change in that period's cash. And if you want to be extremely technical and precise, there's another term here, change in foreign exchange, which we will not talk about here. But the basic overview, again, is I will look at my operating related activities. Again, my operating related activities, my day-to-day cash flow, my core ability to generate profit and cash flow from my regular business. Cash flow from investing. The idea is I'm not building a new factory or plant every single day or every single year. So any long-term decisions there, of course, I will have what we call maintenance CapEx. What money do you need to put into your business to maintain and sustain the factory as well as whatever buildings or assets you may have? That's all considered capital expenditures. It's an investing related activity to invest in my business's future. And of course, our cash flow from financing, which now segments the capital structure. How did I fund the acquisition of these CapEx, which would generate my future income and profit and cash flow? That will be via debt or equity or combination of both. And that is the cash flow statement. In the next few slides, we have a more detailed description of each of the major items in the income statement, as well as the balance sheet and a cash flow statement. Now, since we all know how to read on our own, I'm not going to bore you and take up your time. You can use this as a nice handy reference to give you a very quick in a few slides all of the different major explanations that goes into further greater detail of each one of the major items that we talked about on the income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow. So we've got our income statement, we've got our balance sheet on our assets, we've got our liabilities, as well as our cash flow statement. Now, what I'd like to do is to go ahead and talk about how the financial statements are interrelated.
Different than a lot of people here. I usually didn't carry medical insurance because it cost me a hell of a lot of money for my age to have medical insurance. And my theory, and it's just a theory, you understand, I don't tell any of you to do it, but if I ever had a heart attack, my heart quits doing this, then I would go to the hospital. I'd say do whatever it takes, because whenever you guys let me go and I'm ready again, because I want my heart doing this, I'll write you a check. And I'll pay the bill, whatever it is. And I'll write them a check. Right? Or, as Rice
was a name that sounded so sweet, so seductive, synonymous with worth, style, power. You passed one of their windows and peeked inside, hoping you'd earn enough money someday to afford the second cheapest item. Surprise. You won't. But the last name was a curse, too. It belonged to a Tuscan family. They didn't fight over land or crown. They fought over their own skins.
Signor Bucci.
La mia ragazza è giovane, è un tipo modernissimo, molto maglione, strano, che piace a me. Con i maglioni le piace stare, i suoi capelli gli arrivano qui. Io sono tanto innamorato, perché va sempre in giro così. La vita triste non fa per lei, le poesie non legge mai, le vuole solo sentire il disco e poi scatenarsi a ballare. Ma che Chopin e fa per lei esiste solo il Cristo dei perché la sua eleganza non sa capire, però io l'amo perché è moderna e nessun'altra in gamba così.
Just like mine.
Oh, vagina.
Sei bravissima. Good girl.
Hey, Fernando, your lunches are getting expensive.
Plus, I have expensive taste, huh?
Don't tell Mom. She'll kill you.
You don't tell your mother.
Hello? Max, darling. Tonight? I think I'm free. Tanqueray martini with twist.
I don't work here.
Then why are you behind the bar? Is this part of your costume?
I didn't know it was a costume party. The bartender will, yeah, I'll make you a drink.
Thank you. Who invited you?
Bianca.
I don't know her.
Bianca Sansari. It's a party. Patrizia. Patrizia Bucci. It's a pleasure to meet you, Patrizia. It's a pleasure to meet you.
You too.
Patrizia, how come I've never seen you before?
We weren't looking hard enough.
I would have noticed that Bianca was friends with Elizabeth Taylor.
I can assure you, I'm way more fun. Wanna dance?
No.
My dancing not bad?
No.